Hello there, and welcome back to some more Gran Turismo 2, but more importantly, welcome to the Hotlap Classic Remastered. Those of you who've been around with me for a while may remember a show called the Hotlap Classic back in the day, where I'd take the cars of Gran Turismo 2, fully upgrade them, and take them around the smallest track in the game of Motorsports Land to see what time they could set. It was quite a fun series, and it went on for a while because we did well over 200 cars. However, in the end, it sort of just seemed to get left on the back burner, and we never really picked it up again, which is a big shame because it was one of my favourite series I've ever done on YouTube. So it's coming back, and now it's remastered, which means several things. For one, it is now being ran on an emulator, which means we can have nicer graphics, better frame rates, and also means we can play around with the Gran Turismo 2 Plus mod, which will be linked in the description. It's essentially a mod that improves several features on Gran Turismo 2, fixes several things, and also brings back some old content, which is fun to play around with. And when the Plus mod is making some changes, I'll be sure to let you know about it. But in this case, the Plus mod is not making changes for our first car, our benchmark. That's going to set the target time that's cars will be going after, is the 1993 Honda Civic SIR2 EG. This car has been chosen for several reasons. One, I always try to choose something that's quite easy to drive and should post in a relatively decent lap time as our first car, and also because this has the best race mod in the game. It's based off the 1993 JTCC class winning Honda Civic, and I think it looks absolutely terrific. I love the colour scheme, I like the design of it. This is very much me. So the Civic posts some pretty decent stats: 298 horsepower, 927 kilograms of weight, decent amount of torque, and it is fully upgraded on super soft tyres. The only upgrade the cars will not be getting this time around is the fully customised gearbox. I'm going to leave every car on its stock transmission just because it adds a little bit more variety. I find cars on racing transmission basically all do relatively the same in terms of their gear ratios, so to mix it up a bit, every car is going to be running its stock gearbox, and there's a few quirks that we can get through that. So, as with the original series, this car is about to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader doesn't exist. We haven't got one yet, so this is the first car to go around here, and that should be exciting. We are wiping the leaderboard clean, mostly because with the game running on an emulator with changes in frame rate and the fact that I can sort of see more of what I'm doing now, for me personally, it didn't make sense to keep the old leaderboard, and also the new leaderboard counts for the fact that I know this track, well, I guess I know the track better than I used to, but also I haven't driven around here consistently for a while. I did do some test runs, and my actual lap times are not far off what cars in the old series were getting. In fact, in several cases I was improving, so yeah, we'll see how this goes as the show goes on. But the old leaderboard is wiped, which means the Suzuki Scudo Pikes Peak is no longer our class leader. So I hope you enjoy actually being able to see more of what's going on with the car. And as with the last show, while the cars are fully upgraded, there are some caveats to be made here. So cars will run super soft tyres and basically all the upgrades they can get regardless. However, in certain cases when there's more than one car, or cars can have NA and turbo tuning, stuff may be switched around if there's duplicates, just because just to make the show a little bit more interesting and compare and contrast different cars and different upgrades, which is one of my favourite things to do with this series, because of course around a track like this, having the most amount of power sometimes isn't, you know, a particularly valuable asset. You definitely need some power, and we saw some of our most powerful cars are quite naturally very powerful indeed, some of the quickest ones we had, but you know, the small dogs can get a little bit in here. That was a very quick time. So should be interesting to see. Cars like this Civic should do particularly well just because it's front wheel drive, which means you get a lot of traction very easy vehicle to drive. Also, I should mention, in case you're wondering, track limits. Yeah, we're driving this like everyone drove Gran Turismo 2, because once you try and keep on the track and stuff, it gets a little bit less interesting, and you have to disqualify cars for lap times and stuff, and that's not fun. So yeah, we're just driving these cars as you would do if you were playing this game, because why not? And generally, I'll be taking whatever the quickest line is through the corner, and in certain cases it'll be whatever the car wants to do, because some of the cars here do have a mind of their own. Ooh. This car, it's actually quite interesting. It's got a lot of oversteer, if you let it do. That's going to be quick. 30.779. That is the target time for whatever the next car is, and yeah, we'll see how things get along, but that is an incredibly quick lap time to start us off with. Wasn't expecting the Civic to get far up there. Admittedly, it did have quite a good advantage with that corner cut, but still, that was pretty good. So, of course, this car goes into first place, as one would imagine, because the show's just come back. So, that's fun. We'll see if anything else can compete with the Civic in this block. There's no real rhyme or reason to the way cars are shown in this series. It's basically whatever I decide to build on the day, that's what's going to be running around here. And also that means, as a result, if you've got any cars you'd like to request for the show, please feel free to put them down in the comment section, and I will consider them. Don't be offended if they don't get ran straight away, and if you suggest the Pikes Peak cars, don't be offended if it takes a little while for them to come into this series, because of course we want to keep a little bit of suspense there and see what else can get towards the top end of the leaderboard before they come in and royally destroy it. So there you go, that is the Hot Lap Classic Remastered. I hope you will join me in welcoming this series back to the channel, and yeah, I'm interested to see how this is going to pan out. So, the 1994 Nissan Fairlady Z version S 2x2, aka the 300ZX. It's our first of 11 of these in this game, so it should be interesting. We've got a lot of these to go through, so if this one doesn't do particularly well, then don't worry, there's several more chances for this car. Of note, this particular Fairlady Z is naturally aspirated, meaning 399 horsepower, but other than that, it is still front-engined rear-wheel drive, and it weighs in at a hefty 1,308 kilos, so it's not a small car. You'll also notice it is in this very fetching shade of purple. This car does have racing modification, however, there are other Fairlady Z naturally aspirated that are lighter, so they'll be running the racing modification over this one. That'll just be running in its standard guise, just to keep things a little bit interesting. Its target is the first car we ever run, the Honda Civic SIR2, which set a time of a 30.779. The Fairlady Z, probably unlikely to beat it. I mean, it's got the power advantage, a significant power advantage, over 100 horsepower. However, it is also 400 kilos heavier, and it is rear-wheel drive, which does not bode well around this track. But it could surprise us, potentially. It actually feels like quite a nice car to drive, to be fair, which is not how I remember 300ZX's driving previously on this series. So, in case you're wondering why this is here, it's because it's purple. And also we've got 11 of these to go, so I figured we'd rip the band-aid off early. You'll discover throughout this series that a lot of Gran Turismo 2 is essentially cars that we're going to have to run several times in very slightly different trim levels, because that's the way this game works. Admittedly, I quite like that, because I personally believe all the games should feature cars in different trim levels to keep things interesting and not just feature whatever the quickest version of it is. I know that's probably a controversial opinion because it's known for padding car lists, but I don't really care. So, but also 300ZX in purple. What a car! I like the 300ZX. It's probably my favourite of the Fairladies. Maybe the original, whatever designation that is, HS40 or something. The Datsun. That's quite a good one. but I mean, this is just iconic. This car, Gran Turismo, T-tops, what a beauty. And of course, when this game came out, these things were modern, and now they're not. Fortunately, though, they are starting to get appreciated a little bit more, because they were a little bit forgotten before. I always feel bad for the fairlady. It always seems to be a little bit in the Skyline's shadow. I know the Skyline's technically supposed to occupy a different part of the market, but considering 300ZXs are very, very heavy indeed, they're not really proper sports cars. They're more GTs, I think, which is what the Skyline's supposed to be, but nevertheless, yeah, I feel a bit bad for these vehicles, so... But we'll see how this one gets along. Of course, the twin-turbo ones are more mental. They produce in this game well over 600 horsepower, which puts this 400 horsepower naturally aspirated one to shame. But I think the naturally aspirated ones, some of the naturally aspirated ones, the lightest ones, will be running race mod, because I think the naturally aspirated ones, just because they're going to be easier to drive, might actually have a better chance around here. It'll also be interesting to see how much racing modification really does affect how the cars do around here. I did lose it on that corner, which unfortunately means this last lap will be a dud, which means the 31,650 will be the one this car gets, which is a bit of a shame, but I don't think it was going to go much quicker, to be honest. I think we got pretty much all we can out of the 300ZX. So there you go, there's a 300ZX, our first Japanese car. Oh, sorry, what am I talking about? Second Japanese car, but first front-engine rear-wheel drive Japanese car, for which we'll end up having several of those. So, yeah, interesting. And also, again, I mean, how can you not love this car in this colour? And it's also quite well proportioned, isn't it, the 300ZX? It's... I don't know if it's aged well, per se, but it's definitely a good-looking car. And also, those front lights are straight off... or were used for a Lamborghini Diablo later on in its life, so that's interesting. But yes, this car will be going into second place behind the Civic with a 31,650. Not as far off as I thought it would be, although admittedly that lap 5, was about as perfect a lap as I think you could string together in this car. You won't be able to see this for most of the series, but you can see the Civic's time down below and how the sectors break down. So... yeah, the Civic was sort of quicker in every way, but you know what, I respect the Fairlady Z for its courage coming here and doing quite well. This is the 1998 Volkswagen Polo 1.4 16 valve. It is here thanks to Gran Turismo 2 Plus, which there will be a link for in the description below if you want to play around with it. This is widely known as the most functional car that was dropped from the game. For whatever reason, the developers decided at the very last minute they did not want the Volkswagen Polo in the game, and as a result it was dropped unceremoniously. There's lots of different theories as to why. My personal thoughts are that they somehow saw the Volkswagen Lupo and decided the Lupo would be a better car than the Polo to have in the game, so they dropped the Polo because the Lupo and the Polo are somewhat quite similar, and as a result they went with the Lupo, probably due to the fact the Lupo became a pretty big deal in Japan. But either way, it doesn't matter because it's here and we finally get to drive the Polo. Its stats are not particularly impressive: 185 horsepower, 943 kilos of weight, so it's actually quite heavy for a Super Mini, but a decent amount of torque, and front engine front wheel drive should mean it does quite well around the Motorsportsland track, where it will get 6 laps to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Honda Civic SIR2, which set a time of a 30.779. The Volkswagen Polo, unlikely to beat that given the performance of it. In fact, if I'm being honest, I think out of the 3 cars we've now ran around here, I think the Polo's probably going to be going into last place. But still, it doesn't matter. We get to drive the Volkswagen Polo around this track. The reason why I've been so desperate to drive the Volkswagen Polo is because I do have a bit of an attachment to this particular generation of Polo. My first car that I ever sort of used outside of driving instructors and stuff was a 2001 Volkswagen Polo, so it was this 6N model, but the facelift. I never really cared for this pre-facelift model, but the post-facelift one was the one I had. I think that might be another reason behind this car's dropping as well, potentially, is the fact that the facelifted model had come out, so this car would have been out of date. Similar to, for example, the BMW E36s that were dropped from the game that weren't the compact. I think the game's creators, when it came to the European side of the game and trying to appeal to European market tastes, were desperate to get the latest and greatest cars. I think having this Polo, not the facelift Polo, which did come out in the summer of 1999, also affected its ability to be in the game, because again, like I say, they wanted the latest, greatest vehicles they could get their hands on. So there you go. I don't know if you'd say latest and greatest about a Volkswagen Lupo or a Polo or whatever, but still, that fact remains. But yeah, I have a bit of connection to this car. I drove mine. Admittedly, mine was 50 horsepower, 1 litre, and it was terrible because that car was very, very unreliable. But, you know, I still have a personal connection to it. Not as much as I did to the car I upgraded from my first, like, actual car that was mine, which was my 1.1 Fiat Panda, which was a terrific car. But still, yeah, my Polo was black, this Polo is black, and I just like the Polo. You know, this particular generation of Polo, this third generation Polo, I think was the best looking of the bunch, hence why Volkswagen sort of went back to it for the Mark V. I just like it. I think it's very sort of sleek, good-looking car. From an era where Volkswagen weren't really making the best things, you know, the Mark IV Golf. Admittedly, though, the Mark IV Golf also had quite a nice sort of clean style to it almost, which is what this vehicle has. But yeah, still, I definitely prefer the Polo to the Mark IV Golf, mostly because the Mark IV Golf is not a particularly quick or good car by any stretch of the imagination. Sorry, Mark IV. Golf enthusiasts. See how the Polo can get along. I suppose the one good thing with the Polo is I can have a nice chat about this car while I'm driving it, because it doesn't really take much brain capacity to drive this thing. Oh, we gotta go quicker. No, we're not, by an absolute inch. So, 32.277, I'll be honest, that's significantly quicker than I was expecting it to be. That's actually a really, really good time from a car that does not have a lot of power. I'll be interested to see how the Lupo deals with this. If this car can beat the Lupo around this track, and again, the Lupo does have racing modification, which is worth pointing out. If this car beats the Lupo around here, I think that will be a good gift to this car. I have also realised the front end in this game, the front lights look a little bit off, so it kind of looks like a Hyundai Matrix from the front. We'll ignore that apart. Anyways, despite the car doing quite well, it does unfortunately go into last place. Third place though, admittedly, which isn't too bad. It isn't as far behind the 300ZX as perhaps 300ZX enthusiasts would like. That first sector on that last lap was really quite good. Where did all the time go? Second sector. Could have gone quicker. Could have gone... I doubt you'd have got it into the 31s, but, you know, a very, very early 32 probably was on the cards for this. But I'm still really happy with that time, and I'm happy to finally drive the Volkswagen Polo. This is the 1972 Plymouth Cuda 340. So, some interesting notes to make. The Plus mod actually does make a number of changes to this vehicle. It corrects the year from a 1970 Cuda, which this very obviously is not, to a 1972 Cuda. It also replaces the standard AAR engine with what the engine would have been in 1972, which is a 340, hence the name, which has 50 less horsepower, and it also replaces the gearbox on this vehicle, which was apparently previously very broken and was actually a Ford gearbox. Now it's using a proper Plymouth gearbox. So in terms of upgrades, I think this is down about 50 horsepower on what it would be normally. However, that might actually benefit it in this case, because the Motorsports Land track is a very twisty track, and the cuda is not really built for such things. My god, it leans through the corners. So this car is going to have 6 laps to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Honda Civic SAR2, which set a time of a 30.779. The cuda, unlikely to beat that. In all honesty, the cuda should, and while this probably doesn't make any sense in any other form of life, it does here. The cuda's sort of where it should be aiming is the Volkswagen Polo 1.4 16 valve, which is the slowest car we've had around here, with a 30.277. So because this is using its stock gearbox, we are on a 4-speed, so that's nice. And I do have to say, for a muscle car, this doesn't feel quick. In fact, it feels very not quick. So yeah, maybe it needed that extra couple of horsepower from that AAR engine. So the reason this change was made is because obviously the car in-game is not a 1970s cuda, hence the rear lights, and I think the front's a little bit different as well. I'm sure a muscle car enthusiast will get into the comments. So this car is actually, it's a little bit, I think there was a bit of an issue when creating this car, is they said this was a 70s cuda when it isn't, but the Challenger in this game is posted as a 1972 Challenger when it's very obviously not a 1972 Challenger, and it's in fact a 1970s Challenger RT, which has also been corrected by this mod. That's actually quite close to the Polo's time. So that has actually been corrected by this mod as well, in case you're wondering. So when the Challenger, so the cuda suffers so the Challenger can prosper, basically, because the Challenger, unlike in the standard game where it has like 280 horsepower and it also costs like 11,000, thanks to the mod it now costs like 30,000, and it has a 440 in it, I believe, from the Charger in Gran Turismo 2. So like I say, the cuda suffers so the Challenger can prosper, but then again, will the Challenger prosper? Because I think the cuda, with its lesser power, is actually behaving quite nicely around here. I think the other good thing with this as well is, while the gearbox is a 4-speed, which admittedly isn't great for keeping you in the power band, it is pretty good at keeping the rear end under control, so that's particularly good. Right, let's see on this final lap, can we go any quicker? That was not a good line into that corner to get this corner cut. Oh, the tail's coming out now. Come on, cuda, I was just praising you for how well behaved you are, and now you're going to be unruly. So fortunately, Volkswagen Polo fans, your car's safe. For fans of American muscle, you might want to look away, because a Volkswagen Polo has gone quicker than a Plymouth cuda, although admittedly it is a 72 cuda, which no one really cares much about the 72 cuda. So yeah. Anyways, a 32.403 will put it into 4th place, because it's the 4th car we've ran. It does put it behind the Volkswagen Polo 1.4 16 valve. Not by much though. It's actually, this cuda's very much impressed me. I would have swore this was on for like 33s. I thought this would be like key car territory, to be honest, but no, the cuda it's performed quite well, and I'm happy about that, because this cuda comes in a fantastic colour. Look at this sort of pinkish amethyst colour. See, this Hotlap Classic Remastered's been good. We've only done 4 episodes, and so far we've had 3 fantastic colour schemes on these cars. We'll ignore the Polo, but still. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, the cuda, that did better than I expected it to. As I suspected, that I think it could maybe challenge the Polo, although, you know, the problem with this series is, yes, I could probably get another 2 tenths out of this vehicle, but also I could get another 2 tenths out of the Polo. So yeah, it's a bit of a catch-22. Admitted, I actually thought this was quite slow feeling, to be perfectly honest, but according to that, the speed wasn't actually that far off the speed Civic was getting, so that's interesting. This is the 1997 Suzuki Wagon R Aero RS. I don't know where the aero comes from, but there you go. Anyways, it is our first of a very big number of ridiculous key cars that are in this game. I very much like the Suzuki Wagon R. It's fantastic. It's a wardrobe with wheels, and in this case, a lot of power for this type of car. 190 horsepower, four-wheel drive, 713 kilos. Unfortunately, this is a car that in real life you'd love to bomb around in, but in-game probably won't be too quick. So it's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Honda Civic SIR2, which set a time of a 30.779. Suzuki Wagon R Aero RS, very unlikely to beat that, because while it may have 190 horsepower, you might notice it's not particularly quick. It does handle exceptionally well, but yeah, it's not going to be massively quick around here. One wouldn't imagine, although first lap, not bad, 33.5. This car's competitors probably going to be stuff like the Plymouth Cuda, which had a time of 32.403, and I mean, the Polo set a time of a 32.277, and the Polo didn't have that much more power than this. In fact, it had less power than this, and it weighed 200 kilos more. But because the game doesn't really let these key cars do particularly well, I don't foresee a scenario in which the Polo or the Cuda really have too much to worry about, which is a big shame, because like I say, this thing in real life, 190 horsepower Wagon R, sign me up for that. It will result in your death, but sign me up for that. It's also got a pretty decent amount of torque, and yeah, it should do alright. So there's a bit of an interesting conundrum when it comes to cars like this, when it comes to the key cars. The four-wheel drive models, you'd think, especially if you're chucking 200 horsepower through them, would be quicker, but the honest fact of the matter is, oftentimes the extra weight by the four-wheel drive system isn't really worth it, so they may as well be front-wheel drive. This is a 5-speed, okay. Interesting. I was actually expecting this to be like an automatic with like a 4-speed, but no. That's pretty decent. But yeah, you'd expect four-wheel drive to like really help these things, but to be honest with you, it doesn't. Front-wheel drive, they drive just as nicely, so oftentimes the extra weight of the four-wheel drive system isn't worth the extra theoretical grip you get from four-wheel drive. So that's something interesting to note, and that will play a factor in which ones of these cars will be running racing modification and which won't. To be honest with you, the Wagon R, I mean, it's a hilarious vehicle, so a lot of them probably will be running racing modification. This actually comes in 4 different colour schemes, this amazing livery, which I really hope is real, but probably isn't. Comes in reds and greens and blues, and they all look equally ridiculous. 32.876 for this final lap. But then again, also some Suzuki Wagon Rs come in two-tone, which I'm not a man who can turn down two-tone very easily. I'm a big fan of two-tone, so yeah. Either way, it does not look like the Wagon R is going to impress us on this final lap, which is a big shame. It is going to go to the bottom of the leaderboard, but it definitely dealt with this track a lot better than I was expecting. A 32.876. Again, this is another, it's like the Cuda. I thought this car would be getting in the 33s, but no, it's done alright. I love that hood scoop on the front, by the way. That is hilarious. Let's just bask in its glory as it goes around the track. See, this is why I love Gran Turismo 2. Not only is there fantastic, ridiculous key vehicles like this, which again look like wardrobes and have one door on one side and 2 doors on the other side, which is hilarious, but you can racing modify them and give them like proper racing liveries. It says BP on it twice because British Petroleum really wants you to know they are powering this mighty Suzuki Wagon R Aero RS through thick and thin. Incredible. Anyways, it does unfortunately go towards the bottom of our leaderboard. 32.876 sends it to the bottom, but again, not as far down as I was expecting, and it's a bit too close to comfort for the Cuda. Could it have gone quicker? Again, there's probably a 10th in there, but I think that lap was actually pretty good, so there you go. The 1994 Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution 2 GSR. It's time to set the leaderboard on fire a little bit and get things really rolling with a four-wheel drive turbocharged rally monster, which is the perfect thing for driving around the Motorsports Land track. Four-wheel drive, 441 horsepower, 1,112 kilos of weight, so a little bit heavy. Decent torque figures though. This car does not have a racing modification. I think it's probably the only Evolution in this game that does not have option for racing modification. Anyways, it is going to get 6 laps to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is a Honda Civic SIR2, which set a time of a 30.779. This Evo is probably in contention to become the quickest car we've had. It is a bit understeery, but still, four-wheel drive gives you very, very good traction throughout the corners. It's got a really good amount of power, which means it can really shoot out them corners. Should have pretty good overall sort of corner grip and traction. So yeah, all of these things should work in the Evo 2's favour. In all honesty, this may become our first car to go underneath the 30-second mark, but we'll have to see. We've definitely seen Evos in the original running of this series do that. In fact, an Evo 5 got very, very close to potentially toppling the Pikes Peak monsters. That was not a good line out of that corner. It is now quicker than the Civic though, so that's something. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see how this gets on. I quite like the Evo 2, to be honest. It's not quite as high up in my estimations as the Evo 3, but, you know, Evo 2's very cool. I prefer the Evo 3 because it's faster, and you know, it comes in yellow, which is also a good thing, but this one comes in blue, which is also a good colour, so really many good things to like about the Evos. Strangely enough, the Evo 1 is not in this game, so this is the earliest version of the Evolution you can get, in the same way the 93 Impreza is not in this game. I just find it a bit weird that this game has sort of base models of 3000 GTs and stuff, but there's no base model Lancers or Imprezas. They're all WRXs and stuff, so yeah, interesting thing to note. We'll try and get a decent run up out of this final corner. See if we can propel the Evo 2 to better things. We need to be down a gear, really. This is when these cars start becoming sort of, it isn't fun commentary anymore. It's sort of, you actually have to focus a little bit on trying to maximise the time you can get out of these things. That's quite good. 30.240. Can we go any quicker on this final run? A bit too early on the power. I knew that was going to happen. I knew it was going to catch me out. It is a bit understeery, I'll be honest. That's something. This is one of those cars where racing modification would probably help it, because of course with racing modification you get A, lighter weight, and also B, actual downforce you can configure. So I think with that this car would very easily be getting into under 30s, but as it stands, 30.240, definitely nothing to be ashamed of for the Evo 2. And as said before, you know, this is the Evo 2, this is the oldest Evo in the game, it's the least powerful of all the Evos, so in theory this is going to be the slowest Evo we get, and it's setting a 30.240. So that's definitely something to be proud of, and it does accomplish its mission of speeding up the leaderboard quite a bit. It does go towards the top end of our leaderboard because it beats the Honda Civic SIR2 EG by about 0.5 of a second. A 30.240 puts it into first place. It's our new benchmark. I think you could get a 10th out of it. I don't think you could get it under 30 seconds, to be honest. The handling just isn't there enough for it, which is a shame, but nevertheless, it has still done really rather well. And as I've mentioned before, this is the slowest the Evo's going to get, so more Evos are coming, and they should they should do pretty good. Evos, Imprezas, rally cars in general should all do very, very well around this track, and I look forward to seeing all of them and more coming up soon. This is the 1993 Subaru Legacy Touring Sports RS Saloon, and this is the car that's going to be trying to take the Evo 2's crown that it set last time. This car does not have as much power, and it does weigh a little bit more, but it has the advantage of racing modification, so let's see how well it does. 381 horsepower, 4-wheel drive, 1,170 kilos of weight, and this racing mod is fantastic. The 93 is running racing mod because it comes in this brilliant green and yellow colour scheme, which I'm a big fan of. Anyways, the Legacy is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader after the last episode is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution 2 GSR that set a time of a 30.240. The Legacy will be trying to beat that. And straight away, the Legacy drives a lot nicer. This does not feel like a understeer machine like the Evo did. This actually does drive quite competently. A little bit understeering out that final corner, but still nothing too bad. So we'll see if this can trouble the Evo 2. I like the Legacy. This model I think looks a little bit sad and aged, but the Legacy after this, the 98 model, that is peak Legacy for me. I love the B4 RSK, which we are going to see in this series, and even the later Blitzen as well with the Porsche automatic gearbox. I think that's a really brilliant car. So yeah, I'm interested to see how well this does. The Legacy, unlike the Evo, is also twin turbocharged as opposed to single turbocharged, or at least it was in later models. This one might just be running what the Impreza used, but as far as I'm aware, it's a twin turbocharged power plant, so that should help this quite significantly. It is a bit understeering when you start pushing it, but yeah, it's certainly not bad. It's not, like I say, it's a hell of a lot nicer to drive than that Evo was. I think the problem this has got is it's not quite as mega powerful as the Evo was. The Evo definitely feels like it gets out of corners a lot nicer than this Legacy. I'm going to try and give it a decent run up off this final corner like I did with the Evo to see if that will help it out a bit maybe. Although I say decent run up, it just doesn't have the acceleration of the Evo to really help it get up to speed quite as quick as that car did. It has beaten the Evo though, so that is worth mentioning. Unfortunately, it's not quite in the under 30 club yet though. Or, I say club, it's not a club yet, that's what we used to call it back on the old Hot Lap Classic, but this is not in the under 30 club yet because there is no under 30 club to speak of. We haven't had a car go under 30 seconds yet, and we still haven't, and we won't have if that first corner is to ruin this lap. That's a shame. Was almost on something there, but not quite. Let's see if we can keep the rest of the lap clean. No, I don't think it's quite going to do it. That is, I think this is the first time I've had a car around here on this new series and gone, damn, I really wish I could have driven a little bit better for the Legacy, because that was on for going under 30. I definitely think it could go under 30, which would be an achievement considering it's quite a large barge, really. But unfortunately, it was not meant to be for the Legacy Touring Sport RS, but it did do a pretty good job, and it did accomplish its goal of coming here, which is to beat the Evo 2. It goes into first place with a 30.037. You can see by sector 3 there is 0.2 of a second in that, 0.3. So it definitely could have gone under 30, but like I say, unfortunately for the Legacy, it is not meant to be, and it did put up a really good effort, to be fair. So, the 1998 Renault Clio Sport V6 24 valve. This is going to be interesting. Unlike the other Renault Clio in this game, which is a little bit useless and underpowered. This one has an awful lot of power, 513 horsepower. It's one of the highest horsepower upgraded cars in the game, and it has that much power while being mid-engined, rear-wheel drive, short wheelbase, Renault Clio. It should be interesting. 1,078 kilos of weight, not as lightweight as maybe you'd expect it to be, but it still should be quite quick. This is going to be interesting to see how well this car gets along. It's either going to be an uncontrollable nightmare or it's going to be very quick indeed. Its target is first place, which is the Subaru Legacy Touring Sport RS that we had last time, which is a time of a 30.037. The Clio could either be a very, very quick car around here, or it's going to be sort of mediocre, probably around... I'm not saying that these cars are mediocre, by the way, they did quite well, but somewhere between the Civic, which was 30.779, and the Fairlady Z, 31.650. It's definitely going to be the quickest car we've had in a straight line here. It is the most powerful car we've had so far. It is our first mid-engine rear-wheel drive car, though, so all the handling quirks that come along with that are definitely here on show. It is quite understeery, which is not to be... I was expecting sort of lethal oversteer, which it can sort of do, but no, it's actually more... It seems to be quite front limited, which is a surprise. 31.192, which is, well, exactly in between the Civic and the 300ZX, so it's interesting to see how much quicker this can get. It is one of those cars that seems to have a bit of a mind of its own. If it wants to go in a direction, the Clio's going in the direction. It's not uncontrollable, though. I was expecting this to be more oversteery than it is, and hoping it was going to be less understeery than it is. Because this could have been a real interesting shot in the arm to some of the other vehicles here. That first sector was very, very quick, but I went very, very wide into that corner, which has probably ruined the rest of this. Although, that being said, I am going significantly quicker than my Ghost. Nice out of that corner. 30.436. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. That's actually really rather impressive. I don't think he's getting under 30, but... Although that being said... Alright, I'm going to back out of this lap, and then final lap we'll give it all the push, and we'll see how well this can go. If a Renault Clio tops our leaderboard, that's going to be quite a shock. That's too wide into that corner. It's the problem, I psych myself up sometimes for these laps and then completely overdo it. There's definitely some time to be gained. Definitely some time to be gained for the Clio, but it drives not nearly as nice as you'd want it to, but it drives better than you'd expect it to. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. Yeah. Not brilliant, it has to be said. I think you could go quicker. We'll see when we see the sector breakdown. That corner, definitely a good 10 for 2 in that corner. But there you go, swings and roundabouts. Definitely the quickest thing we've had, though. Yeah, 30.436. That is going to place the Renault Clio Sport V6 into third place. Goes underneath the Evo 2, goes above the Civic SIR. Admittedly, it has a lot more power than both of those vehicles, but given how bad this could have turned out, I still think that's mighty impressive. Looking at the best sector times, maybe there wasn't so much of a time save on this. Maybe this is sort of where this vehicle was going to go, regardless. But yeah, definitely something interesting to lob around the track and like I say, I'm very pleased it didn't kill me. The mighty Daihatsu Opti Club Sport 2-wheel drive. Why is this a legend of the Hot Lap Classic, you ask? Look at its face. Look at its sad face. And that'll give you all of the inkling you'll need to know. Fun fact, if you search up on Google the Daihatsu Opti Club Sport, my video is the second image you get, I believe. So, truly ruining K-Cars, the Hot Lap Classic, since 2017. And now, 2023, we bring the Opti Club Sport back for its higher resolution return to the track. Admittedly, the one we used originally was 4-wheel drive. This is the 2-wheel drive, which is 50 kilos lighter. So 84 horsepower, front engine, front wheel drive, 588 kilos. 588 kilos. That's all this tiny little car weighs. Will that give it an advantage? Probably not. But regardless, the Opti Club Sport gets 6 laps of the Motorsportsland track to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Subaru Legacy Touring Sport RS, which set a time of a 30.037. The Daihatsu Opti Club Sport 2-wheel drive, very, very unlikely to beat that. In fact, the Opti Club Sport would do well to get anywhere near our car in last place, which is the Suzuki Wagon R Aero RS, which set a time of a 32.876. That had, despite being one of the slowest cars we've featured, 190 horsepower. This has 82 horsepower. I know where my money would go, but, you know, I could be wrong. It is the quickest car in this current session, although that's because nothing else has ran in this current session. This is very likely to be one of the slowest cars that we have go around this track. Not the slowest, because believe me, there are cars that produce less power than this does, although this is one of, if I had to guess, one of the least powerful, fully upgradable cars in this game. Most of the other cars that would be lower power than this is simply because, for whatever reason, the game's creators didn't give them access to a NA tune or turbo tuning. This car has turbo tuning and can only muster 84 horsepower. Admittedly, that's because it only gets a stage 1 kit, but still, that's what the Daihatsu gets, and you can sort of see, once you hear that's all the horsepower it can muster, the sad face of the Daihatsu really, it shows why it's there. So, another thing to quickly mention, between this episode and the last episode, there's been a gap of about half an hour. Because my mouse decided to die, that was fun. Literally, as I finished recording that episode, I added the car's time to the rolling leaderboard, and yeah, my mouse decided seeing a Renault Clio was enough to kill it. Maybe because it knew what was potentially coming later, so I've had to run out and buy a new mouse, which I got a keyboard as well because my keyboard was quite old, so new mouse and keyboard. Before you ask, I don't buy anything fancy. I basically bought what the cheapest keyboard in a Curry's was, and yes, I went to an actual Curry's. They still exist. It was terrible. I accidentally agreed to the cover, which you should never agree to any form of coverage or insurance from one of those places, but I accidentally agreed to it, so I had to sit there for an extra 15 minutes more than I should have done. But there you go, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. So yes, new mouse and keyboard, but truly it was just because I was so utterly overjoyed to get the Daihatsu Opti Club Sport back on track, and its mighty face. In case you're wondering, by the way, this car in real life, I think most of them have a front bumper, which makes the front fascia of it a little bit less horrific, but not by much. Hey, it almost got a 6.66 lap time. That would have been very on brand for the Daihatsu Opti Club Sport 2-wheel drive. feast your eyes. This one, actually, unlike the four-wheel drive one, comes with gold alloy wheels. Wow! It's truly, truly abysmal. Anyways, no prizes for guessing where it goes on our leaderboard. It gets a 36.663, which means it is almost 4 seconds slower than the Suzuki Wagon R Aero RS. It tried. Could you get more time out of that? Maybe. I mean, maybe it could have got 36.5. I don't think it would have done too much better, but there you go. But really though, while, you know, it has been tedious to drive the car around the track, we have borne witness to perhaps the most tragic looking car in all of Gran Turismo history. The Daihatsu Opti Club Sport. And we've got another one to look at later on as well, the four-wheel drive version. Ooh. The 1998 Mazda Roadster 1.8 RS, aka the MX5. But this is a special MX5 because this is the D-Rights car that is used in the license tests. Really, it is just a reskinned Mazda Roadster 1.8 RS, but of course, ever since you saw this car in the license tests, you've always wanted to drive it, admit it. Even though all it is a Mazda that says D-Rights on it, you've always wanted to drive this and the Sylvia. And thanks to the Gran Turismo 2 Plus mod, you can finally drive such a vehicle. And do you want to know how quick such a vehicle is? Well, this is technically a completely separate car. And as a result, it's a special car. And as a result of that, it's not upgradable. All you can upgrade about this vehicle is the tyres. So it is running stock 143 horsepower, front engine, rear wheel drive, 1030 kilos of weight. The only upgrade you can do to it is the super soft tyres, which it does have. So let's see how bad this goes. This is of course, as usual, this is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Subaru Legacy Touring Sport RS with a 30.037. The Mazda MX5 Roadster, aka D-Rights, is very unlikely to go anywhere close to troubling that. In all honesty, this will probably be one of the slowest vehicles we have, because it's one of the very few vehicles in this game that has no upgrades whatsoever apart from tyres. So, as a result of that, it's a very nice car to drive. It beats the Opti Club Sport. The Opti Club Sport should probably be ashamed of that, although this does have 60 more horsepower than that did, so that's something. But yes, it is essentially just a Roadster 1.8 RS. To be honest, I was expecting these cars to be upgradable, so it's quite a shock when I got this one and discovered it was not. So that's as this has gone. In case you are wondering, if you're playing the Gran Turismo 2 Plus mod, spoilers, I guess, although I don't particularly care about spoilers. If you want this car for yourself, if you complete the Mazda MX5 race modified race, the one make race, this is your prize car. That's one of the really cool things about GT2 Plus, is those races, like the one make races and the national races where you'd never used to get prize cars for them, they've sprinkled a couple of prize cars into those, so it actually feels like it's worth doing, as opposed to the base game where, because Gran Turismo 2 throws so many prize cars at you, the races where you are not given prize cars often feel pointless, really, because let's be honest, money isn't too difficult to come through in this game. So the only reason you really complete the one make races is if you're starting out the game at first and you're sort of desperate to enter races and you don't have any you can't really go much higher if you accidentally buy like a key car or something, and you just need a race for it to go to, then that's the reason you do the one make races. But thanks to this mod, there is actual points in doing them. There's a couple of prize cars tucked away in there, and I'll be making a note of them when they pop up. And one of my personal favourite cars from the mod, the Dites MX5. Yeah. Again, it doesn't really matter what time it gets around here because it's just cool to be able to drive the Dites MX5. In case you're wondering, this is a real car. I believe it was one of the vehicles Casanori drove at the racing school he was at, or the racing school he was at afterwards. They got some of these, so he decided to stick them in game. I think it's a bit of a missed opportunity. I think all of the cars should have had like Dites or something on them. I think that would have been quite cool, but I guess they just wanted to not overdo it with the same cars over and over again. And so, as a result, it's the MX5 and the Sylvia are also Dites vehicles. So, there you go. And we will be seeing the 1.8 RS in its actually upgraded glory come around this track soon. But to be honest with you, that's not bad for an entirely stock, basically, Mazda MX5. That's a pretty good time. It went into the 34s. I don't have the exact figure because we're watching the replay now, but yeah, it's just cool to finally be able to drive the Dites MX5. And much like the Opti Club Sport of last time, this car does look slightly cursed when it hasn't got a front plate on it. Very wide mouth. Good job, Janetta. Anyways, 34.923, and in fairness, you could have maybe got an extra 0.2 of a second out of that, but it doesn't really matter now. What's done is done, and what it has done is popped it into 9th place. It goes basically exactly between the Suzuki Wagon R Aero RS and the Daihatsu Opti Club Sport. 34.923. It's almost a second and a half quicker than that Daihatsu, and it has no upgrades whatsoever apart from the tyres, so yeah. Interesting to note, I guess. The 1998 Lotus Esprit V8 GT. And the last two cars we've had have been very slow. This will not be one of those cars. It has 669 horsepower. It is the most powerful car to take on the track so far. 1,228 kilos. Should be interesting. I like the Esprit. I really hope this handles well, but I'm not entirely convinced it'll do particularly well around the Motorsportsland track, where it will have 6 laps to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Subaru Legacy Touring Sports RS, which has a time of a 30.037. The Esprit is probably unlikely to beat that. It will completely destroy the last two vehicles that have gone around here, but yeah, I think the best case scenario for this vehicle and what it should be aiming for is the Renault Clio Sport V6, which had a time of a 30.436. This has over 150 horsepower on that Renault, but it does not have racing modification. And the Renault also has the advantage of being a bit smaller, which probably means it's a lot better suited to this track. So we'll see how the Lotus does. I hope the Esprit does well. I like the Esprit, especially in this game. The later models with the V8 and the turbo are very, very cool indeed. There is actually 2 Lotus Esprits in this game. There is the GT and the SE. This is the GT. I don't know what the difference is. The SE has a spoiler, and as far as I can work out, that's the difference. Oh yeah, and the fact that the SE also, for some inexplicable reason, costs 140,000 credits more than the GT does. So, unless the SE is significantly faster than the GT when it comes around here, I don't really see why it costs that much difference, really. But there you go. We are getting closer to beating that Renault's time. It is actually quite compliant. You know, I wasn't expecting this to drive nearly as well as it is doing. So, yeah, I'm quite impressed. Also, bonus points if you can tell me what the rear lights of the Esprit from this generation are from. There's a fun game for you to play in the comment section. I can't actually quite remember off the top of my head what it was, so I'll let you play that and figure that out in the comment section, and I'll intervene and tell you if you're right or not. Don't Google it, that would be cheating. Although I'm going to Google it, so. But then again, I admit I don't remember. I think it's something Japanese, I'm not sure. Alright, let's see if we can string something together on this final lap. Short shift the Esprit might help. To be honest with you, I think the Esprit loses a lot of time through that first corner. It just isn't quite as compliant as the Renault was through there. Through this corner though, it's much better than the Renault. The Renault, I had a big understeer moment through there, which actually cost it a significant amount of time. Unfortunately, that bump there is going to ruin the Esprit's chances of going any higher up. But to be honest with you, it has done pretty bloody well considering what it is and how unsuited it is to this course. 30.592. Yeah, not bad. And probably one of the best looking cars we've had go around here at the moment, especially in this cool orange colour with all the turbo noises going on as well. Very, very cool car. Yeah, as I mentioned before, I do like the Esprit. I have a bit of a soft spot for it, so... And it's cool, Gran Turismo had quite a few of them in this game. There's 3 of them, actually. So, there we go, a 30.592. To be honest with you, that actually looks like a pretty good run. I thought Sector 1 was a lot better on that last lap, but apparently not. So anyways, the Lotus Esprit V8 GT will go in to 4th place with a 30.592, wedges itself in between the Renault Clio Sport V6 and the Honda Civic. Probably quite a weird place for this car to be, but nevertheless, that is where it goes. Yeah, actually quite a commendable effort, considering it's just not very well suited to this course. I have... do I have no doubt? I'd put money on this car beating all of the previous vehicles we've covered in a straight line speed. The 1997 Mitsubishi Eclipse GST. This one could go quite quick around this. I'm not usually a big fan of the Mitsubishi Eclipse. I prefer the later ones. This sort of model, the Fast and Furious model, doesn't really appeal to me. I find it quite blobby looking, and also I personally prefer the FTO, but nevertheless it is here. The reason I have quite high expectations of this vehicle is because it's got quite good power. 406 horsepower front wheel drive car. Now, in the real world that would usually mean disaster, but in the case of Gran Turismo 2 and the fact that this car does have a limited slip differential, hopefully it should be able to put the power down and impress us quite a bit. Unfortunately it does weigh a lot too, 1,135 kilos, but we'll see if the power offsets that. Anyways, no matter what happens, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Subaru Legacy Touring Sport RS, that's at a time of a 30.037. The Eclipse unlikely to beat that. The Eclipse, the car it should have in its sights is the Honda Civic SIR2, which at a time of a 30.779. So that's... There's like a weird blue light there, interesting. That's what the Eclipse should be gunning for, but we shall see. I do like the fact that even though there was a 4-wheel drive version of this vehicle in real life, for whatever reason, they've decided to use the front-wheel drive version. So not the GPX, I think it was called, was the top spec one. This is the standard front-wheel drive GST, which means it gets compared even less favourably to the FTO, which is interesting. Also of note is the fact that this car is two-tone in this game, so it has a black sort of roof, which carries over to the race mod as well, which I think looks very peculiar. I do find it quite interesting that the race mod has that like weird sort of graphic going down the side of it. It's almost like they were predicting the Fast and Furious future this car would find, because it's got a very similar sort of decal to the car from the film. It is... I'm trying to... You definitely feel the weight. That's the way I would say this vehicle drives. You definitely feel the weight of it. 30.253, that is quick. If this beats the Evo 2, which it could, the Evo 2 did have handling issues. This... It feels heavy. You do have to sort of force it around the track a little bit, but it certainly doesn't feel bad to drive or anything. The Evo had some quite bad understeer issues. This car does not suffer the same fate as that. Try and get a decent run up here. yeah, the Eclipse could do a number on the Evo 2, which would be our first major surprise of the return of the Hot Lap Classic, I guess. We definitely had upsets before. I think this car... it's only a 5-speed. I think this car would be heavily benefiting from shorter gear ratios, I will be honest. Right, final lap, let's see what we can do here. It's the turbo drops off from second to third. That's the big issue with this car, that's the Achilles heel. It's not in the turbo band when you shift up from second to third. That kills it, that really does kill it. That's the one Achilles heel of this vehicle, which I think if you tried again, that could beat the Evo 2. It's really not far off, there's only a 100th of a second in it, basically, but yeah, unfortunately it's just the gear ratios are a little bit too long. As mentioned previously in this series, I do not upgrade the gearboxes on this car. I think with an upgraded gearbox this probably could go quicker, but as it stands on its standard gearbox, it's just not quite as good as that. But regardless, 30.253 is a very good time, and that actually puts it into third place. It beats the Renault Clio Sport, Lotus Esprit, Honda Civic. Literally just loses by a fraction to the Evo 2. So, again, shame, really. I think if you strung a good lap together, it would beat the Evo 2, but would it beat it on merit? Maybe not. I think this handles better. I definitely think this is a better... I think this car with tuning, unlike the Evo 2, I think this car with some sort of gearbox tuning and stuff really could go up there. But as it stands in its stock form, I think this is nicer to drive than the Evo 2, but this has a more inherent downside, and you can feel it on that upshift from second to third where it just drops out the turbo band, so that's unfortunate. The 1919 Mazda Savannah RX7 Cabriolet. Interesting choice to have the soft top FC RX7 in this game, but there you go, it is here. It's race modifiable as well, as you can see. Yeah, something a bit different, I guess. There's several RX7s in this game. This one's perhaps the most interesting. Well, this and also one we'll get to a little bit later when it pops up. In terms of statistics, it's far from the most impressive RX-7 in this game. 380 horsepower, 1,187 kilos, because of course cabriolets do way more, but on the plus side it should do a lot better than the last Mazda Roadster that took on this track. Anyways, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Subaru Legacy Touring Sports RS, which had a time of a 30.037. The RX-7 Cabriolet, unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this car could go, I think it should primarily be aiming for the Nissan Fairlady Z 300ZX version S 2x2 1994, which was the NA Fairlady Z. That set a time of a 31.650. So 31.650, similar sort of power to this vehicle. Of course, this one is turbocharged, but still similar amount of power. I think the 300ZX, quote me if I'm wrong, might actually weigh less than this does. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Of course, this car also benefits from having racing modification, which the other one does not. The Fairlady did not have a racing modification on it, so that should help it. This is actually really nice to drive, you know. Yeah, that's beating it by quite a substantial margin, actually. Jesus. This is, yeah, a very, very pleasant vehicle to drive, is the RX-7 Cabriolet. I was expecting this to be a little bit more, not to my liking, but it's actually got quite a loose rear end on it, but that really helps it sort of get in and out of corners very well. I don't usually like my cars to have oversteer particularly, but in this case, it feels really, really good. Yeah, very positive, which is excellent. I can't really recall how FC RX7s did in the original Hot Lap Classic. I think they were okay. They just weren't, you know, they weren't amazing, but they also weren't bad by any stretch of your imagination. There we go, 31.118. Can we get any quicker out of this? To be honest with you, the way this is driving and taking the corners, I think this is one of those, one of these vehicles which I think that the time we get out of this is probably going to be quite close to what would be the theoretical limit of what this car can do. We will take a bit of a run up on this final corner, or we will try to. See if that can help it along to a better lap time. A little bit sideways. Ugh. It's just trying to get it to correct itself out of that corner. There we go. It's going to be a better run out that final corner. It is a better run. 31.083. Not bad. I was not expecting this to be particularly quick, but 0.6 of a second over the Fairlady, and the Fairlady actually was a pretty good car to drive as well. This is definitely better. Handling wise, the RX7 Cabriolet is better to drive than that 300ZX was, but yeah, I'm still quite surprised. Like I say, I think if we look at the sector breakdown on this, probably, okay, maybe not. But the times aren't really off. You couldn't get much more out of that. I think you could get it slightly higher in the 31s. I don't think it would break 30 seconds, but could be wrong there. But it's not too bad. 31.083 would put it into 7th place. Goes ahead of the Nissan Fairlady Z version S 2x2. Of course, other Fairlady Zs that are going to run around here are going to be quicker, but also other RX7s that run around should be quicker as well. So it'll be interesting to see sort of the little battle we can get going on between the RX7s and the 300ZX, and see which one comes out on top. The 1996 Nissan Sylvia Case Aero, the S14, one of several Sylvias that we have to cover in this series, and thanks to the Gran Turismo 2 Plus mod, a lot of the confusion surrounding Sylvias is gone. You see, for whatever reason, when Polyphony was regionalising the game, whether it be North American or PAL region, they decided to change quite a few of the Sylvias into 200SXs or 240SXs, which didn't make any sense because they're still Sylvias. They don't have the 2 litre or the 2.4 litre that a 240SX would have. They don't have that specific engine. They don't even really look like them too much. But for whatever reason, that's how they decided to regionalise them. However, in this case, this car's actually from the NTSC-J regions, which means this car isn't in the North American release, and in the PAL release, I believe this would have been replaced by the 1998 Nissan 200SX, which was actually a 200SX and wasn't just a renamed Sylvia. You see why this was confusing? Anyways, it doesn't really matter. Front-engined rear-wheel drive, 400 horsepower, 1,112 kilos of weight. We're going to see how quick it is going around 6 laps of the Motorsport Land track. It's got to get 6 laps to the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Subaru Legacy Touring Sports RS. That's at a time of a 30.037. The Sylvia is unlikely to beat that because Sylvias are front-engined rear-wheel drive and very drifty, which are two things that you do not want when it comes to taking on the Motorsports Land track. They're also turbocharged, and it seems like the turbo does kick in quite heavily on this. I think these are stage 3 turbos. 400 horsepower, actually quite a lot of power for sort of a mid-tier sports car by this game's reckoning. I think the place for this to aim would be for 8th place, which is the Nissan Fairlady Z 300ZX, which at the time of a 31.650, that wasn't racing modified, actually had one less horsepower than this, a lot more weight, but of course 300ZX with that extra weight could keep the rear end in check. 300ZXs are also naturally a little bit more normal to drive, should we say. I guess that's the best way to put it. This one doesn't have racing modification. There's a reason why, and that's because there is another S14 Aero Ks that will have race mod because the stats are better, basically, which is why this one doesn't. And don't worry, I will be covering all the S14s and all the 200SXs because there's two of them. Yeah, I don't understand what the reasoning behind the regionalisation on these particular cars was, because like I said, none of them have the sort of trim or engines that you would get for like the 200SX, for example. None of them have it. There was no 200SXKs or 240SXKs and Qs and all this bollocks. So I don't even understand it. I don't for 100% know for certain whether the S14 was even sold in the United States. I know it was sold in the UK as the 200SX, and as I mentioned, there's 200SXs coming because they're the actual UMDM 200SX models. They have very slightly different rear bumpers and front bumpers. They basically made them uglier, is the way to think about it, because they had to include a rear fog light and I think a different reversing light, I want to say, is in the 200SXs, so yeah, that's the reason, that's the differences, and you'll see those when they come on. I think the engines are different as well, as I mentioned. These, I think, no, Sylvias might have all been 2 litre. No wait, the Ks are all 2 litres, aren't they? Right? Or did Ks mean turbocharging yet? I don't remember how Sylvias work. 31848, can we get anything more out of the Sylvia, the very drifty Sylvia? I say drifty, it's actually been pretty controllable to drive, really. It's just not well suited to this track, unfortunately. Yeah, that last lap really was a dud. 31.848. To be honest with you, it's not bad. It's about where I was expecting it to be perfectly honest. I was not expecting the Sylvia Ks to be particularly quick. I'm not expecting any of the Nissan Sylvias to be quick around here, apart from maybe one that we'll see later on. Just purely because they're not built for this sort of track, you know, front engined, rear wheel drive, driftiness. I've mentioned it, but I don't think these are going to be particularly quick around here, and I don't think there was really much more you could have got out of that. That was by far away my best lap. A 31.848 will put this car in to 9th place. It goes quicker than the Volkswagen Polo, loses out on the Nissan Fairlady Z by about 200th of a second. Yeah, not bad, but ultimately not brilliant, but we're not expecting any of these cars to be. The 1995 Subaru Impreza WRX STI Wagon version 2 has a long name for not a particularly long wagon. It's our first Impreza, one of several Imprezas in the game, one of several different body styles of Imprezas you can get in the game, and I decided I'd start with a wagon because I like the wagon, and also this one comes in this fantastic pink colour, which I think's great, and it also has the Repsol logos on them, which look fantastically weird when it comes to this colour scheme. Also, look what's just, we've got double wings and we've got roof bars. We've got all the downforce in the world. Let's see if that can help propel the Impreza to the top of our leaderboard. 4-wheel drive, 396 horsepower, 1,093 kilos of weight. Pretty good statistics, really, and it should have a good chance at getting to the top of our leaderboard, where it's going to have 6 laps to try and get there. Our current leader is the Subaru Legacy Touring Sport RS, that's at a time of a 30.037. If the Impreza handles good, it should hopefully get up there. If it doesn't, then hopefully it can beat the Evo 2, which is currently sitting pretty in second place with a 30.240. If it can beat the Evo, that's the important part. Beating the Evo. Even though the Evo was more powerful than this, and I think also weighed less than this, the Evo is, yeah, didn't have racing modification and also was actually quite awful to drive. This doesn't seem like it's awful to drive. This actually seems like it's quite nice to drive. And admittedly, I've just driven that Sylvia, which was sort of unwieldy and all over the place. Oh, that was terrible last corner. But a 29.861. We've done it. It's beaten the Legacy. Unfortunately, that now means I have to say our current leader is the 1995 Subaru Impreza WRX STI wagon version 2 now, which is going to be fun. I have no idea if this name's even going to fit in the title, to be honest with you. I might have to shorten the title for a few of these cars, because some of these cars have very, very long names, because Polyphony apparently decided they needed more than, I think there's 10 Impreza wagons in this game, and that's off the top of my head. There might even be more than that, coming to think of it, because there's all these STI versions, and there's the standard WRXs, and I think there's even a Type RA wagon somewhere. So yeah, there's a lot of Impreza wagons in this game. Makes you wonder why the only Impreza that ever actually did any racing, or only Impreza wagon that did any racing, was actually a BMW 3 Series underneath. I forgot the name of that car, but it raced in GT300, I think, way back in the day. I actually drove that in a sim racing league once. It was terrible. Absolutely awful to drive. It just always tried to snap, and I'm not an oversteer fan, as you all know, so yeah, it wasn't great. Right, let's try and get a clean run, because I think I can get a little bit more lap time out of this. Even that last lap where I was sort of trying to back off to create some room for this, it's still well under 30 seconds, so yeah, this is quite a good car, actually, as it turns out. It's just very direct and planted. It's really, really nice to drive, the Impreza wagon. Maybe that was actually a better line through the last corner I was giving it credit to. I think that could have gone quicker, but admittedly they were all quite consistent lap times there. This is a joy to drive, actually. I was expecting an Impreza to be quite nice to drive, but I wasn't expecting it to be that nice to drive. I was expecting a bit of understeer, considering, I mean, it's not like super heavy. I think this is actually lighter than the Legacy we had, but of course the Legacy, that's a saloon and this is a wagon, so there's lighter Imprezas than this. But no, that was, yeah, quite good. And there's a bit of an omen of what's to come with Imprezas, because there's a lot of Imprezas, and this is one of the slowest ones in the game. So yeah, 29.751. That sector 3 on that first lap was apparently absolutely blistering, and I didn't think it was great. So yeah, there might be 0.2 of a second in there, but I say that about everything. Anyways, a 29.751 puts it into first place. It beats our previous leader, the Legacy Touring Sports RS, which also had a very long name. Beats that by about a quarter of a second, so pretty good stuff. Beats the Evo by almost half a second, so yeah, really good going from the Impreza. And don't worry, Evo fans, there are much quicker Evos than the Evo 2 to come along. The Impreza and the Evo should continue to have a nice long scrap well into this series' ongoing production. The 1998 Peugeot 306 S16. I love a 306. My family's had 2 of these over the years, and one of them was terrible and one of them was excellent. But regardless, I love the 306. I think it's an absolutely cracking bit of design. The dashboard in these things is quite cool when it's all angled towards the driver, and they're renowned for being quite good handlers, so I'm quite interested to see how well this gets along. Front engine, front wheel drive, 314 horsepower, 1067 kilos of weight. Let's see how it does. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsport Land track at the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Subaru Impreza WRX STI Wagon version 2, which had a time of a 29.751 last time out. The 306 unlikely to beat that. The 306, I don't really know. We haven't had... I suppose the Civic, 30 points... What was it? Where's the Civic? I'm trying to find it. 30.779. That'll be the goal of the 306. I think, because we haven't had many sort of mid-tier hatchbacks yet, and this and the Civic sort of are. This is significantly heavier than the Civic though, so it's got that working against it, but it has got a tiny bit more power than the Civic, and this is supposedly renowned for its handling, whereas EG Civics I don't think were. I think EKs were better handlers. This is... yeah, you can feel... they've actually translated this quite well. Apparently the 306 in real life, because it's got multi-link suspension, it does have a habit of off-throttle oversteer, as most Peugeot hot hatches did, which is what was quite fun about them. And yeah, this seems to have a similar thing where, yeah, the rear end will come out, which is interesting. Alright, we've got some oversteer to deal with on a front-wheel drive car. That's quite comical, to be honest with you. Good fun though. Whether it's actually going to get a quick lap time because of that, I mean, probably not. I think the biggest issue with this 306 is it is naturally aspirated. It's not turbocharged, which, thanks to the fact it has long gear ratios, there's definitely some cars, i.e. the muscle cars and stuff, that produce silly amounts of power and have awful sort of long gearboxes normally, but because they're going to be producing 600 horsepower, I think that's going to benefit them. I think in this case with the 306, because it's naturally aspirated, having the long gearbox that this does, I mean, we're barely getting into third gear. I think it is going to harm it a little bit, unfortunately. I say long gearbox, it actually isn't that long of a gearbox compared to most cars IRL, but of course in the context of this series we're going to be driving everything from key cars to supercars. Yeah, it is quite a long gearbox. 31.711 as that horrible noise plays. No idea what that is. A little bit of understeer as you power into that corner, but it's alright, use first gear to get that round. It feels so direct in first gear. I think it's because it's making peak power and it's dragging the wheels around. It's quite good fun. Oh, bit of an oversteer moment, that's going to kill this lap, unfortunately. Okay, so it's not Honda Civic beating, is it? But, I mean, it's still a pretty valiant effort from a front-wheel drive hatchback, I think, anyway. Yeah, I think the handling might have let that one down a little bit. It's a lot more of a car you drive for fun as opposed to performance. Yeah, alright. A little bit disappointing, I guess, in that situation. Again, I think also the gearbox in this has something to play. Just because you're just not in that power band for so long when it's coming down the straights. It does feel quite slow down the straights. For 314 horsepower especially, this should feel absolutely rapid, and it just doesn't. So, a little bit of a shame. That was the best lap with it as well. Again, maybe 0.2 of a second as usual, but everything gets 0.2 of a second. Actual speed trap times aren't particularly great on this. 31.711 will put it in to 10th place. It does beat out the Nissan Sylvia K's Aero, loses it out fractionally to a 300ZX. The Sylvia did have more power than this, so that's a bonus for the Peugeot, but yeah, beats out the Polo as well, so yeah, it's not bad, but ultimately I think there's a few factors that hurt this car. The 1998 Peugeot 306 rally car. Yeah, so last time we was looking at the 306 S16, this time the rally car. What's going on here? Because, as you might recall, there is no 306 rally car that's usually available in Gran Turismo mode on GT2, and you'd be right. You see, these rally cars come from the arcade mode, where there are several rally cars which just don't appear in GT mode, or at least not available to the player. They are in the AI's hands during some of the dirt events. However, you don't really see them much outside of arcade mode. And thanks to the Gran Turismo 2 Plus mod, they are now available as prize cars. And it also shows you how these cars were actually made. All these are just regular road cars that have been racing modified, and then several selected upgrades have been placed onto them. Because of this, if you get these cars in GT2 Plus, you can then upgrade the cars yourself, and then they will become essentially just racing modified versions of the normal cars. If you're wondering why I didn't use the racing modification on the 306 yesterday, that's why, because I knew this was coming, and this is just a racing modified 306, but it says 306 rally car, which makes it cooler. As you can see, 314 horsepower, like with the 306 S16, front wheel drive. The only caveat to this is, for whatever reason, these cars only have stage 2 weight reduction, not stage 3, and you can't apply it to them because they have racing modification. So as a result, this weighs 1,068 kilos, which is 34 more than a standard 306 modified, and 1 more kilo than the car did yesterday. So technically this is heavier than the standard 306, but it is, well, only by 1 kilo in that case. And in terms of the cars going forward, it's only like an extra 30 kilos you're saving, which isn't really a lot, isn't going to make a huge amount of difference. And so as a result, anytime there's a racing modification that got turned into a rally car in the arcade mode, that's available in GT2 Plus. So for example, stuff like the Megans, some of the Evos and stuff, I'll be using the rally car variants instead of the standard ones. So there you go. Also, fun fact, I was running this around here. Usually I don't, but I was recording this and I realised this car was exceptionally slow, and I got really paranoid that I've, you know, maybe misunderstood how the rally cars work. But no, as it turns out, I was just stupid and put racing softs on it. So now it has racing softs. So in theory, this should be very slightly quicker than the standard 306, as if by magic, 31.595. Yeah, it should be slightly quicker than the standard 306 because it's a racing modification. Admittedly, there's a lot of downforce going on here. And in case you was curious, these cars are not actually tuned at all by Plymouth. They have parts on them, but they're not actually explicitly like rally tuned. This is... I dread to think what this actually drove like in arcade mode. I don't think I've ever driven a dirt race in arcade mode, like, since I was about 5 years old versing my dad on split screen. So I can't really comment on what these cars are like to drive on dirt, but I can imagine they're bloody awful because they've just got standard racing suspension. It's not softened up for rallying, anything like that. These are just literally race modded cars that they put into the arcade mode, probably because they didn't want everyone to drive the really quick rally cars straight away. They wanted to sort of temper people a little bit with these ones with a couple of weird front wheel drive oddities, which I can respect, definitely. And I do really like it, and in a way I'm a little bit sad these cars, you know, weren't fleshed out and like actually like completely like bespoke vehicles, but at the same time, well, I can use them now, so even if there was bespoke, I could still use them now, and I am quite happy after, you know, several years of wondering about them that they are actually just regular racing modified cars. I've also noticed the Peugeot logo on this vehicle at the back is very slightly floating, which is sort of the reason why it's showing through the replay ghost, which is interesting. Wasn't expecting that. So yeah, I suppose the other good thing with doing this with the rally cars is you get to see how much time racing modification actually saves. In the case of the 306, it's quite a lot, because the standard 306 was very tail happy. This one is much less tail happy. This has actually got a crap ton of downforce on it. While I was looking at the tuning menu trying to figure out what was wrong, 31.595 is the time. Yeah, while I was looking at the tuning menu to find out what was wrong, I realised the standard car has, I think it's 12 and 16 as downforce numbers. This has 27 and 42. So yeah, a lot more downforce in the 306 rally car. And in the case of the 306 rally car, I think it drove better than the road car. So, and certainly the time does reflect that. That floating Peugeot bit is very slightly haunting. I'm not really sure what's going on there. Maybe the car's really happy to be a Peugeot. Motor cars wouldn't be really happy to be a Peugeot, but this one maybe is a special case. So there you go, 31.595. As usual, I'll put in my 0.2 excuse, but it doesn't really matter. It goes into 9th place. It actually topples something else other than the 306. It beats out the Nissan Fairlady Z, which admittedly was only just a little bit quicker than the 306 by default. Yeah, not bad. About what I expected from racing modification, 0.1, 0.2 of a second in it between racing modified and non-racing modified. Yeah, I suppose the drag hurts it a little bit, but also the extra downforce, even on a track like this, is going to help very, very slightly. So, yeah, that's our first rally car. And just to clarify, I won't be doing this every time where I run the road version, then run the rally car straight afterwards. I'll usually leave a little bit of time, or maybe I'll run the rally car first and the road car later, or vice versa. I was just doing it in this aspect so I could explain how these rally cars work, basically. The 1985 Toyota Sprinter Trueno GT Apex. One of my least favourite cars in the world. There's nothing wrong with the car. It's just the people who rally around this thing and worship some silly anime it was in. I just don't like it. I'm sorry, I don't like it, and as a result I have negative thoughts towards this car, but I will try my best to set the best time I possibly can with this. On the face of it though, it's going to be tough. Front engine rear wheel drive, 264 horsepower, 825 kilos, so it is very, very light. But as we've discussed with the Sylvia we had a couple of episodes ago, front engine rear wheel drive is not a good thing around here, especially a car that can be tail happy, and I'm expecting this to be tail happy given its reputation. But we'll see. I mean, there's some touring car heritage to these E86s, so, you know, maybe that'll shine through instead. It's going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Subaru Impreza WRX STI Wagon version 2. That's at a time of a 29.751. The Sprinter Trueno, unlikely to beat that, but we'll see. I think I don't really know what this can target, to be perfectly honest. We haven't really had anything comparable to this rear-wheel drive-wise, power-wise. The Plymouth Cuda, I guess, 32.403. Well, I mean, it's already beaten that on its first lap, so sod that. The Sylvia, I mean, that's at a 31.848. Admittedly, the Sylvia was over 140 horsepower up on this, but then again the Sylvia also weighed 300 kilos more than this, and this actually handles very, very nicely. Not something I was expecting. This actually handles like a dream, to be honest. It's really, really nice to drive. Wasn't expecting that. This also has racing modification, which that didn't have, 31.899. So it's not doing too bad. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just people who are into this car. I can't deal with people who are into this car. And also for me, I mean, it's just a box. It's just a less interesting Corolla to me. I'm not a big drift-do person. I'm honestly not even that big a fan of rear-wheel drive cars. Shock horror. Lynch him, he's not a proper car enthusiast. He's only ever had front-wheel drive and four-wheel drive vehicles, but yeah, I'm sorry, it just doesn't speak to me, it doesn't do anything to me, which is fair, you know. I'm sure some GT or AE86 fans don't have the same love and admiration I have for the Honda Accord, but, you know, yeah, we're all weird, we're all different, that's just the nature of how people are. I do have to admit, I prefer this car's modern cousin, the GT86, that's a good car. I like those, the GR86 as well, I like those, but this, yeah, I'm sorry, it just doesn't, maybe I just don't understand it, man. You don't understand Initial D, you don't understand the plot of Initial D, anime's boring. Sorry, this is going to be the only one of these, this is going to be the only one of these that gets limited ads, hopefully. Maybe I'll bleep that, maybe I'll do, yeah, I'll bleep that, just so I can save my ads if I remember. So, what was we saying? Yeah. This is really nice to drive though. Really pleasant. The only problem with cars like this that have like so little power is they're really nice to drive and stuff, but if you make like a cock-up, there's no way you're getting through it. Like, if you're driving something with a bit more power in it, even if it's very unruly, you can make up some lap time just because you're going to cock up elsewhere, whereas with this, you could probably get an inch perfect lap, and you can see the consistency in the lap times. They're all pretty darn similar, but trying to sort of string together that perfect lap and get it registered is just a different topic. 31.849, that's actually very respectful. Actually, that's really funny. You'll see why in a second when it comes to the times. But yeah, alright, you know, I wasn't expecting much, but that was pleasant. Yeah, I was expecting this to be sort of tail happy and not very nice to drive, but it turns out it wasn't bad. I'd still rather have like an all-wheel drive car, but still, wasn't bad. Wasn't bad. Anyways, a 31.849. Interestingly, the best lap had none of the best sectors in it, so as usual, I'll put the 0.2 rule up, but everything gets the 0.2 rule. 31.849 puts it into 13th place. It is a thousandth of a second slower than the Sylvia K0 we had. Yeah, that's how much was in it. That's interesting. That probably doesn't bode well for the S13s, which I was expecting to be somewhat comparable to these Truenos and Levins, but apparently not. These are going to be a lot quicker than those, and the S14 should be worried. Yeah, other than that, I mean, it's quicker than the Cuda by over half a second, which is good. Quicker than the Polo, but there's nothing really comparable to that. It is a second quicker than a Suzuki Wagon R, which is probably closer to comfort than people who are fans of this car would like to believe. But there you go, the 1997 Mazda Demio GLX, an absolute icon of the Gran Turismo world. This could very well be the very first car you drove in GT1 because it's the car in the first license test on GT1, and the later 99 model that's in the first license test on GT4. It's an icon of the Gran Turismo world. I love the Demio. I actually wanted one of these really badly as a first car, just because I actually quite like them, sort of unironically. I'd drive one. Don't ask me why, but either way, this, in my opinion, is the best Demio because this one comes with black bumpers. Unfortunately, it's only available in the used dealer, but eventually I managed to get this fantastic shade of green with the black bumpers, so this is the one that's definitely, I said this is the one that's going to be in the Hot Lap Classic Remastered. And statistically, the Demio could do quite well here. Front engine, front wheel drive, 254 horsepower, 883 kilos. That's all it weighs. So this could be quite interesting. It's going to get 6 laps off the Motorsports Land track to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Subaru Impreza WRX STI, a wagon version 2 that set a time of a 29.751. I don't think the Demio is going to cause quite that much upset. I think the Demio target times Volkswagen Polo in 14th, 32.277, Peugeot 306, 31.711. I think that's sort of what the Demio needs to be targeting. The Peugeot had more power, but weighed a lot more. The Polo, I mean, the Demio should quite easily beat the Polo, but the problem with Gran Turismo 2 especially is, on paper, you look at 254 horsepower and 800 kilos of weight, and you go, in real life, this car would absolutely destroy this track. This would be a phenomenal car in real life. Unfortunately, it doesn't feel all that fast in the context of Gran Turismo. I don't know if Gran Turismo just puts like a ridiculous drag factor on these sort of small boxy cars. It's a bit like that Wagon R we drove around here, the Wagon R Turbo or whatever it was. That was, you know, 190 horsepower, it weighed like 700 kilos and it had four-wheel drive. It would be phenomenally quick, but because it's Gran Turismo, it wasn't phenomenally quick. Yeah, I'm not really sure what goes on there. If you put these statistics in something like the Tommy Kyra ZZS, like the Tommy Kyra would be in like the 30s easily, but because it's the Demio that has them, it doesn't translate. It's very weird, which you'll find out as this series goes along. It's almost like they were actively discouraging you from trying to sort of tune a Demio and take on the world with it, which I guess is why it's so rewarding when you do fully upgrade a Demio and then start taking on like Camaros and stuff with it, which you absolutely should do. Fun fact about the Mazda Demio as well, this car actually has the most colours in the entire game. Admittedly, it's 8 colours and with the options of sort of black bumpers or no black bumpers, but it does have the most colour options in the game, 16, which is the absolute maximum any car can have in GT1 and GT2, so there's a fun fact for you. By the way, we've not been paying attention to the times, but this has been doing insanely well, 31.553. Let's try and give the Demio a good run at its final corner. It just feels really torquey. I think it's honestly probably because it actually sounds more like a diesel than anything, the engine note in this for some reason. But it feels very, very torquey, which is quite surprising to me. Ooh, a bit of lift-off oversteer as well, which is always good fun. It's a fun car to drive. I highly recommend fully upgrading a Mazda Demio and taking it for a bit of a stroll around the track, because yeah, it's good fun. It's not quick though, 31.553. It's pretty mid-pack, to be honest. But that is the quickest hatchback we've had, technically. I mean, if you don't count... No, never mind the Civic. The Civic's the quickest hatchback we've had so far. No, the Demio's done alright though. Very impressive stuff. Like I say, it just doesn't make a lot of engine noise, does it? Interesting. Alright, let's see how the lap times broke down in all of this. Yeah, it was the quickest. I must have just nailed that lap. I won't use my usual excuse. That'll just, yeah, 31.553. 31.553 will put this into 9th place. It beats out the Peugeot 306 rally car fractionally. It's, what, 100th of a second quicker than a Fairlady Z. That's really, really impressive. Beats a Sylvia, beats a Toyota Sprinter Trueno. Decimates the Polo. Yeah, I mean, what can you say? The Mazda Demio, what a car. What an icon. Comes here and just blitzes the field. Brilliant, brilliant car. Yeah, sorry, can you tell I like the Mazda Demio? Probably the only person in the world who's ever said I like the Mazda Demio. The 1998 Ford Escort rally car. Our first purpose-built rally car that we've had in this series. And truthfully, rally cars should do pretty well around here. They have the usual things I preach, mainly a decent chunk of power and four-wheel drive. The suspension as well should be set up a little bit softer, so they should be able to take the corner cuts a little bit better as well, but we'll see. The Ford Escort, four-wheel drive, 467 horsepower, decent gob of torque, that's all good. Unfortunately though, this weighs a lot, 1,230 kilos. I think this weighs 150 kilo more than the Impreza wagon that's currently leading our leaderboard, so yeah, maybe this might not be the best of representation from the rally cars, but we'll see. I'm hopeful. I'd like to give the Escort something to shout about, because let's be honest, the Escorts, I mean, I can't say anything. When I did my original 2016 Let's Play for this game, before I knew how rare it was to actually have the Escort, I just simply tossed this thing... Ooh, good start. I simply tossed this thing aside when I ran it at the Seattle Endurance, because let's be honest, everyone just wants the GT90 from that Endurance. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. You might have noticed there's been a bit of a lack of purpose-built rally and race cars yet, and that's not through the fact that there's a lack of them in the game, because my god, there's a lot of these things we've got to get through. I'm just sort of trying to, you know, grow the leaderboard a bit slower. Don't worry, some of your ridiculously quick cars, they will be coming. I'm going to start shooting some of them up very, very soon, but I figured at first, you know, we'll slow burn the leaderboard a little bit, try and cover some of the weirder stuff first, and then yeah, we'll get into stuff that's going to break the leaderboard. We'll definitely get into it sooner rather than later, because, you know, let's be honest, the fight at the top's what some people will care about. Some people want to see the fight at the top, other people just sort of like watching the weird stuff go around. You balance it, you placate to everyone. Yeah, and as I've said before, the Pikes Peak monsters, they are not coming around here for a decent chunk of time. We've got to let some other stuff run around here. Well, the Escort is going to the top of our leaderboard. That's actually quite a respectable time. Yeah, I was a bit worried about the Escort not being great. In fairness, 29.569 for a rally car? That's, you know... I'm sort of constantly keeping an eye on the leaderboard from the original series, and I've gotten a lot better at this game, or the frame rate's flattering me a lot more now, but I'm realising how much sort of, you know, we didn't get a lot of like, or rather we did get quite a lot of cars that did end up going under 30 seconds. The key is to go under 29 seconds. That's when you know you've got a really impressive car on your hands. Usually that is going to be reserved purely for like purpose-built race cars and stuff, but we'll see. Right, let's give the Escort a good run up. The Escort does have... I think the torque's helping the Escort a lot here. It is a very, very torquey car. Ooh. It's also a very, very sideways car. We might have lost this lap because of that. Also, fun fact, this is the 1998 Escort, but it uses the lights from the Mark V. I think this was supposed to be a racing mod for the Escort GTI, which would have been a Mark VI. So, not really sure what's going on there, but either way, there you go. 29.569. That's pretty good. In fairness, that's quicker than maybe it should have gone. You could see I was molded more low 30s. It's a nice... It's not a bad car to drive, to be fair. It's quite nice. It's just... It's heavy. You can feel the weight as it leans. Also, you can see the lean through the corners. The suspension, which I thought was going to help this car, actually, I think because of the weight of it, hinders it a bit because it's causing it to lean more, and it just can't quite recover from that. But it's a nice car to drive, and I'm pleased I don't have to say the mouthful of the Impreza wagon thing now, but yeah, like I say, maybe this one's probably not going to stick around at the top of our leaderboard for a long time. There's definitely got to be Evos and Imprezas and stuff that can beat this. There's going to be road cars that can beat the rally car Escort, which usually for rally cars probably shouldn't be the case. Sector 2, yeah, a bit of you know, usual. I'll put in the point 2 excuse. There's no way you could get this to go that much quicker than that, though. 29.569. 29.569 will put it into first place. It knocks the Impreza WRX STI Wagon version 2 off the top spot, which means I can fortunately stop saying that full, long name. But it's not as dominant as you'd think, like I've been saying. You know, it's only 0.7 seconds up on the Evo 2, which was less powerful. Actually, weight-wise, was a bit more comparable. It's only a second quicker than an Esprit V8 GT, which is interesting. The 1998 Mugen Accord SIRT, our first Mugen to go around the course, and our first Accord to go around the course. In fact, it's our first Honda-related car to go around the course since the first one that went round, the Civic, the first car we ever did. You can't say I'm a Honda fanboy, can you? Anyways, yeah, the Accord. I love the Accord. I had one and it was fantastic, so I'm hoping this does well. Admittedly, it was a 7th gen, not the 6th gen Japanese model, which is what this one is. This is also the Mugen tuned version, which I'm sure is quite a lot of fun in real life. In-game, less so. So these Mugen tuned versions are a little bit better than the cars from factory. However, once you fully upgrade, say, an Accord from the factory, the 98 Accord, it will be significantly more powerful than this and significantly lighter. And these cars don't have racing modifications. So, in a weird twist of fate, the Mugen tuned Hondas are going to do worse than the Hondas are because the Hondas are fully upgraded. it's weird. Anyways, front engine, front wheel drive, 306 horsepower, 1,157 kilos. Pretty decent statistics. We'll see how it does. It's going to get 6 laps off the Motorsports Land tracks at the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Ford Escort rally car. That sets a time of a 29.569. The Accord, unlikely to beat that. The Accord, Peugeot 306, 31.711. Mazda Demio, 31.553. Somewhere around there is probably where this is going to want to be. Advantage for this is going to be... Thanks, eBay. Advantage for this is going to be the controllability of it. It should handle very, very nicely because it's a Honda. It's an Accord, so it's not going to be unruly. It's got a good amount of power, decent amount of weight. Working against this is going to be the fact that it is naturally aspirated and it doesn't have an awful lot of torque, which means you're going to have to be pretty high up in that rev range to do something. Unfortunately, Hondas around here, I don't think they're going to do bad per se, but I think they are definitely going to be more mid-pack vehicles. At least the standard Hondas are going to be more sort of mid-packy, just because the nature of a Honda, you know, again, VTEC and all that, very fun in the real world, but in-game, around a track like this, where you're sort of, it is... In some ways, it's more about torque than power to just try and push you out of those corners. So, yeah, I think in that aspect, stuff like the Accords and stuff are going to struggle a little bit more, but we will see. 31.969. Yeah, maybe I was being a bit too helpful for the Accord. Admittedly, the Accord is heavier than the Peugeot, and yeah, the Accord's heavier than the Peugeot and less powerful than the Peugeot was. Admittedly, both of those things are very, very slightly, but, you know. The Peugeot also came in a more vibrant shade of blue, and as we all know, vibrant colours add significant power to your car. Come on, Accord. Let's try and string together something for you. The one saving grace is there are going to be a lot quicker Accords that go around this track. The racing modified ones and stuff, which, as we've discussed, the Honda ones are more powerful and so on. So, you know, that's the one upside of this. This is going to be the slowest 98 Accord to go around here, in theory, apart from maybe the wagon, but we'll get to the wagons and stuff like that. 31.525, ha 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 ha, there we go. I'll be honest, I think that lap was pretty much perfect, so I don't really know much more you can do in terms of getting more lap time out of this, but 31.525, I will take that to the bank, I will bank it, and I won't ever think about it again. Yeah, alright, I'm happy. The Accord did well. Maybe Hondas are going to do well after all, who knows. Yeah, 31.525, I'm happy with that. I'm exceptionally happy with that, actually, in all honesty. Yeah, it was looking bleak there for a second, but Honda, as they always do, just pull it out of the bag and deliver magnificent results. And of course, as we all know, if this car didn't do well, yeah, that was pretty much a perfect lap. If this car didn't do well, we'd just say it's a Mugen, and we wouldn't acknowledge the fact it's a Honda. Look at the wheels as well, aren't they fantastic? It's a brilliant looking car. Anyways, 31.525 will put it into 10th place, directly mid-pack, which is basically where I expected these things to go up. It is very slightly quicker than a Mazda Demio, which doesn't sound too good, but it is quicker than a Peugeot 306 rally car, Nissan Fairlady Z. Yeah, that's all pretty good stuff. Loses out to the Savannah RX7 convertible, but that was a lot more powerful and lighter, so not too surprised there. The 1998 Daihatsu Terios Kid Aero Down. Yeah, that's its real name. It's terrific, isn't it? The Daihatsu Terios is like a small off-roader. We got them in the UK after a while, but this is sort of the key Japanese version, or at least I hope it's a key vehicle looking at it. yeah, I'm not expecting this to be quick. I'm expecting it to go quicker than the Opti Club Sport, which is the only other Daihatsu that has gone round this track, but we'll see. 193 horsepower, four-wheel drive, 920 kilos. It is light. It also looks fantastic and just ridiculous. I mean, how can you not want to drive the Daihatsu Terios Kid around 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track? Well, it's going to get 6 laps at the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Ford Escort Rally Car, 29.569. Terios Kid, no, not a chance. The best bet for this car, I'm trying to find it, is the Suzuki Wagon Aero RS, which shows time of a 32.876. Yeah, I think that's the most likely for this. Admittedly, this is more powerful than the Suzuki Aero RS. This also has a spoiler. I didn't realise that. It has roof bars and then it has a roof spoiler as well for maximum aero down attack. It's just ridiculous, isn't it? Even a little spare tyre. I find the Peugeot Mini in this game gets all the love the Terios Kid. I think the problem with GT2 is there's so many ridiculous key vehicles in this game, and there's also especially one ridiculously ridiculous Daihatsu, the midget, of course, which we all know. And I think the midget sort of takes all of the praise, all of the memes, and I think that's a bit upsetting, really, because, you know, there's the Opti Club Sport, which, as we've seen before, is, in my opinion, the most tragic car in this entire game. And then you get the Terios Aero Down, and these Aero Down cars, even the Daihatsu Move Custom Aero Down, which we'll get to, all of them, they're just fantastic. I just imagine being one of those people who, like, they used to say, like, in Gran Turismo, like, oh, if you own this car, you can drive it in the game. Imagine owning a Daihatsu Terios Kid Aero Down Custom whatever in real life, and then being like, oh my god, Gran Turismo actually has my car. And I imagine actually being the person who owns a Daihatsu Terios Kid Aero Down. I assume the normal Terios is not a key vehicle. It's a bit like the Peugeot Mini. I assume the Terios Kid is the miniature version of the Daihatsu Terios. I don't even know why I'm braking, to be honest with you. You probably don't even need to in a car that's as pathetically underpowered as this. It is actually quite nice to drive, though. I also love the fact it's got the third mirror, which some Japanese vehicles do have at this time. It actually does make sense. A 32.174. Okay, this is quick. That maybe we shouldn't have been laughing at the Daihatsu Terios Kid Aero Down. Maybe this is, you know, maybe I don't know something. Maybe this is the speedrunner's Daihatsu of choice in the game. Oh, I was about to say, have we only got a 4-speed automatic? But no, we have actually got more speeds than that. But really, who needs speeds? Because the Daihatsu Terios Kid Aero Down is all the speed you need. 32.174. I'm just saying, if you're a Volkswagen office right now, or if you're a big VAG fan, you might want to look away, because the Polo has actually been beaten by the Daihatsu Terios Kid Aero Down. Admittedly, the Daihatsu Terios Kid Aero Down is significantly lighter and more powerful and four-wheel drive, but still, look at that spoiler. It's massive. Also, before you say yes, I think if this car did have, like, or if this game did have rolling physics, there is a chance this probably would have fallen over, looking at it. What a car. What a vehicle. And you could probably even get more time out of it, apparently. Yeah, maybe you could have got this into the 31s, that would have been embarrassing. 32.174 is going to put this car into 17th place. It is quicker than the Volkswagen Polo 1.416 valve, quicker than a Plymouth Cuda, naturally. A lot quicker than the Suzuki Wagon R Aero RS, as it turns out. Only fractionally off of a Toyota Sprinter Trueno. Yeah, the Terriers kids may, you know, kid no more. This is a full-grown, purpose-built motorsports land monster. The 1999 BMW 323 Ci, our first of many E46s in this game, and quite a few separate BMWs. This one, however, is the 323, which is the 2.3 litre straight six, I believe, and there's 3 of these with the same engine, and they're all 3 series. So this is probably the least interesting of all of them, but it's here nevertheless. E46s, I'll be honest, I like the E46, I prefer the saloon, I'll be honest. I think the E36 is sort of my more prime 3 series for me, but, you know, the E46, it's aged quite well. I don't like any of the culture that goes on with these cars, and I don't think the M3 is the single greatest car to ever exist, for however much they sell for now, but yeah, you know, it's a decent looking car. Gran Turismo insisted on using these CIs for a long time to represent the E46, and I don't know, they look a little bit strange. Anyways, this one, front engine, rear wheel drive, 373 horsepower. These do have the option of natural aspiration tuning or turbo tuning. I've gone with the NA tuning for this one, and the reason why will become clear whenever we run the other 323i's, basically. 1,286 kilos, not bad weight-wise, not bad statistically, front engine, rear wheel drive. This should be aiming for the Fairlady Z. It's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land tracks at the best time it possibly can. Current leader is the Ford Escort rally car, which at the time of 29.569. This is unlikely to beat that. As I said, Fairlady Z, 31.650, sort of comparable weight-wise and power-wise to this. I think this might actually be lighter, so it'll be interesting to see. Depends how this gets along. I should also mention all E46s that are these CI models can have racing modification. Out of the 3 in the game that there is, this is the one that's not running the racing mod, and the other 2 are, because one of them's lighter and one of them's significantly more powerful than this. So this one has, I guess, drawn the short straw. Whether it actually helps too much or not, I mean, up for debate. This is quite nice to drive. I don't know how quick it's going to be per se, but it does actually drive reasonably well. 31.829. Yeah, that's pretty good. I just remembered the Sylvia K0 might actually be a pretty good match for this as well, which it has already beaten. That was a very high line through there. Okay, how do I best describe this? It's a nice driving car, this. It doesn't feel like a car that would be especially quick around here. This feels like definitely something you take a nice sort of leisurely cruise in, as opposed to something you sort of blast around the Motorsports Land track, because admittedly most cars are not the sort of cars you blast around the Motorsports Land track, it does have to be said. Yeah, a little bit understeery, but as we all know, I'm a sort of understeer fan. I hope we can get this a little bit further on. Yeah, it doesn't feel like a race car. It really does not feel like the sort of thing you really want to like push through the corners. Even in first gear, it's actually a bit of a struggle to get the rear end to brake out on it. It's just understeering through there, really badly. That's why I had to take such a high line through here, because it's just understeer city. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do about this one. It also doesn't help this is a 5-speed. Okay. I was expecting this to have less gears, to be honest. Or more. Shouldn't these be 6-speed? I have no idea. Alright. Good run up. Actual straight line speed in this is pretty... For something with 373 horsepower, however much it is. Well, that's sodded it. Fuck's sake. This could go quicker. I'll be honest, I don't think by much, but it could go quicker. That's quite annoying. But it just, like I say, it's not... Trying to get it through this first... I'll show you quickly. This first section here, it just does not turn there. Like, oh, never mind. Yeah, and then you'll go wide here, and then it just becomes a nightmare. This lap's not going to count, but I am just curious as to how much more you could get out of this. Yeah, this has actually annoyed me a little bit, this car. Yeah, there's probably about 0.2 of a second in there. Yeah, that's annoying, but sometimes that's the way this goes. Don't worry, you 46 fans, there's going to be plenty more of these things to try and go around here, but yeah. It just doesn't drive the way you'd want it to, really. It's hard to explain. Usually you can force cars around. This really doesn't like to be forced. It doesn't like to be hurried, the 323 Ci. Anyways, it's going to go into 15th place. Loses out to the Peugeot 306 and the fairlady Z. Does beat the Sylvia K0, and admittedly this weighs more and has less power than it. So that's a bonus, but yeah, it's just, like I say, just trying to push this car, it just doesn't want to push. I think racing modification may help this, and potentially turbos as well, and stuff like that, hopefully will help these BMWs, but BMWs in general, probably not best suited to this course in general, to be honest. This is the 1998 Dodge Avenger ES. Be honest, did you actually remember this was in the game? I mean, why is it here? Someone at Polyphony was tasked with modelling the Dodge Avenger from this time period. I don't know what this is. It's some sort of holdover from that sort of personal coupe era of the 70s that sort of dragged itself into the 90s and probably the early millennium. I know eventually this turned into a horrendously built four-door saloon car, but yeah, Avenger. This was someone's job to model this thing. Fun fact about this, I believe this is supposed to have the V6 and they accidentally stuck the inline 4 in it. So that's good. Front engine, front wheel drive, 340 horsepower, so it's actually relatively decently powered, 1,209 kilos. When I say relatively decently powered, what I mean is that's pretty average for a fully upgraded car in this game, and the weight's pretty average as well, and my god, why does it make this noise? Anyways, yeah, it's got 6 laps on the Motorsports Land track to set the best time it possibly can. Currently it is the Ford Escort rally car, set a time of 29.569. This is unlikely to beat that. I actually have no idea what this is supposed to beat. Yeah, it's got pretty average stats, pretty average performance. If this, just mark my words here, if this goes into like 10th to 15th place, it is a thoroughly mid-pack car. Dodge Avenger. Oh, the Accord. This can aim at the Accord. What was the Accord? 31.525. There you go. That's something for the Avenger to aim for. Honestly, did you remember this car was in this game? Because there's a bunch of weird Dodges in this game. I mean, there's the Intrepid, but everyone knows the Intrepid because it transforms into the funny car. And everyone knows the Stratus because it has hilariously bad statistics, which fortunately the GT2 Plus mod does fix. So when the Stratus goes around here, it won't be a 100 horsepower horrible mess that like revs to 5,000 RPM or whatever it is. It will actually have the proper power it's supposed to have. But yeah, I mean, I don't know why are the Avenger, again, like I said, this was someone's job to model this, and knowing how Gran Turismo usually works, Kazunori himself must have said, I really want the Dodge Avenger in this game. Did he like see this thing in America and go, I want that for my game. What is... someone, please, video game journalists, alright, when you're not writing horrible outrage posts on bollocks issues no one cares about, please, someone go up to Kazunori and just go, I don't care what state Gran Turismo 7's in, it's a terrible game, no one cares. Can you please just tell us what the thought process was behind the Dodge Avenger ES in Gran Turismo 2? Was it a race car? I mean, there's no racing mod for it, so did they just like accidentally model this and like it's actually half finished and it just got left in the game, or I don't know. I don't know. Thing is, like, stuff like the PT Cruiser is explainable in Gran Turismo because the Japanese love the PT Cruiser. Even the Toyota Cavalier would be a bit explainable because that was around this time, I think. But the Avenger, the Dodge Avenger, why? What purpose? It's also turbocharged, I've just realised. Yeah, turbocharging's not helping it. It drives like the suspension's made of rocks, which is weird. 31.66699, that's a... Yeah, it has actually... It's gone into like 13th place. It's the most mid-pack nothing car we've had. How many gears has this got? It has got 5. Okay, so it's a manual, I guess. I mean, Americans didn't understand how 5-speed automatics worked until about 2005, if that. Please help me understand the Dodge Avenger. Help me to understand the Shark Blue. By the way, that colour's called Shark Blue, just to... It's not necessary to point that out, but I figured I would just point it out. 31.699, it is literally mid-pack. No, never mind, it goes into 14th place. I was wrong. It is slightly behind the Fairlady Z. Very slightly quicker than Peugeot 306 and a BMW 323Ci. Let's not talk about that. Nissan Sylvia. It's slower slightly than the Accord and the Demio, so... What do you say to it? What do you say to the Dodge Avenger ES? I mean, I'm happy it's in the game because it's comedy for me, but I want to believe and I want to understand. That's it. The 1997 TVR Cerbera LM Edition. Oh boy, this should be very, very good fun. Front engine, rear wheel drive, 633 horsepower, 890 kilos of weight. It weighs nothing, and it has a lot of power. This is either going to be very fast or it's going to kill me very, very fast. I adore this car. Just look at it. I make no secret of my love for TVR, and I very much like the Cerbera, and this LM Edition is like a wet dream for me. Basically, it's... just look at it. It's perfect. I believe this is actually modelled off a car that raced in British GT. Didn't do very well. But Gran Turismo's creators saw that and said, let's turn it into an LM edition. It's our first made-for-game racing car, and it's one hell of a way to start it. I love these Gran Turismo LM editions. I think it's the one thing Gran Turismo does better than any other racing game, is taking these sort of standard cars and then turning into these crazy LM editions. I think it was a lot better back in the day, like for this game when they used to do it. So you'd end up with like the Cerbera and the CRX Del Sol LM edition and all these like weird stuff. They still do it a little bit with like the Mazda Atenza and stuff, but it's not quite the same. Anyways, this is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to the best time it possibly can. Current leader is the Ford Escort Rally Car, 29.569. If this is controllable, this could very well go ahead and beat it. This is also our first proper track race car to go around the track, so that's something to that's noteworthy as well, with its Ford Fiesta rear lights. I think they're off a Fiesta, they might be off something else. You can correct me down below if you like. I love the Cerbera, I'd kill for a Cerbera. I think realistically, if I am ever going to get a TVR, I'm going to get a Chimera, just because they're a little bit more tame, shall we say, and easier to find, and actually apparently quite reliable, if you can believe it. But yeah, this Cerberus is just ridiculous. I love it. Yes, it's very tail happy. It's also incredibly quick. I mean, you can see this. The time down the speed traps, it's over 20 k's up on that Escort, and the Escort wasn't like slow in a straight line. That was one of the best bits about the Escort, is it really wasn't slow in a straight line. So yeah, we'll see. It's throwing in some punching blows. If this can get close to that Escort and beat the Escort, I will be a very happy boy. I'd love to be able to say there's a TVR at the top of our leaderboard. Just for a little bit. No doubt there's much less powerful race cars and rally cars that would be able to beat the Cerberus at the top of the leaderboard. 29.061. There it is. We've got a TVR at the top of the board. Absolutely fantastic. Company's not dead in our eyes, baby. Let's be honest, it is, because they're never making the Griffith. As much as I would wish they'd make that modern Griffith, there is no way that's actually going to be a production car now. But still, alright. Big runoff. Can we get something under the... It just can't, even when you try and give it a run up, it just cannot get the traction. It's hilarious. Come on. Can we get something into the 28s? And will the first car in the 28s be a TVR Cerberus? $28.620. Oh, yes. I love everything about this. TVR Cerberus LM Edition. If you are going to break the leaderboard, do it in style. Do it with a TVR Cerberus LM Edition. You can hear how trepidatious I am being around this entire lap. You just can't breathe on the throttle with it, but it actually handles quite nicely when it's not, you know, trying to put the power down. Oh, that was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. 28.620 goes straight to the top of the board, beats the Ford Escort rally car by over a second. Yeah, I'm TVR Cerberus LM Edition. I'm going to be honest, I don't think that's going to take as much beating as you might think to get up there, but I'm happy. The TVR's at the top of our board. Today couldn't be going any better. The 1996 Toyota Corona Exif 200 GT. It's not often these days that I actually have to look up a car on Wikipedia to figure out what on earth it is. But in this case I did, because I had no idea what a Toyota Corona Exif 200 GT was. Basically, as far as I can work out, this is a four-door saloon car, which is based on the Toyota Carina, which is different to our Toyota Carina, I think, and that means it's the four-door Celica, because the Carina and the Celica are related, which means the Corona is a four-door Celica. I think. The Wikipedia article on this car is great. It literally just says for this second-generation model, in 1993, a second-generation model was released. That's all it says. It's brilliant. Also, fun fact that I found out from the Wikipedia article, Exif means extra impressive. Don't change Japan. Anyways, this is actually quite a nice livery on it. I believe this raced in the JTCC series in Japan. I think this might actually be one of the front runners, if not a championship winner. It is a nice livery. Anyways, front engine, front wheel drive, 307 horsepower, 1,070 kilos. Safe to say, the statistics on this car are not extra impressive, but we'll figure out how it drives with 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track. It's got those 6 laps to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the TVR Cerbera LM Edition, which had a time of a 28.620 last time, and I very much fanboyed all over it, so yeah, this is very unlikely to beat that. I think for this car, well, the other JTCC car we've had is the Honda Civic, which had a time of a 30.779, and the Mugen Accord, which didn't have a race mod, 31.525. So I think if it can go somewhere in between those two, that's sort of what I'm expecting, because it has got racing modification, but it's not like a whole lot of power. It's not wholly remarkable in any way. It's a shame it's not like the 4-door Celica in the same way the Toyota Caldina in this game is the wagon version of the Celica GT4. Unfortunately, it's not that cool. It's not 4-wheel drive. With 4-wheel drive and about 350 horsepower, this would probably be a lot more of an exciting prospect, but as it stands, yeah, I've got no idea. Also, I'm sure our resident Japanese car nerd Chasers probably in the comments telling us about this, considering his name, I think he's literally like Chaser Corona Altezza or something on YouTube, so hopefully he can educate me more on the Toyota Corona. I should have really spoke to him as opposed to doing this straight away, but yeah, it's a really nice livery on this car. I actually, you know, I think in the dealership it looks a little bit weird. I think the front end on this car is a little bit long for a saloon. It's sort of, to me, it's one of those front ends that looks like it starts off very long and it almost like bends halfway through, so it looks like something's been dropped on it or it's drooping, which is probably not the look they were going for. But you know, it's a respectable car. I like a 4-door saloon, so I'd probably, if I lived in Japan, I'd consider a Corona Exiv. I'm not exactly extremely impressive though, so I'd probably stick with an Accord, but you know, maybe if I tried a bit harder in school, maybe I'd be into a Corona Exiv, maybe even a 200 GT model, which I'm assuming means 2-litre inline 4 of some description. Yeah, it's a pretty bang average car to drive. It's nice, you know, it's nice. It's very agreeable. Again, like I say, when I say it's the sort of car I'd own in real life, that means it's not a very exciting car. It just have to be said. It's sort of, I like my cars very sort of dreary and normal. I mean, I've had 3 Hondas in a row and they've not been S2000s or Type R Civics. They've just been sort of normal Civics and an Accord, so yeah. That's pretty much exactly where I expected this car to be, 31.365. Fortunately, that does mean we can finally fill a bit of a gap that's been emerging on our leaderboard between 10th and 11th. Fortunately, there's something that now sort of slots right in between that, but yeah, it's marginally quicker than the Mugen Accord. Admittedly, I think in terms of statistics, it's actually about where the Mugen Accord was. So, maybe there's another 0.2 in there, but again, there's probably 0.2 with the Accord. Maybe. Anyways, 31.365 will put it into 11th place. As I said, it slots directly in between the Mazda Savannah RX7 Cabriolet and the Mugen Accord SIRT. About 0.5 of a second down on the Civic, which is roughly what I expected, really. There's no surprises with a Corona. You know, would I say it's extra impressive? No, but I'd say it's good enough, and that, you know, counts for a whole lot more to a whole lot more people. The 1997 Mitsubishi Legnum ST. This is not going to be very impressive, but it'll be good fun. Look at it. It's a base model Legnum. I mean, with those hubcaps, it ought to be a base model Legnum. Comes in this fantastic, I think this has got a winning turquoise pearl. I don't think it's going to be winning much because it only has 188 horsepower. Front engine, front wheel drive, 1,165 kilos. How many upgrades can you do to this car? Not enough. You can do NA Stage 1 tuning, I believe. That's it. That's the Legnum's limit. 188 horsepower. Yeah, we'll see how this gets along. It's going to get 6 laps on the Motorsports Land, track to set the best time it possibly can. Current leader is the TVR Cerberus LM edition. That's at a time of 28.620. Legnum is unlikely to beat that. Legnum's unlikely to beat much. I have no idea what this is going to aim for. Suzuki Wagon R, 32.876. Yeah, for whatever reason, Gran Turismo just hates front-wheel drive Legnums. In fact, it hates them so much it made a car that should be a four-wheel drive Legnum, the 99 version of the Legnum ST, which is supposed to be the 24 ST with the 2.4 litre and an all-wheel drive. Yeah, it decided to make that front-wheel drive as well. Fortunately, that's something the GT2 Plus mod fixes. Also, I should mention, when I'm talking about NA Stage 1 tuning, that's all you can do in the base game. Now, thanks to GT2 Plus, this can actually have a turbocharger, but I decided there's no fun in that. Let's run it in its as Polyphony apparently intended this vehicle to be run. The reason I'm doing that, quite simply, is because there are going to be other Legnums that go around this track that do have four-wheel drive, the VR4 models, and they'll be the ones where we get to finally give the Legnum a decent showing. But for these slightly pathetic ST models, the 99 I might run a turbo one because it is now all-wheel drive and 2.4, but we'll see. But I figured I just really wanted to give you a glimpse into how Polyphony really just wanted to do this car dirty, which is weird considering I think these do have four G63 engines, or whatever it is, the big 2-litre Mitsubishi engine that everyone goes mental over. So the fact you can't add a turbo kit to this is it's a design decision. It's not a correct one, but it is a design decision. So yeah, I have no idea why this is a thing. I will say it comes in a fantastic... I love this colour, this winning turquoise, which it's not winning anything. It's currently losing to the Wagon R by about half a second. But, you know, I mean, this is just one of those cars where, like, if you buy this in GT2 and you don't know, it's like the Renault Clio. I think the Renault Clio is far worse because the Renault Clio costs significantly more than this. But it's the fact this sort of... I guess this might be more insidious because this sort of just lurks, doesn't it? It's always in the Mitsubishi used dealer, and it might be, you know, thinking your younger self might be thinking, I don't have quite the money to spend on... Oh, I managed to crash it into a wall and it has like no horsepower. Brilliant. Yeah, your younger self... Okay, 5-speed. Your younger self might be sat there thinking, I can't quite afford the four-wheel drive Legnum yet, but I'll buy this front-wheel drive one and I'll get the prize money, and then you'll discover this is a car that could probably not even in fully upgraded, I don't think this could win the Sunday Cup. I'll give that a go, see if it can or not, but yeah. I mean, what do you even say to it? It's such a big car to be able to ban. Also, I love it how once you get this thing in game, the wheels for some reason go a lot smaller. I'm starting to get the feel racing softs must be like ridiculously large diameter tyres. Yeah, 33.457. That might be the slowest vehicle we've had through the speed traps. 109 kilometers an hour, just to translate this, is about 65 miles an hour. That's all this can do. Terrific. Anyways, what time was it? A 33.457. 33.457 puts it into 25th place. It beats a stock Mazda Roadster, which, you know, it's not bad. It also dominates the Daihatsu Opti Club Sport, but at this point I'm convinced the shoebox could beat that car. Yeah. Slow. Don't buy this. The 1996 Chevrolet Camaro Z28 30th Anniversary Edition. That's a lot of numbers. Fun fact, as I record this in 2023, this is actually the 30th anniversary of the Catfish Camaro coming out, which really ages this game. Don't get me wrong, the Catfish looks aged, but I don't think it's like a 30-year-old design or anything. I mean, those wing mirrors, they spent years designing those to make them look futuristic. Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? Anyways, this is a true muscle car to its core in terms of its stats. Front engine rear wheel drive, 624 horsepower, 1,333 kilos. It is very heavy, it is very powerful. How is this going to get on? I have no idea. It's going to get 6 laps on the Motorsports Land track at the best time it possibly can. Current leader is the TVR Cerberus LM Edition, which set at a time of 28.620. The Camaro is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where is the Camaro going to go, I have no idea. Genuinely, this car could be ridiculously quick, or it's going to end up like the Plymouth Cuda, which is the only other muscle car we've had, and that was a lot older and a lot less powerful, and isn't really a good sort of benchmark for this, as noticed by the fact that it's just beaten that completely. So I don't know where this is going to go. With the power of it, I mean, Lotus Esprit V8, 30.592. That had a lot of power, and in fairness, the underpinnings of that probably aren't too much more advanced than the ones on this Camaro. The one thing I am noticing about the Camaro straight away is you don't even have to change gear in this. Because second gear is so long, and because this thing's got so much torque, it can just sort of ride the torque curve. That's actually a really good feature, to be honest. This is the one time, or probably this and like a couple of the Corvettes and stuff, this will be the one time I'm really thankful this car has a very sort of long drawn out gearbox, because it means you don't even have to like change gear in this thing when it comes to getting this thing up to speed. This is going to be quick, because you can just use second gear and just ride it all the way there. 29.982. What? Sorry, I'm not even remotely. What do you say to that? A Camaro just went into the under 30 club, and it's still got time to do as well. Oh, not if you drive like that. Yeah, it is a little bit unwieldy, but I think again, what's really helping this is the fact that I don't even have to change gears, and also the fact that this is actually quite nice to drive. Because it weighs quite a lot, the power in this isn't really affecting the way it drives. It's actually quite nice. We'll try and get a good run up and give this thing a good blast to the line. Yeah, it's actually really nice and pleasant to drive, just because that weight is actually helping, I think, to keep a lot of that rear end in check, to stop it sort of moving around and all that. It's, yeah, this is a terrible lap. In fairness, that lap that I did with this, that 29.982, I think that was pretty much perfectly nailed, in my opinion. So, wildly inconsistent lap times, but it's actually quite nice to drive. I wasn't expecting that. Now, I'm not gonna say that was a terrible run into that. I was just so flabbergasted by this thing. Yeah, it was pretty much spot on. I don't think there was much more time in that, if I am being honest. Yeah, there is a chance this could very well be one of the quickest rear-wheel drive road cars we get. That's mighty impressive. Mighty, mighty impressive. 29.982. will put the Camaro into, I can't believe I'm saying this, 4th place. It beats the Legacy Touring Sports RS that was leading this leaderboard for quite a while. It only loses out to the WRX fractionally, and then obviously everything else is mental. But yeah, that's what do you even say to that? Like, that's mental. Good job, Chevrolet. That a Camaro is going to be quicker than Corvettes. I mean, looking at that, I think a big part of this car was the weight being kept under check. Potentially. But, yeah, we'll see. That's insane. The 1999 Nissan Skyline Calisonic GTR GT 500 car. Yeah, that Camaro last time really got me thinking. It did so well being a front-engine rear-wheel drive car. How would it compete against an actual, like, GT500 race car? So here we are. Now I should explain, the GT2 Plus mod actually changes the R34 GT500 cars quite significantly because it changes them from all-wheel drive to rear-wheel drive, using some sort of setup from GT3 to make that work. I don't know how it all works. Either way, what I do know is this is front-engine rear-wheel drive. It still has a ridiculous amount of power, 712 horsepower, 1,200 kilos, and that's the biggest torque figure I've seen in this series so far, so interested to see how this does. It's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to set the best time it possibly can. Currently it is the TVR Cerberus LM edition that set a time of 28.620. Will this beat that? I suppose it depends how well this does. I mean, the potential's there. It just depends how controllable this is, being rear-wheel drive now. Yep, it's definitely rear-wheel drive now. I was about to say, you can't even tell, but no, you can. I am... Maybe once this series is all said and done, we should try running a one of the R34s in its stock all-wheel drive pose and see how it does, because these were easily the quickest GT500 cars around here before these GTRs, because they were all-wheel drive, which means they could actually get all 712 horsepowers down on the track. Well as now, obviously being rear-wheel drive, it is going to make them a little bit more, or a little bit harder for them to do that. Admittedly, in this case, this is a much more realistic change because there is no all-wheel drive GT500 cars in real life, at least from this time period. I don't know if, like, the R32 and stuff, sort of, I don't know if GT500 used to be Group A back in the day or something. I've got no idea. My racing history when it comes to Japan is not as good as most people's on the internet. You probably know a lot more than I do about this. In fact, it has beaten the Camaro, by the way. In fact, I'm sure, you know, tell me in the comment section. I did do some research on this car as to where it finished in JGTC. I believe it was 3rd or 4th. The Calisonic Nissan team is, of course, probably the most iconic JGTC team of all time. Recently, it has Calisonic has left the sport, I believe, but this is like up there with like Takatar, NSXs, Castrol Supras, stuff like that. Even though Castrol actually, I think they went around the grid, or they had several Castrol sort of teams, because I know there was the Castrol NSX for a while as well. So I think that was at the same time as the Castrol Toyotas, but still. Yeah, there's several iconic JGTC teams, but I think the Calisonic Nissan team is the most iconic of the bunch. This isn't as nice to drive as that Cerbero was. I never thought I'd say that about a TVR race car being nicer to drive than an actual, like, properly built Nissan race car, but yeah, there you go. I think this has less grip than that does. I also don't think this can quite get the power down as quick. Through the speed traps, it's just not as quick as the Cerbero was. Now, interestingly, 29.675. Interestingly, I do actually remember, I was looking at this the other day, I think the all-wheel drive version of this car in the old series, which bear in mind that was on a PS3 emulator, so frame rates and stuff can mess with lap times, hence why we're doing a whole new series now. I think it got a 29.5, so this isn't all that much slower than its all-wheel drive cousin. And I will say, if you're driving these on like actual for the GT500 series in the game, despite now being rear-wheel drive, these GTRs are still the best driving of all the cars you can get. The Supra for me doesn't quite have the grip of this, and the NSX is naturally slidey. So yeah, I'd still recommend the GTRs, but they're not quite as sort of dominant as they were before. 29.675. Well, it does beat the Camaro. It is going into third place. Also beats the Impreza slightly, but yeah, there's not actually that much in it. It's not like ridiculously quick. Again, because I think it just can't get all that power down anymore. And even when it used to be able to get the power down, of course, when you get 700 horsepower, it then becomes the point of it's almost undrivable around the course because you're just constantly on the brakes, accelerating on the brakes because your brain's trying to keep up with it. It's the reason why people in the old series, and I guess we'll find out with this new series, says some of the Pikes Peak cars probably can be beaten by slightly lesser powered but more controllable race cars. But we'll see how the series progresses in regards to that. And also, this is our first of many, many GT500 cars in this game, and if this R34 doesn't do particularly well, it's okay, because there's like 5 more of these things to run, so something to look forward to. The 1998 Vauxhall Vectra SRI 2-litre 16-valve. Can't say I don't treat you. This is a request by Ika Ika, who does some very interesting Gran Turismo challenge runs, none of them so far involving the Vauxhall Vectra 2-litre 16-valve. So this is a car added with the GT2 Plus mod. It is a car that was dropped before release, probably in favour of the GSI 2.5 V6, which is still in the game. Yeah, for whatever reason, Polyphony decided not to use this one, even though this one does actually show up in the thumbnail of the Vauxhall Vectra or the Opel Vectra, one of the two. It's actually the car that's pictured instead of the GSI, so it at the very least had a functioning body. I believe this one's had a few patches thanks to the GT2 Plus mod, and also some stats to make it actually fully functional. So, front engine, front wheel drive, 310 horsepower, 1,198 kilos. Not all that impressive. The standard car comes with 136 brake horsepower. Wow. Basically, I can't imagine this is too hard of a car to make, because it's just the Astra engine in a Vectra, really. Anyways, it's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to the best time it possibly can. Current leader is the TVR Cerberus LM edition. That's a design of a 28.620. The Vectra unlikely to beat that. The Vectra is more likely to go around the Mugen Accord. That should be its target, 31.525. The advantage of the Vectra is that it has a turbocharger. The advantage of the Accord is it was lighter, I believe, so interesting conundrum. Also the fact that the Accord was not a Vectra, which is definitely going to help, because Vectras are not known for being the most dynamic cars in the world. To be fair, this first generation Vectra, or second gen if you use the Opel version, but this is the Vauxhall version, so I will say this first generation. Actually not a bad looking car, to be honest. You can tell it was definitely influenced by BMWs and stuff, but it's actually quite a good looking thing, if a little bit bland. And the facelift was good too. The one that came after this was a real abomination to look at, but this one actually not too bad. But the seating position in this one's terrible. Interior plastics, fit and finish, actual production quality not so good, but still, the Vectra is here. They did that really cool sort of super touring tie-in version, which is more similar to the GSI in this game, as opposed to this 2-litre Retmobile one. Yeah, I guess they decided to go with the... Well, it's beaten the Accord. That's actually quite surprising. That's a really good time, actually. Yeah, this does have more power, in fairness to the Accord, though. Let's always protect the Accord. The Vectra, this particular Vectra, I guess the reason it was dropped is because they decided the GSI was a bit more interesting and individual. Whenever trying to figure out why a car was dropped in Gran Turismo, it's always quite difficult, especially in GT2, where we could sit there and go, well, the reason they didn't want the 2-litre Vectra is because they felt like it would be rendered obsolete by the V6 Vectra, which is fair enough. And then you remember there's 3 Alpha 166s in this game that are the 2-litre, the 2.5 and the 3-litre V6. So I don't think a lot of the decision making on this one really made a lot of sense, but that's the way it is. In terms of driving this thing, it's very understeery. Very, very understeery. The engine is... I think it's because of the noise more than anything, but it feels very lazy, the engine, lethargic. Quite a lot of torque though, pushing it through, but actual handling wise, this is, well, as expected from a Vectra, a bit of a mess. We are going quicker on this run though. I didn't want first gear there though. Yep, okay, that's ruined it. That definitely could have gone quicker. I just decided to get cocky and use first gear in that corner, which I shouldn't have done. Oh dear. Oh well, actually 31.227, that's pretty tasty. The Vectra, yeah, it's quick. I mean, the torque's there. It really does pull like a train, this thing. It's just also unquestionably terrible to drive. I don't think the V6 is even really going to be that much better to drive, to be honest, but we'll see. Yeah, it was probably the usual 0.2, but that last lap was looking mighty good, but unfortunately last sector not so good. 31.227 will put this in to 13th place, beats out the Toyota Corona, Mugen Accord, Dodge Avenger. They're all quite similar. I think this is our fastest front wheel drive 4-door vehicle so far. That's something for this to take away from that, I guess. Although it's a long way off being the quickest front-wheel drive car, that's still the Eclipse, 30.253. The 1991 Honda Beat. Yeah, it occurred to me that we haven't driven something small and ridiculous for a while, so here we go. Honda Beat, our first mid-engined rear-wheel drive key car. Should be fun. 130 horsepower, 699 kilos. That looks like very good statistics, and as usual around a track like this in real life, this would be very quick. This is Gran Turismo 2, so this will not be quick. The Beat does get a racing mod, but there are 3 other Beats in this game that all are exactly the same, so they'll be running racing mod. Also, this one's running turbo. Some Beats are going to be running natural aspiration. Some of them are running turbo. This is running turbo and no race mod. I think the plan is probably the Mugen version's going to run natural aspiration, and one of the race mod ones is, and then one of the other ones is going to run a turbo. Can you see what I mean about this blistering performance right now? Yeah, for whatever reason in this game, Beats are slow. Incredibly slow. Nice driving, but they are very slow. They're also very tiny. I know this is a small key car, but you can see by the way the camera is, this is a very small key car. Yeah, I don't really know what this is. Beat's not quick. The last time we had a Beat on this show, well, when we was doing the original run of this, I believe the Beat was almost as slow as a Toyota Prius. And those of you who know GT2 know that a Toyota Prius should definitely not be beating the Honda Beat, because the Prius in this game is, well, we'll get to it, but it's awful, basically, is all you really need to know at this stage. 36.808, currently it is slower than the Opti Club Sport, which is probably, I mean, we've had a few of the flying wardrobes here, like the Suzuki wagons, and the Terios Kid as well was here, but yeah, these sort of smaller diminutive ones, it's probably the second most ridiculous car to go around so far. 35.783, wow, lighting up the timing sheets. I am making fun of the Beat. I actually quite like the Beat. It's probably my least favourite of these. Well, actually no, the Cappuccino. Cappuccino is my least favourite of all of these small key sports cars, AZ1 being my personal favourite. All of them in this series are probably going to be about as slow as each other. I think, off the top of my head, the Cappuccino might end up being the quickest of these, because the Cappuccino actually has some power. I think it may like 180 horsepower, whereas the most you can get out of Beat is 130. And the AZ1, I actually don't know off the top of my head how quick an AZ1 can go. I'm wondering whether it might even be quicker in this car to take the chicane normally, as opposed to driving around it as I have been doing, because this is a slow car. Let's get a bit of a run up going. Come on, Beat. That run up was a bad idea apparently, because again it's another one of those cars that doesn't really make enough power to make a run up actually worth it. Yeah, cutting the grass in this is actually slower. So let's try and... Yeah, I mean, that's still going to be quicker to go through there, but... Yeah. It's not a quick car, the Beat. It's not good in any way, shape or form. But, you know, it's Gran Turismo, and Gran Turismo wouldn't be complete without these small, ridiculous little cars. A 35.783. Mercifully, it is quicker than the Daihatsu Opti Club Sport, because the Daihatsu Opti Club Sport had 83 horsepower, I think. So, yeah. That wasn't a pleasant experience, we'll be honest, driving the Beat round here. Does it have Honda Civic headlights? I've just realised that. I don't know. Anyways, 35.783, it goes into 30th place. It is the second slowest thing we've had around here. It goes in between the Mazda Roadster MX5 Dites, which, bear in mind, was a stock MX5 just on sport soft tyres. That's the only difference. And the Daihatsu Club Sport, which again had like 84 horsepower and was hopeless. Yeah, these are naturally aspirated Beats, the ones with 90 horsepower. Yeah, they might end up being slower than Daihatsu Opti Club Sport, which is something to think about at night. Hopefully, as a huge Honda fanboy that I am, hopefully, while the Beat will go to the bottom of the leaderboard, there'll also be Hondas right at the top of the leaderboard, so it'll take the two most important spots on our leaderboard. The 1994 Nissan Skyline GTR Vspec 2 R32. This should be quite quick. It's four-wheel drive, 646 horsepower, 1281 kilos, so it's on the heavier side, but four-wheel drive, good amount of power. It is a stage 4 turbo, so that means the turbo lag on this is going to be ridiculous, but it should be fun. Also, this one has a mental livery. I think it's some JGTC livery, but it's strange to look at. I was going to use the other R32, but... or one of several other R32s in this game, but I settled on this Vspec 2 because it's got this weird livery. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to set best time it possibly can. Currently it is the TVR server LM Edition 28.620. R32 Skyline, unlikely to beat that, but it is likely to be very much up there. I am... If this handles nicely, I am expecting an under 30, but we shall see. On this car's side is gobs of power. Working against this car is gobs of weight. This one, actually... So the R32s, there are several in this game, GTRs, and they're all basically the same, except this one weighs more than the standard R32. Gotta constantly keep in that turbo boost. Yeah, this one actually weighs more than the standard one. I don't know what V-specs really do. I think they're more track focused, so the fact that this is heavier than the standard one, a little bit weird. Not sure what's going on there, but that's the ropes. There's also the Nismo one in this game, which I think is actually Actually, I know for a fact. I think that's got I know for a fact. I think it's got 40 more horsepower than these ones. Although, let's be honest, with 646 horsepower, a lack of power is not going to be this car's issue. Just sort of poor setup for this track is going to be more of a problem. 29.612. That's very interesting. I think that actually means this is now quicker than the GT500 Skyline we've had around here. So we have had one Skyline before. We've had the Calsonic GT500 Skyline. And yeah, I think that's gone quicker. Admittedly, that one is rear-wheel drive thanks to the GT2 Plus mod instead of this four-wheel drive R32. So something to bear in mind there. And if you're like, well, you just drove a Skyline, now you're driving another Skyline. Let me fill you in on something. There's 41 Skylines in this game, so chances of there being more Skylines in this series is definitely high, shall we say. I'm going to need a Skyline week at this rate to get through all of the bleeding things. So, yeah, maybe that's an idea, actually. Who knows? Alright. Another run up, last run. This is actually driving really nicely. I'm not really sure why. It feels a lot quicker than it actually is. I'm not sure what that's about, but because it definitely feels quick, but that turbo lag's really hurting me out that corner. Yeah, this feels like it could go a whole lot quicker. It does feel quicker than, because it's sort of middling around 30s, and then we got a really good lap with that 29.612. But yeah, it does feel like that could go quicker. I'm not sure what the issue is there. It does feel not very well set up for this track, if I'm being honest. Like the suspension, a little bit too race car, and obviously the turbo doesn't help. But yeah, that feels like that could have very much gone quicker. Oh wow, the lap time is all over the place, but there's not actually that much in it. Yeah, weird. 29.612 though, this is still definitely not bad. In fact, it's so not bad, it puts it into third place. It's quicker than its GT500 equivalent, it is actually the quickest road car we've had now. Even though it's racing modified, it's technically the quickest road car we've had, so it's a good showing. It's just, yeah, it feels like that could be quicker. Maybe we'll see the other Skylines go quicker, but considering later generations the Skylines got heavier and more powerful, yeah, I'm not sure. This, I think Imprezas and Evos, just because they're smaller dimensionally and a little bit sort of easier to toss about, I think they're going to be quicker potentially than these, but we'll see. It's all up in the air at the moment. The 1992 Mitsubishi GTO Twin Turbo, aka the 3000 GT VR4. Last time out we had that R32 Skyline, and it got me wondering, what if you took the R32 Skyline to its potential extreme? This is more powerful, but heavier. 686 horsepower, 1,460 kilos. Four-wheel drive. It is a heavy car, this, but a lot of torque, and it also has the fact that this is the best JDM sports car on its side. There are no more suggestions otherwise. I love the Mitsubishi GTO. This first generation, and especially the last generation of GTO, sign me up for them. They're excellent, excellent cars, and also comes in the fantastic Puma livery. How can you not love this car? It's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to set best time it possibly can. Current leader is the TVR Server LM Edition, 28.620. The GTO, I mean, wouldn't actually have the stats to beat that, but also the TVR was some, I think about 600 kilos lighter than this GTO, so yeah. This car's main goal is the Skyline we had last time, 29.612, which I apparently decided not to put on the board, so that was helpful of me. 30.455. Straight away, between this and the GTR, this feels heavier, but it also feels looser, which is definitely a good thing around here. You don't want a car that's like too taut and road ready, because you've got all these corners to cut. Yeah, this feels like it's a lot more playful than the GTR, which, Not really what you'd expect with a car that's heavier and more powerful. And again, this does have the ridiculous stage 4 turbocharger that the Skyline had, which means all of the power comes at the peak of the torque range. And oh, that was very, very quick into there, but not particularly great. It has beaten the Skyline, 29.443. Can we get it any further up? Actually, that beats the Escort Rally car. That's very, very impressive. Will this break the 29s? That would be cool if it can. I don't know if it quite has the raw pace in it. I think the fact this is heavier might actually help it a little bit to keep its power in check. We've spoken about this before, usually in regards to rear-wheel drive cars, but in this case, I like that Camaro we had. That Camaro was excellent because it had very long gear ratios and a lot of power, which meant it could sort of offset its weight. Oh, it had a lot of weight as well, so it meant it offset its ridiculous amount of power it had. Whereas with something like this, I think we're getting the same sort of effect where it's a lot of power, but because this actually has quite good gear ratios, which I didn't really pay too much attention to in the GTR, but in this, yeah, gear ratios feel nice. 28.869. Okay, that's scarily quick. A bit weird through that corner. It's just that shift from first to second is not great. That, not quite. I thought we was on to a really, really good lap time there. I think if you got a perfect run, that might be able to beat that TVR. That's mighty impressive from the 3000 GT. Especially given, like I said, you know, the weight this car has. It's lumbering around 1,460 kilos, but it's just absolutely brilliant at being able to put its power down. It's perfect for just being able to get out the corners. Really, really good, and a lot of fun to drive actually, that as well, because you can really chuck it into the corners, which you wouldn't expect with such a heavy car. Yeah, I think maybe the TVR would have something to worry about if you got more out of that. And to be honest with you, the TVR had a pretty perfect lap time, in my opinion. So, yeah, interesting to say the least. 28.869. It goes into second place. It's not that far off the TVR Cerber LM edition. It smashes the Ford Escort rally car, smashes the Skyline GTR. Yeah, I mean, these GTOs, man, if they keep driving like this, the Skylines ain't got a chance, because these are going to be far up here. I'm especially curious to see how the later generation cars do. Hopefully, also, some of these are a little bit lighter. I don't know if the GTO ever got lighter, but if they are, then, yeah, there could be some serious upsets at the top of the board, because this was a lot of fun. Very, very good car to drive this. The 1999 Opel Corsa Sport 1.6i 16 valve. A true hot hatch pioneer. The Opel Corsa. The mighty. No, God, I can't keep that up. I don't like Corsas. I really, Corsa's my least favourite car in the entire world, and now I've got to drive one around here. Admittedly, I will be impartial. Front engine, front wheel drive, 223 horsepower. That's actually quite respectful. 939 kilos. Potential to go quick. Potential. It's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to set the best time it possibly can. Currently, it is the TVR Cerber LM edition. That's at a time of 28.620. This is unlikely to beat that. Where this should be aiming is the Volkswagen Polo, 32.277. Beyond that, Peugeot 306, 31.711. 306 significantly more powerful than this. So, really, it should end up between those two, but we shall see. It actually handles very nicely indeed, it does have to be said. I will say, much like with the Vectra, I'll add a caveat. As much as I don't like the Corsa, this particular one, the Corsa B, probably my favourite generation of Corsa, if that's a thing. It drives like complete ass, apparently. The one in game actually drives pretty well, but I know this car in real life is not a tidy handler as much as it's handling by Lotus. Maybe they fixed it later on, but you know, it's still not a... It could be worse. You know, it's not the Corsa C, which is an absolute abomination, and the Corsa D that came afterwards, which is currently in the process of being driven by everyone with an Aspo. And then there's the Corsa E afterwards, which is basically owned by a bunch of old people. And then there's the newest Corsa, which is a Peugeot 208, but much less interesting. So, yeah, as far as Corsas go, you know, it's not bad. I prefer the Nova, but there you go. 31.512. That's what? That's quicker than Peugeot 306. That's very quick indeed, actually. That's quicker than... no, not quite. It's almost as quick as the Vectra we had last time, or a couple of episodes ago. If a Vectra gets beaten by a Corsa, that will definitely show you that this series can be very random indeed. Also, fun fact, if you drive the Vauxhall version of this car in Gran Turismo 2, there's no turbo upgrades. The Opel version gets turbo, the Vauxhall version does not. They seemingly forgot about that when they realised that these cars were all the same, which they are. Admittedly, this Opel Corsa actually does have a different body. Some of these Opel Vauxhall cars, you can tell, I think the Tigra is the prime example, is you can actually tell, especially through upscaling in the emulator, you can tell that the Tigra is actually quite literally a Vauxhall. Both of them are Vauxhalls, like they've got the Vauxhall badge and everything. They just very slightly changed the pixels on the front, but not on the back. This one, they have actually changed the back end of this. And also, because this has a grille and the Tigra does not, that does mean that this has a bespoke grille, which is interesting. I think the Vectras are both Vauxhall or Opel models, one or two. This is going to be quicker, 31.407. Yeah, that's a surprise. Definitely a surprise. I was not expecting the Corsa to be 31.407. That's, you know, that's pretty decently quick. I'm going to have to eat some hay in a minute because it's quicker than a certain other car we've had, but... yeah, you know, that's quicker than the Demio, and the Demio is a lot more powerful than this. So, not bad. 31.407. I underestimate the Corsa, and it could have gone 0.2 quicker. 31.407 is going to put it into 17th place. It's actually directly mid-pack now. It's quicker than a Mugen Accord. Let's not talk about that. Quicker than the Demio, which as I mentioned was more powerful. Quicker than the 306s. Quicker, well, a lot quicker than the Volkswagen Polo. Almost a second up on the Polo. And that's a pretty good shout. It's still slower than a Civic, and it is slower than the Vectra. But that's mighty quick, actually, to be fair to it. Yeah, you did well, Corsa. The Vauxhall one, when it runs not the turbocharged version, probably won't do so well. So we can laugh at the Vauxhall version, but apparently this Opel version is a bit goated. The 1996 Subaru Impreza Coupe WRX Type R STI version. Actual name. Anyways, yeah, it's another Impreza, although this time it's the Coupe Impreza. We've had a wagon before, let's see how the Coupe gets along. And the statistics on this one could be quick. Four-wheel drive, 409 horsepower, 1,058 kilos. It's very light, it's four-wheel drive, and it's got decent power and torque, so this could be quite good. Also, it comes in the very classic blue, which has a slight metallic hue to it in this game, which I really do like. It does look an awful lot like the Impreza rally car, but it isn't the Impreza rally car, I assure you. Anyways, it's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports on Land track to set the best time it possibly can. Current leader is the TVR Cerberus LM Edition, 28.620. The Subaru Impreza Coupe WRX Type R STI version, unlikely to beat that. In terms of what this car should be aiming for, Impreza Wagon 29.751, GTR and R32 Vspec 2 29.612. Ford Escort rally car even, 29.569. Statistically, this is less powerful than the Escort, but the Escort was a lot heavier than this is, so should do it well. Oh, God. That's not a great start to the first flying lap. If you're wondering why the Impreza's back, well, there are... I think I worked this out the other day. There's well over 20 Imprezas in this game, so, you know, because unlike Evos, which are all sort of Evo GSRs, and then there's some RS models later down the line, when it comes to Imprezas, yeah, there's coupes, wagons, saloons, WRXs, STIs, all the different versions of the STI. You know, you've really got to include all the different versions of the Impreza. That's what people buy Gran Turismo for. All the Imprezas. It's not all the Skylines, all the Imprezas. 29.407. It's quicker than the Skyline. Quicker than everything I said it should aim for. Mitsubishi GTO Twin Turbo, 28.869. I feel that's probably out of reach for this car, but then again, I thought the GTO going that close to the TVR Server LM edition was quite good going. I don't like that run out of that corner. Let's get a run up. It's just typical Impreza stuff, really. It's very nice to drive with a hint of understeer, and that understeer isn't normally an issue, but it does catch you out every now and again, like out of that corner we just had. That did catch me out. Also, 43 point... Admittedly, that was for a run-up, but 43.634 unironically might actually be the slowest time we've seen from anything thus far. I'm sure we will attempt to beat that eventually. Alright, I know where I can make time up on this final lap, so let's get a good run out and let's do this. Come on, Impreza. That lap was quicker than the previous ones. That was a very close cut there. Did not like anything that just happened there. A little bit slow out there. Can I get better out of here? A little bit up on time there. Hard on the brakes. Get round that corner. Come on. 28.840. It's quicker than the GTO. Ugh. To be fair, that last lap was perfect. That was a pinpoint perfect lap. But even still, that's ridiculous. That's yeah. Apparently Sector 2 could have been quicker. Yeah, that was a blast. Actually, a really, really good handling car, that. And it has the right amount of power for this track. For me, that car is probably set up the way you would want to run a car around this track. It's pretty much nigh on, spot on. A little bit of understeer you have to contend with, but yeah, it's a really, really, really nice car to drive. 28.840 is going to plop it into second place. That TVR Server LM edition is starting to feel like it's on shaky ground. It just about beats out the Mitsubishi GTO, which I think for the GTO, actually, between this and that, you could say this is impressive, but that GTO did weigh 400 kilos more than this, so yeah, even still though, I mean, it's over a second up on the Impreza wagon we had go round. So these coupe Imprezas, they're definitely one to watch out for, because these could be very, very quick indeed. And I'm starting to think now the rally cars, which are lighter than these, I believe, yeah, again, they definitely could cause some upset. Like the GTOs, these could cause some upset. The 1998 Fiat Barchetta. I am a huge fan of Fiats, as you well know, and the Barchetta is a very good one indeed. Italy's answer to the Mazda MX5. So of course it's front wheel drive and based on a humdrum hatchback, but it is very, very pretty and actually drives a lot better than you may think. In terms of statistics, it's not the most impressive car in the world. Front engine, front wheel drive, 250 horsepower, 975 kilos of weight. I'm not expecting this to be massively quick, but maybe it will surprise us when it gets its 6 laps at the Motorsports Land track. It's going to get those 6 laps the best time it possibly can. Currently it is the TVR Sober LM edition, a 28.620 Barchetta, not going to be up there. In terms of what the Barchetta should aim for, I don't really know, to be honest with you. What have we got? Dodge Avenger, Peugeot 306, 31.7s. Even that, I mean, the 306 had a lot more power than this. I think the Avenger had more power than this as well, so maybe we're going to be sort of looking towards Mazda Demio. Mind you, the Demio was a 31.5. It is front wheel drive, which should put this in pretty good stead, and in fairness, it has gone quicker than the other MX5 we've had go round. Of course, the one MX5 we've had go round. Now, that was the D-Rights MX5, which had to run entirely stock because that's the way that car worked, but still, I mean, it is quicker than an MX5. It's quicker than quite a lot of things with that, a 31.253 from the Barchetta. That is actually very, very quick indeed. That's quicker than the Vectra, which the Vectra was quite good. I actually forgot about the Opel Corsa. This and the Corsa could have been quite similar because the Corsa obviously had no racing mod and also not that much power, but yet despite that it was quite impressive. Get a decent run up out this final corner. Whenever I need to scrub a lap because the lap wasn't very good, trying to sort of build up to get a good run out of that corner to build the speed on the straight's usually the best course of action. Should mention as well, the Barchetta does come in lots of very nice colours in this game as well, so if you're a person who likes a little bit of colour, like I do, I'm very much I like my car colours weird and interesting. The Barchetta is definitely a car for you to consider for your playthrough. Apparently, because as it turns out, this 250 horsepower Italian roadster is actually quite good. Do you know what will be interesting to compare this to? Almost understood into the tyre warmer. What will be quite interesting as a comparison to this car will be the Alfa Romeo Spider. When that goes round, that should be interesting. Alright, final lap. Can we get this into the 30s? I feel like I could, but also is that hit that fucking wall. Yeah, maybe this could go into the 30s, but I don't think it's 250 horsepower front wheel drive car. I mean, how much more are you really going to get out of it? The actual speed trapped on this though is pretty good. Yeah, the Barchetta, very surprising in how good this actually was, because it's, yeah, you could definitely go quicker through there. Yeah, very surprising how quick that actually is. I guess because it's sort of more lightweight, it deals with better. I'm not too sure, because the statistics on that aren't, you know, a bit like the Corsa really. Statistically, this isn't actually all that impressive. 250 horsepower, 975 kilos. It's light, it's, you know, relative amount of power, but it's not like mind-blowing or anything. But that's still, yeah, very quick indeed. Quite surprising. I do think that could have got into the 30s, but again, I think you'd be at the point of diminishing return if you got around the sort of 30.9s, the late 30.9s. So 31.076, that's still a very quick time indeed. In fact, 31.076 is going to lodge it into 15th place. It's quicker than the Mazda Savannah RX7 Cabriolet, it's quicker than a Vauxhall Vectra, Toyota Corona, Opel Corsa. Loses out slightly to the Honda Civic, but that had a lot more power and a racing modification. Yeah, Barchetta, actually very impressive. I'm quite happy with that, because I like I say, I very much like the Barchetta, so For it to do as well as it did, that is mighty impressive. The 1998 Toyota Altezza AS200. If you ask me about cars I associate with Gran Turismo 2 the most, a bright yellow Altezza is towards the top of our list, although admittedly that is an RS200. This is the AS200. This is the baser model of the two, 2-litre inline-4, no turbocharger, 4-speed automatic, so that could be interesting in this. Fun fact, this car, depending on the version of the game you have, this car can be called a Lexus IS200. So in the European release, and I think even the American release, this is actually labelled as the Lexus IS200, even though there's another car in this game called the Lexus IS200, which is the European Lexus IS200, which is the actual Lexus IS200. Well, as this is an Altezza AS200, which wasn't sold as a Lexus IS200 anywhere. It's weird. Anyways, this one, actually quite impressive stats. Front-end and rear-wheel drive, 360 horsepower, 1,165 kilos. This one does have turbo tuning, I should point out, so that's something. So this is the naturally aspirated, but it's actually turbocharged because it's got a turbo upgrade in it. So, there you go. Anyways, it's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to set the best time it possibly can. Currently it is the TVR Server LM Edition, 28.620. The Altezza unlikely to beat that. In fact, considering this has a 4-speed automatic, unlikely to beat much of anything, to be honest. Looking at it statistically, you'd think it'd be sort of right around Nissan Sylvia K's, Nissan Fairlady, those all being around 31.6, 31.8. Admittedly, they did have more power, but they did also weigh more than this, I believe. However, because it's got this transmission that's just going to kill it, I mean, I don't really know. It could go anywhere, really. BMW 323 Ci, 31.829. That had better gear ratios than this, so yeah. It really is not looking promising for this. How's first gear? First gear is wheel spin and 87 kilometers. So maybe we could use first gear a little bit for it and try not to go too tail happy. But then again, it takes ages to shift into second gear, so, and also it becomes really tail happy. I think the problem with this car is going to be the fact that when it's just bumbling around like that, it's, you know, 3,000 RPM out that corner. The turbo's not kicking in because it's stage 2 turbo on this. Stage 3 maybe, but I don't know. I know the sort of earlier turbochargers, stage 1, are a bit more lower end. I thought stage 3 was a bit more low end as well, but according to this, maybe not low end enough. Yeah. The torque on this is decent, so it should sort of have enough torque to force its way out the corners a little bit, but apparently not. It's not looking too good for the older AS200 here. If there's any saving grace to this, other Altezzas are coming and other Altezzas are more powerful. We definitely should be using first gear out of some of these corners, which is weird because I usually avoid first gear quite a lot, just because it makes the cars incredibly unstable and you're having to shift ridiculously early. But to be fair, if I use it and then just use it to like dump the cars out the corners a little bit like that, the acceleration benefit might be worth it. 32.648, okay, that's actually, yeah. So trying to use the first gear is the key here, but that makes it very hard to drive. If you are playing Gran Turismo 2 and you want some sound advice for the game, here's some advice for you. Work hard to get an RS200 instead of the AS200. That should have the 6-speed, so hopefully that should be a bit more competitive than this has been. Yeah, there's definitely more time in that. Definitely. I think the gearbox on this car really lets it down, and I think if you were to become a bit of a master of dealing with a 4-speed gearbox, it might be better, but as it stands, yeah, that's it's just not good enough, really, to be honest with you. Not good enough, that's the official line on this one. Yeah, 32.648, that is going to put it into 32nd place. It goes in between the Plymouth Cuda and the Suzuki Wagon Aero RS. It is the most powerful, it's the slowest car with the most power, if that makes sense, yeah. Because the wagon made like 180 horsepower. I don't even think the Cuda made much more or less than this. I think it's about the same, so yeah, not impressive. Again, the gearbox is the killer on this. As I mentioned before, these cars are fully upgraded apart from the gearboxes. And this is sort of why, so it throws up interesting points around stock gearboxes. Some cars are going to be quicker, like the Camaro. I think the Camaro was quicker because it had the stock gearbox in it, whereas sometimes you end up with cars like this which just are not quick enough because they can't get in the power bands or anything, so yeah, bit of a shame. I do like the Altezza, but fortunately there are better Altezzas to come. The 1989 Mazda Unos Roadster Normal. Yeah, that's its actual name in this game. It's great. There's 3 different versions of the NA MX5. There's a normal, this, the S Special, and the V Special. V Special's like the luxury one, S Special's the sporty one, and then there's this, the normal, which is brilliant. This one is using NA tuning, so because there are 6 NAs in this game, 3 of them are using natural aspiration, 3 of them are using turbos. There's going to be a mixture of racing mods, because for the most part these all have the same racing mod. So yeah, this is one of these cars that I've tried to sort of diversify a little bit with the different states of tune they're going to be in and racing modifications and so on. I'm not a big NA MX5 person, I will admit, but Mariner Blue, I'll never turn down Mariner Blue. This one is front engine rear wheel drive, obviously, 208 horsepower, 901 kilos of weight. It should be pretty good, but we'll have to wait and see. It's going to get 6 laps of the motorsports allowed at track set best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the TVR Cerberus LM Edition, 28.620. The Unos Normal is unlikely to beat that. The Unos Normal is probably going to be towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Toyota Sprinter Trueno, 31.849. I don't think we're quite getting up to that height. There has been a Mazda Roadster go around here before, but it was the D-Rights car with no upgrade, so 34.923. I am expecting this to be about a second quicker than the D-Rights car, if I had to guess, because this isn't turbocharged, and as we've discussed before, natural aspiration is not the best tuning for the circuit, because it means you make a lot of power at the top end, and I tried to change gear as little as possible, and because we're using the stock gearboxes, they are as long as they would be. So with natural aspiration tuning, it really does depend on how good the stock gearbox is. You don't want the gearbox out of that Altezza we had last time. Okay, that's decent. The Altezza's gearbox didn't really do well for its state of tune, so yeah, that's the crucial thing here. But these, I think the turbo ones are definitely going to be the way to go. But I'm not expecting these to be massively quick anyway. We've seen before, rear-wheel drive is not particularly what you want on this course. Well, rear-wheel drive, and also the fact that these don't make all that much power, it's not ideal. I say rear-wheel drive is not the way to go, obviously ignoring the TVR Cerberus LM Edition, of course, and a smattering of others that have been quite quick. But on a whole, front-engine from rear-wheel drive is just going to be the weaker drivetrain compared to front-wheel drive and all-wheel drive cars. But still, this should be... It's actually a nice car to drive this. I think it doesn't make enough power for the rear-wheel driveness of it to really become an issue, and because it's sort of a slow car from default, the gearbox for this is lovely with its ratios. Yeah, you're not really like constantly changing or having to get into the power band or whatever, just because it's sort of a nice sort of short gearbox, but also because it doesn't make a lot of power, it's not really spinning the rear wheels up all that much. I think the turbocharged version of these cars is going to be more of a problem. We'll try and get a decent run up out of this final corner. What did I say? 31.8 was that Sprinter Trueno. If we can get this into the 31s, I'd be impressed. Something tells me probably not quite going to fly that high, but we will see. Almost went into the tyre wall, but not quite. It's always the problem with that corner, is you never quite know if you're going to end up in the tyre wall or not. We are on for a quicker lap here, though. If we can get this final section together, which we can. Run to the line, 32.088. Not bad. Not bad at all. Considering the power deficit this car has, and also, as we've discussed, you know, this isn't really, as much as you'd look at it and go, yeah, an MX-5 around the go-kart track would be a lot of fun. It's not really well set up for it, per se. At least in terms of the game, but that did really well, actually. 32.088. Could have been a little bit quicker through that final sector. Maybe you could push it into the 31s, but it wouldn't have gone much higher than that, in all honesty. 32.088 will put it into 29th place. It beats out the Daihatsu Terios Kid Aero down, Volkswagen Polo, beats out the Plymouth Cuda and that Altezza we had last time out. It is almost 3 seconds quicker than the D-Rights car, which I can't say is all that surprising. Lose out slightly to the Sprinter Trueno. I think the Trueno made significantly more power than this did. So if this non-race modded, NA-tuned Unus Roadster goes there, I think in terms of the turbocharged ones and the racing mod ones, they are going to be quite quick. But we'll have to wait and see on that one. The 1995 Acura Integra Type R, one of several Acura Integras we've got to take a look at during the course of this series. They are numerous, and several of them have been added with the Gran Turismo 2 Plus mod. Thanks to that mod, that's also why today we're taking a look at the 95 one, and we've still got the Honda Integras as well. So lots of Integras are going to be taking on this course over the coming months. The Acura Integras, I've got to admit, these aren't massively interesting, other than the fact you can buy them all from the dealership, which is nice. But on the whole, they all have exactly the same racing modification, single option, single colour. So a lot of these won't be running racing mod, but the quickest ones will be. This should be one of the quicker ones though. Front engine, front wheel drive, 368 horsepower, 1,113 kilos of weight. Good figures for a front wheel drive car, and of course it makes no torque because it's a Honda. Despite that though, it does have the turbo upgrade, so this should actually be a very, very quick indeed front wheel drive car. We'll find out as it gets 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the TVR Server LM Edition 28.620. Integra unlikely to beat that. Integra Mitsubishi Eclipse 30.253. I think that's where this should be aiming. The Eclipse made a lot more power than this. It was 413 horsepower in that Eclipse, I believe. And the Eclipse did have racing modifications, so this should be not quite as quick as that, but it should still be up there. And I think as these Integras, as more of them go around, especially the race modded ones, these should be pretty darn quick indeed. There is the option of these on natural aspiration tuning or turbo tuning. It's all worked out and split how that's all going to work, so don't worry too much about that. It's quite fun being able to drive the Acura Integras around here, because these are, you know, obviously forbidden fruit for us European players, with the weird front headlights, which curiously in the UK is actually how we got our Integras. We didn't have the block light DC2s, we had these sort of rounded lights, and they look especially tragic in UK spec, so I don't know. I mean, I suppose they just didn't want to like overly confuse players with the Integras. They wanted like, right, we got the Japanese market in Integras in the game. It might also have been, actually thinking about this, it might have been a case of the Integras in this game might have actually been before they started getting officially imported into the UK, because some of them have ended up as official UK imports. A lot of them are Japanese, but for the most part, they were official UK imports. So, yeah, not really sure on the whole history of that, but we did get the sort of weird bug eye as opposed to the straight light standard Integra. So I don't really know what they were going for with this sort of spotlight look. I'm not a huge fan of it, I'll be honest. It reminds me quite a bit of a sort of GT4 Celica, but not done as well, because it doesn't really fit the rest of the boxy appearance of the Integra. We'll get a bit of a run up here and then we'll see what sort of time we can set. 30.857 so far. Isn't bad. It's slower than the Civic though. Admittedly, I don't think this handles nearly as nice as the Civic. It's a little bit slidey. Lots of lift-off oversteer. It actually reminds me quite a bit of the Peugeot 306 we had go around. The S16, because that was very sort of lift-off oversteer everywhere. This seems to be handling pretty darn similar. It does have to be said. But we can definitely try and eke out a little bit more on this. Like I said, plenty of Integras to come, so if this one doesn't do particularly well, do not fret, because there are many, many more of these to come around the track. 30.722. It is quicker than the Civic, just about, but yeah, the handling on that one, not quite as nice as the Civic, I do have to admit. It also doesn't feel all that powerful. 368 horsepower front-wheel drive car. It doesn't feel like it's got 368 horsepower, but it wasn't bad. I love the attempt at the Acura badge on the front. I should also mention, actually, quickly, the 95 Acura Integra, not a real car. We matched Sector 1 times, that's cool. Yeah, maybe there's 0.2 in there, but there's 0.2 in everything, as I usually say. But yeah, the Acura Integra Type R, not a real car at this time. The Acura Integra Type R didn't come out until 2001, so there's a fun fact for you. Anyways, what was it again? 30.722? 30.722 will plop it into 14th place. It goes very marginally quicker than the Honda Civic, quicker than a Fiat Barchetta. For a front-wheel drive car, it is the second quickest we've had, apart from the Eclipse, but yeah, it just doesn't quite drive as nice as the Eclipse, and it doesn't quite have the raw brute power that Eclipse had. But with racing modification on some of these Integras, I do think they're going to turn out to be mighty quick, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. The 1991 Roof CR4. This is one of the several cars added with the Gran Turismo 2 Plus mod based on unused content, and there were 4 in total unused roofs in the base game, so this is one of them. It has custom physics because the physics on this car were never finished, so but that won't actually affect this car all too much, because obviously they test these things and they use what they can from Gran Turismo 2, so this should drive as it would do if it was in the actual game. It's based on a 3.6 litre naturally aspirated 4-wheel drive tuned 911, so there you go. It also only comes in black, which usually would be a problem. However, it kind of looks like the Bad Boys 911, so I'll take it. This one isn't going to be massively quick, but I am expecting these roofs to do quite well around this track as a whole. 4-wheel drive, 407 horsepower, 1,290 kilos. Should be pretty quick. We'll find out as it gets 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the TVR Super LM Edition 28.620, the Roof CR4. Unlikely to beat that. I also need to keep making sure I'm saying Roof CR4 as opposed to the CTR4, which was the turbocharged version of this vehicle. Yeah, these roofs, especially the 4-wheel drive ones, these should be pretty darn quick because they make an awful lot of power, and being rear-engined, they get a pretty decent drive out of the corners. Of course, the big problem these cars are going to have to potentially contend with is understeer, which is going to be more of an issue, but yeah, I'm expecting these to be quick, especially the later roofs with the turbochargers, because they make mighty amounts of power. Like 600 horsepower roofs are not entirely out of the question, and we've got 12 of them to go around as well, so an awful lot of knockoff 911s. The unfortunate thing with the roofs, of course, is they do not have racing modification. I don't honestly understand too much as to why, because there's a lot of interesting stuff you could do with the roofs, but I guess they just didn't want to chance angering Porsche, which of course is why we get roof in the game. This was, I believe, the first game to ever sort of figure out the roof licensing get out of jail card when it comes to Porsches. The first one to think, actually, this tuning company is an actual manufacturer, technically, so, you know, we could just license their cars. We've seen Gran Turismo do that before with several other vehicles. Also, I need to hopefully get in the quick lap time. This is very understeery. I will say that about the CR4, is it's incredibly understeer prone. First gear does help it, but again, that's just a case of remembering when and if to switch into first gear. Let's try and see if we can bundle a clean lap together in this car, because this should be mighty quick, to be fair. Not like mighty quick, but I definitely should be getting at least 30s out of it. Now, drive out that corner sucked ass. I think this is going to be a last lap dash to try and get in a good time with this car. We'll see though. It doesn't help the fact the gearbox on this is not the quickest one in the world. But anyways, we're in the 30s. Ideally we want to get more out of this though. I don't know if that's quite getting more out of it, but it's getting something out of it. Yeah, it's just the handling on this is not ideal. I just said how quick these cars should turn out to be, and the handling on this one is just not good enough to really get it round in any form of pace. 30.853, that is disappointing. That could go quicker. That's very irritating. That really could go quicker. It's just the understeer in that is so extreme. That last lap was the quickest, but I feel like there's at least 0.4, 0.5 on the table in that, but it's just the understeer in that is immense. It's our slowest four-wheel drive car, like actual proper performance four-wheel drive car we've had. I think just because it's naturally aspirated as well, that's also not helping it in terms of getting all the power onto the floor, because 400 horsepower, it's a lot, but it's not like, you know, it's not enough to make up for the, to be honest with you, quite horrendous handling in that car. It's not great. Fortunately, that should be one of the slowest roofs we get around here, because a lot of these are sort of tuned 911 turbos. This one isn't. 30.853 is going to put it into 16th place. It's just not massively quick. It's slower than a Lotus Esprit V8. Admittedly, that had 250 more horsepower than this and probably was lighter, but it's just colossal amounts of understeer in this car, and that's what you've got to contend with. Could I have driven better? Definitely. I think once you adapt to this car, you could go quicker, but everything gets 6 laps, and that's the way it goes sometimes. The 1991 Toyota Celica GT4 RC, the ST185, the first Celica to go around our track. One of many Celicas in this game, many more added with the GT2 Plus mod, because there's now the rally car versions of these, hence why this one is not running a racing modification. Celicas should do pretty well around here. Obviously, Japanese four-wheel drive cars do quite well around here, sort of rally-derived ones, but this one I'm not so confident in. Four-wheel drive, 417 horsepower, 1,246 kilos. That's a lot of weight, so hopefully the power can make up for it. I'm not a huge fan of the ST185. It does have to be said, I'm much more a fan of the ST205 later on in the Mark 7 that I don't remember the name of, chassis code. But anyways, this car's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to take the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the TVR server LM Edition at 28.620. Celica GT4 unlikely to beat that. Celica GT4 roof CR4 last time out, 30.853. Evo 2 30.240. Somewhere in that ballpark is where this car is gonna want to be, I think. I don't think it's going to be quite as quick as the Evo because it makes about the same amount of power as the Evo did, but if I remember rightly, the Evo was a lot lighter than this was. And it should be quicker than the roof because it already handles better than that. Although it does have to be said, this definitely still feels like a heavy boat to drive around in. It's obviously, in the context of real life, 1260 kilos is not that heavy. 30.080, okay, I will eat my words. That is quick. That is very quick indeed. That roof has apparently trained me quite well to deal with these understeery, underachieving cars. Apparently, anyways. Yeah, that's quite quick. That actually goes ahead of the Evo 2, so yeah, it's just not particularly great to drive though. I don't think there's that much more time in. I think that lap must have been absolutely perfect because I don't see this as going much quicker than that. Because my god, it's just leans through the corners. Really does lean through the corners in this car because of all the weight behind it. It'd be interesting to see how the rally version of this car does. I think the rally version's going to do well. I think the ST205 as well might be a little bit more lightweight than this is, hopefully. I'd like that one to do well, because that one's obviously my favourite. The ST165 as well, that might even be lighter than this, because, yeah, it's just a heavy car, that's the problem. We've also got the standard car, not the RC, to go around as well, so that should be interesting to see. Yeah, 30.579, to be honest with you, that's where I expected this car to be, that last lap. That's more where I expected this to end up, but a 30.080, I mean, I'll take it, but it's still not particularly ideal. And hit the wall on the final attempt, naturally. Of course you do. Of course I do. I can't drive. Yeah, so, but I mean, it had its best lap, 30.080. I don't think I could get that any quicker. That must have just been a nigh-on perfect lap. Looking at it, it does look pretty darn perfect, because yeah, this is just not brilliant. Not brilliant, but there's better Cylicas to come. There's the race modded version to come. All that to look forward to, basically, when it comes to these Cylicas, so don't be too downtrodden. It did almost get into the under 30 club, in fairness to it, so definitely not bad. Good benchmark for the other Cylicas, I think. So, yeah, that was, yeah, as I said, pretty much spot on lap. 30.080 is going to put it into 10th place, beats out the Evo 2, Mitsubishi Eclipse, Acura Integra, massively outperforms that Roof CR4 that we had out last time. Slightly off the Legacy Touring Sports, which in fairness, that Legacy was less powerful than this, but weight-wise, it was pretty good. Yeah, it's sort of up there with the Rally Legends, about as far up as it could be. It is the quickest non-racing modified car we've had so far, so that's a claim to fame for it. But yeah, there you go. That was the Toyota Celica. The 1995 Nissan Primera 2-litre TE. I do like a Primera, and I'm excited to show off the Primeras because they have some of the best racing mods in the game. This one's no exception. It's sort of a mashup of BTCC and JTCC liveries, this Castrol livery. You can get this in red and green with the green wing, which looks weird, or green and red, which admittedly the red wing still looks a bit strange, but no, it's cool. I do like it. I wouldn't necessarily go for a Primera in real life. They're not my preferred four-door saloon of this era. I'd still definitely look more towards an Accord or a Mondeo, but yeah, they're cool. They have good racing mods, and it's just nice to drive Nissan Primeras in games because it's a car that's been very forgotten in the modern gaming sphere. I don't blame modern games for forgetting it, but there you go. It was quite a tidy handler back in the day, this actually. Front engine, front wheel drive, 296 horsepower, 1,052 kilos of weight. Pretty standard. Oh, no, wrong track. Nice. That's never happened before. Good. behind the scenes stuff. Anyways, it's going to get 6 laps of the correct course, the Motorsports Land tracks at the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the TVR Cerberus LM Edition, 28.620, the Primera. Very unlikely to beat that. The Primera should be aiming for Toyota Corona Exiv, 31.365, Mugen Accord, 31.525. Somewhere in that ballpark. I think that Exiv's a pretty good shout. The Vectra as well, 31.227. That could also be quite a good sort of ballpark for this. Just around these sort of standard humdrum 4-door saloons. They're all in various states of racing modification, so racing mod should help this, but this one is down on power and it is not turbocharged, so something to bear in mind. I think the Vectra was turbocharged, everything else is naturally aspirated, so you can definitely feel this, that was terrible around there. You can definitely feel this is not particularly powerful, it does have to be said. I think this might actually be the least powerful Primera in the game. The 98 I think is more around 330 horsepower, and the 90 I think even gets about 310 out of it. So in terms of your choices when it comes to Primeras in this game, this 95 model I think is the weakest choice of all of them, but you know, it's still not bad. God knows how the Primera wagon's going to do either, actually, thinking about that, because there is the wagon-based Primera, which could go slower than this, but we'll see. So, it's only... The way to look at it, 31.666, nice. The way to look at it is, no matter how bad this Primera does, there are many other Primeras to come around this course. That is my sort of method with thinking on a lot of these cars, you know. If there's ever a car where, you know, it doesn't perform quite as well as you'd think, especially in the last group of cars. I think the last sort of, since the Fiat Barchetta, or post-Fiat Barchetta, every single one of these episodes has basically been with the caveat of, don't worry if it doesn't do too well this time round, we've got to drive it around several more times, so don't worry, there will be more chances for your favourite car to prove itself. Maybe your favourite car in Gran Turismo 2 is the Nissan Primera. That would be a very weird favourite car in Gran Turismo 2 to have, unless your dad owned a Primera or something, but still. I think I'm trying to use first gear too much. I'm going to refrain from using first gear for this final lap, I think, or... Yeah, because first gear, as we've seen quite a lot throughout this series, first gear does seem to rather affect the way a car handles, significantly in fact. I want more out the Primera. I desperately want more out the Primera. Come on, Primera. Yeah, see, not using first gear through that section is better. It's not too much of a cut, is it? No, it's not. 31.245. Admittedly, that last corner cut was a little bit more than I usually cut from that, but yeah, that could have been quicker. Could have been quicker. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, I guess. Like I said, there's more Primeras to come. Yeah, that last cut was very, very dubious. It does have to be said. I pretty much nailed that perfectly. Yeah, there's about 0.2 in there, but there's 0.2 in everything, as I usually say. Yeah. You can see the sector free time. I got very lucky not to get the out of bounds glitch there, to be fair. Anyways, 31.245 is going to put it into 21st place. It goes pretty much where I expected it to, really. It goes in between the Vectra and the Corona. Admittedly, the Corona didn't get as good as the final sector as the Primera. I think the Primera should probably be a fraction slower than the Corona for me, but you know, that's the time you saw. As long as it gets across the line and it classes as a time, I don't really care how it happens. So, yeah, good on the Primera, I guess. But there's going to be quicker Primeras, definitely, so stay tuned for those. The 1998 Mitsubishi Minica PJ. Yeah, this is one I was very curious about, because I don't think I've ever used this car or even really looked at it for more than a fraction of a second in this game, so I'm interested to see how this one turns out. Four-wheel drive, 148 horsepower, 690 kilos of weight. It's got a pretty decent power to weight ratio on it, so we'll see how it does with 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track. It's got to get these 6 laps to set the best time it possibly can. Current leader is the TVR Server LM Edition. That set a time of 28.620. For very obvious reasons, the Mitsubishi Minica is 5-speed. The Mitsubishi Minica PJ is not likely to go anywhere close to that. The Minica PJ is a key car, and as we've discussed before, key cars around this track are incredibly slow. So, Suzuki Wagon R Aero RS 32.876, around there. Actually, you know what the perfect thing for this is? It needs to try and beat the Mitsubishi Legnum ST at 33.457 for the Legnum ST. Can the Minica beat that? We'll see. If not, Honda beat 35.783. I don't think it's going to be that slow. And of course, there's the Daihatsu Opti Club Sport, but it has already beaten the Daihatsu Opti Club Sport. So, yeah, sorry, Daihatsu Opti Club Sport. We'll find something to take it off the bottom of the leaderboard. I just don't think I know of anything slower than it. Well, I know of one thing slower than it, and we'll get to that, but until then, yeah, for now it's just going to sort of sit and languish at the bottom of the board. It's quite a weird looking one, this the Minica. Yeah, I don't know why I was specifically drawn to this car. There's just something about its slightly strange looks. I'm trying to think what it reminds me of, and I can't quite put my finger on it, but yeah, I just wanted to drive something that, again, I legitimately don't think I've ever remotely even looked at this car in Gran Turismo 2. If you asked me to name every car in Gran Turismo 2, because I've made so many spreadsheets on it, I'd probably get quite far through it at this point, but I could not, for the life of me, name you the Mitsubishi Minica PJ. I could name you the Mitsubishi Minica Dangan ZZ, because I have definitely driven that one before. I think I specifically remember doing a playthrough with the Minica Dangan when I chose it as a first car, which those of you who you know, have played Gran Turismo for any length of time will know that's a terrible idea. But yeah, young minds do stupid stuff. I swear that has a race mod, but apparently not, but I swear it does, so we'll have to discover that. I think it only comes in black in this game as well, which is a shame, because in other, I think in GT4 that car comes in many different colours, because it's the 89 model, as opposed to the 90. Fun fact, the Minica Dangan was actually on an episode of Top Gear in like the 90s when Clarkson was on about key cars. It's actually quite an interesting thing. I think it's a 3-cylinder with 15 valves or something. Like it's quite mental how all the engineering and stuff behind it works, trying to make it as quick as possible. By the late 90s, like with a lot of things when it comes to Mitsubishi, they apparently had given up trying to make interesting versions of the Minica. I think this has like 50 horsepower stock, so it's not going to be quite as quick. What a shame. 31.132. Yeah, I mean, the Wagon R did have a lot more power than this. I'll say that for free. The Beat did not have more power than this, and it is a lot quicker than the Beat, but yeah, the Minica, it was never going to be quick, was it? Yeah, that last lap, though, was apparently very slightly quicker. There was a 0.2 in there. Maybe you could push it into the 33s, but you would not get it much quicker than that. 34.132 is going to put it in to 40th place, I believe. Or 39. No, 40th. It goes slightly quicker than the Mazda D-Right, quicker than Honda Beat, quicker than the Daihatsu Opti Club Sport, and that's all it's quicker than. It does lose out to the Mitsubishi Legnum ST, which is quite embarrassing considering the Legnum ST didn't have that much more power than this does. Over about a second and a half off the Suzuki Wagon R. Yeah, you didn't expect a lot, did you? And it didn't deliver a lot, so But still, I got to drive a car that I've genuinely never driven in Gran Turismo before, so that's a win. The 1998 Audi TT Coupe 1.8 Turbo Quattro. This car was partly requested by Apex GT4. Technically, he requested the TTLM edition, and we will get to that, but I'll wait for a little bit before I completely destroy my leaderboard, because that should be a very quick car indeed. This one, though, should also be a very, very quick car indeed. Four-wheel drive, 403 horsepower, 1,191 kilos. Awful lot of torque. Should be quick, and it is four-wheel drive, so all to play for, potentially, for the TT Coupe. It's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land tracks at the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the TVL Silver LM Edition, 28.620. TT, unlikely to beat that, but the TT is potentially going to get into the under 30 club. So that should be interesting for it. I'm not a big fan of the Audi TT, I will freely admit that. It is a glorified Golf with a new body put onto it, but this version of TT, I guess, grows on me slightly. I prefer the second generation when they started playing with 5 cylinders and stuff, and then the last generation of it was just a bit of a sort of, I don't know, a little bit like when they redesigned the Beetle for the last generation Beetle, and they just sort of took all the fun out of the TT. At least the TT was fun, and I suppose it's better to have a load of sort of cobbled together coupes than a bunch of cobbled together crossovers like we have nowadays. 30.324. I will say though, this one does come with quite a fantastic racing mod. So the base colours on this car in this game are terrible, but the racing modification, there's lots of silly colours available, like this bright yellow. It's supposed to look like the Audi R8R, I think it was called, which was like a precursor to the later R8, which would absolutely dominate Le Mans. This was slightly before that, so yeah, a bit of an interesting car. It's based on the TTLM's design, and that was a terrible first sector. Yeah, it's based on the TTLM's design, but obviously the TTLM only comes in silver, like the quote-unquote real car did. So, well as this one obviously comes in more colours than that. So you can sort of make a interesting TTLM on a budget, if you will. It's got to be nowhere near as quick as the TTLM, but still something you can do. It's just understeering. It's actually quite quick. It's just me trying to be competent driving it around here as well. Also isn't helping the TT's case. I think this might be a another last lap of dreams, but we'll see. It's going to get into the under 30s though, 29.802. It's just this first corner, as so many four-wheel drive cars do. Cock and bollocks. Yeah, as many cars do that four-wheel drive, it does struggle awfully with that first corner. The first sector is a good test of a four-wheel drive car, if it can get round there or not. And if it can't, then obviously there's problems. I think this could go quicker. I do think there's, through that first sector alone, I think this 29.5 is definitely possible in this, but it's just trying to get it stopped. And you can see it just sort of understeers into that wall. It just washes wide through that first sector. Other than the first sector though, it's genuinely quite a nice car to drive. Yeah, it's good, actually. You know, I won't beat around the bush. I did say I don't like the TT, but I'll give it credit. It is pretty good. It's just that first sector, it just can't cope with that first sector. Yeah, there's definitely lap 3. Yeah, there's definitely the potential to go 29.5 in this, but it didn't. So 29.802 is what it gets. But 29.802 is still quite impressive. It puts it into 8th place, beats out the Chevrolet Camaro Z28 30th Anniversary Edition, Legacy Touring, Toyota Celica RC, Evo 2, Eclipse. Only loses out fractionally to the Subaru Impreza Wagon STI version 2. And while that car was less powerful, that car was also a lot more drivable through that first sector. Yeah, it's quick. It's legitimately quite quick. It bodes well for Audis, because we've seen before in the original running of this series, the TTLM should be very quick indeed. Audi S4 as well is also going to be a bit of a sleeper car, so... But we'll get to those when we do. The 1997 Chrysler Phaeton. This thing. This should be interesting. Front-engined rear-wheel drive, 612 horsepower, 1,424 kilos. It's a heavy car, makes an awful lot of torque. And it looks the way it does. Yeah, this is one of those concept cars you're quite happy never really came to fruition. 5.4 litre V12. Let's just get it on the track. It's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land tracks at the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the TVR Sober LM Edition 28.620. The Phaeton unlikely to beat that. Oh god. Yeah, maybe I should drive it in the Grand Theft Auto 1 camera. Might make it a little bit more drivable. I am going to have to drive it like this, which means you're not going to be able to see most of the car. So this could be interesting. So in terms of the statistics, it's mightily quick. The actual horsepower and stuff. It depends whether it is controllable or not. And in fairness to this car, another American car we've had that had a lot of power like this and a lot of torque did do awfully well in the form of the Chevrolet Camaro 30th Anniversary Edition. So there is a chance with its stock gearbox here, this Phaeton could be monstrously quick. Although there is also a chance it could be monstrously awful. It actually drives okay. That's the first bit of news for you here. This is alright to drive. Ooh, doesn't like the bumps. Does not like the bumps. Okay. But, I mean, 31.144. I didn't even say where I think this should go, because, I mean, honestly, I don't know. It could be as quick as the Camaro. It could have been as slow as the Honda Beat. You know, it genuinely could have been anywhere, depending on how controllable it is. The answer to how controllable is it's not very, but also because it's got so much brute force and power and torque especially, it doesn't really matter, because it means in a straight line it will absolutely destroy. It's just trying to get it over the bumps. It really does not like the bumps. So that's the big limitation here. I guess because it's so low, because it is a low car, this. Let's give it a bit of a roll, see how well it does. Our first gear is utterly useless. Can definitely just get more power by just getting a good line out of that last corner. See, if it doesn't snap sideways out of there, it's quick. I want to get this under... I want to get this into the 30s, because it genuinely could go into the 30s. Let's see how well it does on this last lap round here. I hope I can do a good result for the Phaeton. Mostly because it's just an absolutely ridiculous car. I think in real life this is actually a convertible as well, which makes it even better. Obviously in game it's a hardtop, as everything is in this game. Could have used first gear there. Shouldn't have, really. Or, well, I didn't, so... Ah! Oversteer at the worst possible time. I suppose it was going to always end up going backwards. If you had the honestly, if you was to hot lap that around here, I do think you could end up with a time that is monstrously quick, because at the end of the day, as discussed before, it has all the torque, which is good around here. It has a long gearbox, which means it can really sort of use that torque and the power. They can work together. It is a lot quicker than you'd expect, really. Yeah, you can see the times are all over the place. There's definitely... It definitely could get into the 30s, definitely. How far into the 30s? I mean, it depends how much patience you have with it. But honestly, if you used to drive that for longer, yeah, it could be quick. 31.144 is going to lob it into 21st place. It beats out the Vauxhall Vectra, which is all I could really hope for. In terms of anything like this, I mean, it's a lot slower than the Camaro, but then again, did you really expect it to be quicker than the Camaro? Dodge Avenger. It's the quickest non-racing modified American car we've had, if you don't count Acuras. I don't really know what you can get from that, but that was good. It's a lot quicker than the Toyota Altezza. There you go. There's something to take away from this. A Chrysler Phaeton is quicker than a base model Altezza. There you go. Yeah. Mental. It is mental. It was good fun, that, though. The 1996 Subaru Impreza WRX STI sedan version 3. We've had a coupe Impreza. We've had a wagon Impreza. Now we have the sedan Impreza. 4 doors. The correct Impreza, in my mind. In the correct colour. Blue with gold wheels. The version 3 is worth mentioning. This does have a racing modification. However, thanks to a GT2 Plus mod, that's going to be used with the Impreza Rally car, which is available in the arcade mode, but thanks to GT2 Plus you can actually tune it. So yeah, that's going to be the one that's going to run the racing modification for the version 3. Normally this would. It's a shame not to run the racing mod in this one, because it comes in that weird pink colour that the wagon version 2 did, but we've seen that pink, so that's good. Anyways, this should be quick. 4-wheel drive, 409 horsepower, 1,112 kilos. Imprezas are quick. We've had enough of them now to see the fact that they are indeed quick. It's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land tracks at the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the TVR Zebra LM Edition 28.620. Impreza unlikely to beat that. I don't really know. The thing is, this is not a race modified Impreza, as I think all the Imprezas we've had so far have been race modified, so this is just a standard road car Impreza. Yeah, it's hard to say, really. The 2 ones we have had have gone into the under 30 club, and this one already goes into the under 30 club. Naturally. Okay, that means this is quick. It's quicker than the Evo 2, which I was about to say Evo 2 with its non-racing modified self could be a good benchmark for this, but no, as it turns out, that was a terrible benchmark for this, and I am definitely happy I did not open my mouth. Yeah, this is quick. as one would expect an Impreza to be. 29.587. Good. Naturally. Yeah, it's the blue. It's the World Rally Championship blue, which I think might be a colour added with GT2 Plus. I'm not sure. The colours I'm not keeping track of what's added with GT2 Plus and what isn't. I know some of the prize cars are in special colours. This is not a special coloured prize car. There is a version 3 that is a special coloured prize car in the mod, but this one is well, I just saw it in the used car dealership and I was like, yep, that's a good colour, let's use that. So, unfortunately, most Imprezas in this game do not come in blue. They come in, I think red's the most prevalent colour for the Impreza, which, you know, I mean, in terms of creating differences in the thumbnails is something I'll take, because, you know me, if you've ever seen me review Imprezas, half the time I will have like a juxtaposition where, you know, usually people associate the Impreza with blue, but I try to, whenever I compare Evos and Imprezas, which does happen, I sort of try to create a little bit of a difference there. I remember Forza Top Gear laps. There was Evo versus Impreza, and I painted the Evo blue and the Impreza white, so I try and sort of create a few differences there, just because, you know, not all Imprezas are blue, not all Evos aren't blue. You know, Evos are supposed to be red, I think, technically, the Marlboro colours, but, you know, sometimes I like to be different and irritate people who expect cars to all be the same colour. It is a bit understeery, I will admit. I think this with racing mod would be a very, very tasty car indeed, but yeah, I mean, all Imprezas are a bit understeery though. That's sort of the drawback for having the massive speed that you get out of these things, but Still, it set a good lap time. Even that, I mean, that was a really scruffy lap, and that was almost under 30s. I will take 29.403. That actually, that sits in a pretty interesting place, as you'll see. It's actually basically sort of halfway between the coupe and the wagon. So I guess it's pretty much where the sedan should be. I think with, like I say, with racing mod, these sedans are going to be quite quick. So yeah, wow, that first lap was really spot on. Actually, the best lap didn't have any of the best sectors, so there's definitely 0.2 in there. It could go underneath 29, I have no doubt, but still, 29.403 is definitely nothing to be ashamed of. It goes in to 4th place. It is the quickest non-racing modified car we've had by far. It does lose out to the Mitsubishi GTO and, of course, the Subaru Impreza Coupe of the same vintage, but it beats out the Escort Rally car, Skyline GTR Vspec 2, an actual Calsonic Skyline race car, the Impreza Wagon version 2 as well. It's a mighty, mighty quick car, definitely, so good. I'm not going to complain. I like to see an Impreza doing well. The 1997 Honda Accord SIRT. I've spoken before about how much I love the Accord, and this 97 one's pretty cool because you can get the BTCC livery in it. Technically, obviously that was on a European spec Accord, and this is on a Japanese spec Accord, but I still think they've done a very good job of adapting it to this car. Of note, the 1997 Accord and the 1998 Accord are both roughly the same in this game in terms of power output, weight, everything is identical to them. It's just this one's in the used dealer. So I figured I'd use the race mod on this one because I can't change the colour of this one, but I can with the 98. One thing also to note, again, is that the Plus mod actually changes the power figures of this car slightly. It corrects the power output from 193 PS to 200 PS, so about 8 horsepower. And that's sort of reflected in these stats. Front engine, front wheel drive, 356 horsepower. This is actually quite a powerful front wheel drive car. 1,110 kilos of weight, so not like massively lightweight, but it's a pretty reasonable statistics. We will see how he gets along with 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track. It's going to get those 6 laps to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the TVR Cerberus LM edition, a 28.620 for that, so that's what the Accord has got to try and aim and beat. We have had one other Accord go around this track before, however it was the Mugen Accord, which had a time of a 31.525. In terms of where this should be targeting, a little bit quicker than that. The quickest saloon car sort of from this era that we've had go round is the Vauxhall Vectra, 31.227 on that one, so that's where this should be thinking of aiming for. And judging by the way it's driving at the moment, handling certainly is not going to be a problem. It handles very, very nicely indeed through the corners. It's more going to be getting all the straight line speed in this vehicle because it's not massively quick, it does have to be said. It's a Honda Accord, what do you expect? It's adequate, as it usually is. 31.286, okay, that's not bad. To be fair, I actually think that lap was pretty good apart from that last sector. So we'll see if we can improve upon that into here. I went for 3rd gear, should not have gone for 3rd gear, could have just rode 2nd gear the whole way there, but it's fine. So just got to try and go wide into that corner. In some all-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive cars, you can sort of drive that corner like a V shape, well as in this, not so much. 31.103. Can we get into the 30s in the Accord? That would mean, and to be fair, I'm not massively surprised at this given the nature of the course. If this doesn't get into the 30s, I think the Honda Civic we had go round, the very first car, 30.8. It would not surprise me, to be fair, if this car is slower than that one. I think that's sort of just going to be the nature of these 4-door saloon cars, because they weigh a lot more than the little hatchbacks do, and they don't actually make all that much more power than hatchbacks do. There we go. That was a bit too much curb usage, grass usage, I should say. Alright, final lap. Let's see what we can do in the mighty Accord SIRT. It does have to be said, it is a incredibly consistent car to drive this. I just backed off the throttle there, damn. It is lovely. Oh, I'm in third gear. That's not good. Alright. Well, 31.103, that's not bad, certainly. But a little bit irritating. There's definitely, as usual, I'll use the usual excuse, there's definitely 0.2 in there, but, oh well. That's the Accord SIRT. Yeah. Yeah, like I say, I think there is 0.2 in there. It drives it drives lovely, to be honest with you, but yeah, 31.103, it's not bad. It certainly isn't bad. It will put the Accord into 22nd place. Goes 0.1 second quicker than the Vectra, a little bit up on the Primera, Corona. I think they were all lighter than this was. This is quite a heavy car, as I've said before. About 0.4 up on the Mugen Accord SIRT. Yeah, certainly not bad. Of course, we've also got the Accord Type R in this game as well, which can defend the Accord name, but I'm happy with that. Quicker than the Vectra. Admittedly, Vectra with the race mod, it's going to be close, but we shall wait and see on that one. The 1998 Mercedes-Benz CLK 200 Sport. Admittedly, in its stock trim, this is not particularly sporty. It has 136 horsepower stock. Fortunately, with upgrades, though, you can pump that up very, very healthily. 394 horsepower in this vehicle. And that is an awful lot. Front engine rear-wheel drive, 1,223 kilos. It is quite hefty. I'm not a big fan of the CLK, I will admit. This is the era of Mercedes styling where I think a lot of people look back on it very fondly, but I do not like the weird bug eyes and the grille and the boxy shape. I don't like it. I think the previous design language was a lot better. Anyways, regardless of what I think of it, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land tracks at the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the TVR Server LM Edition, a 28.620. The CLK, unlikely to beat that. The CLK, well, we have actually had a direct competitor to this car, and even sort of an almost base model of it. The BMW 323 Ci, a 31.829. Power figures were similar-ish between these two cars, so I think that is a good benchmark for this, although judging from that first lap, this is going to be a lot quicker than that. This actually, I do remember the BMW. It felt incredibly lazy to drive. Like, it just sort of, like driving an armchair, really. It was very smooth and not particularly... It was a car that I said is lovely to drive, just not around the track. This is definitely feels a little bit more sporty than that did. Well, and again, this is the CLK 200 Sport. Ooh. There's actually 2 CLKs in this game. There's actually 3, but we'll get to that. Yeah, there is 2 CLKs in this game, the 200 and the 320. Judging by this, I'm going to be very interested to see how the 320 gets along. Obviously, we haven't had the most powerful version of the E46 yet, so yeah, that remains to be. That might be an interesting little battle, the E46s and the CLKs. Of course, oh Jesus, if you know what the other CLK is in this game that I'm referring to, then you might know. Eventually, the BMWs will lose. Potentially quite badly to that CLK, but like I say, we'll get to that one. He was probably wanting to see that one over this one, but don't worry, its time will come. As I've mentioned before, we have well over 640 odd cars to go around here, so if your favourite isn't seen for a while, then don't worry, I definitely will not forget about it. It is coming. Unless I decide to quit the series halfway through again. But I promise you I won't do that this time. And by promise you I won't do that, what I do mean is if I do quit this series, there'll be no remastered of the remaster because, well, my PC hardware hopefully should stay the same for long enough. It beats that Accord that we had last time out. Bollocks. I like that Accord. It won't be on this lap though, that was a very sort of scruffy sector there. That aerial slide into that corner was beautiful. Definitely could be quicker through that sector though. Yeah, maybe there is 0.2 in this. This could go a little bit quicker. I am massively impressed with the CLK 200. I was not expecting a lot from this car, and it's delivered. I will say, as much as I'm not a fan of the styling of it as well, it does come in this very lovely burgundy red, which is nice. Nice. Makes quite a nice noise as well. I think that's the sort of... It's the same noise the XJ220 makes, but it's a little bit gruffer. I like that. That's good. Definitely doesn't sound like the 4-cylinder, I think that car is. Mind you, apparently the last lap was the best lap. A 31.038 will put it into 20th place. Beats out the Mazda Savannah RX7, Chrysler Phaeton. Absolutely destroys that 323 Ci. Yeah, that's awfully quick, actually. I'm trying to think of anything... There's not really that much comparable to this. We haven't had a lot of sort of rear-wheel drive luxury sport coupes take on the track yet. Nissan Fairlady Z, it beats that as well. So that was this naturally aspirated version, admittedly, but still. Sylvia K's. Yeah, that was very impressive. I think that is our fastest... If you discount the Camaro, I think that's our fastest rear-wheel drive car, front-engine rear-wheel drive car. So, yeah, awfully quick. I'm impressed. But that's still not going to be the quickest CLK, and we'll get to that, as I've mentioned. The 1996 our Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution 4 GSR, our second Lancer Evolution to take on the track. The first one went round an awful long time ago, episode 6, the Evo 2, and it was a little bit disappointing, so we'll see if this one is any better, and statistically it certainly should be. 4-wheel drive, 461 horsepower, 1,201 kilos. As mentioned before, the Evos and the Imprezas should be trading leaderboard slots here quite regularly, and the Impreza, well, we've had a few of those go around now, so let's see how the Big Red deals with it. Really nice colour red on this one as well, Parma red. It actually comes in some really nice colours, the Evo 4, which does save it because it is admittedly my least favourite of all the Evos, but it will still get a fair shake because it's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land tracks at this time it possibly can. Currently up is the TVR server LM edition, 28.620. The Evo 4 unlikely to beat that. The Evo 4, however, has got a direct rival here. The Impreza WRX STI Sedan version 3. Same year as this car, that set a 29.403, a blisteringly quick time. Can the Evo get close to that? Now, it does have to be said, the Impreza was a lot lighter than the Evo, but the Evo is more powerful, so this should actually be quite a close competition, really. Straight away, I will say this Evo 4 handles better than the Evo 2 did, although it still is a little bit understeery. I think that's just sort of going to be a theme of the Mitsubishi Evo. Understeer, basically. And also me not being in the correct gear, as usual. So one good thing with these cars... one good thing. Several good things with these cars. These cars are basically made to take on this track. 4-wheel drive, you know, a moderate amount of horsepower. I say moderate, 461 is an awful lot, but, you know, moderate compared to some of the cars we have go around. 4-wheel drive, nice gear ratios. Yeah, these should be pretty darn quick. 29.520. And there's definitely still time in it. We've got a really weird line through that corner, which apparently really seemed to work. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. I don't try to take that hill, because obviously taking the hill really unsettles cars, as you would imagine. You know, not having wheels on the ground is kind of important for a car. 29.357. It does very marginally beat that Impreza. So, yeah, I try not to take that hill too much, because, like I say, obviously, it very much unsettles the cars, but sometimes you get washed wide and have to take it. Some cars definitely deal with it better than others. Anything that's sort of four-wheel drive and chuckable, like this Evo, will definitely cope a lot better than something like the CLK we had last time. Or I think that CLK actually got a pretty good run out of going hill-wise, but yeah, still, yeah, that's gonna wash wide. Yeah, it's still, it doesn't handle quite the way I want it to. Admittedly, racing modification is probably going to help these Evos and, of course, Imprezas as well by turn. That's going to help these significantly. The first couple of Evos, the 3 and the 4, obviously the rally car versions are separate cars in Gran Turismo 2 Plus, so we will get around to those, don't you worry. But yeah, that was good. It was quick, which is nice, and yeah, it's a cool car. Like I say, it's a nice colour. I think this game graphically does a better job of doing the Evo 4, because the Evo 4 is quite ugly in real life, whereas in the game it just sort of looks like an Evo 3. Wow, there was even time in there as well. Yeah, not surprised. Maybe there's 0.2 in there, but like I say, there's 0.2 in everything. 29.357 will put this car into 4th place. It marginally beats out the Impreza WRX STI Sedan version 3, quicker than the Escort Rally Car GTR R32, loses out to the Impreza Coupe, which again, as we mentioned, is lighter, and the Mitsubishi GTO, which is just ridiculously powerful, but actually ridiculously nice to drive. Yeah, very impressive, and it is 0.8 second quicker than the Evo 2, so yeah, if you ask yourself which one are you going to buy, the Evo 2 or the Evo 4, definitely go with the Evo 4. Although if you can afford an Evo 4, you can probably get yourself into an Evo 5, and that'll probably go even quicker, but we'll get to that later. The 1990 Weigert Vector W8 Twin Turbo. Yeah, this one was suggested by a YouTube comment. Journey Awaits is the guy who did it. Admittedly, though, this one was already built and ready to go, because I'm very curious about this one. We've seen with the Hotlap Classic Remastered that cars with a lot of power that have very long gearboxes happen to do quite well around this track, because having so long gears keeps the power in check. The Weigert Vector W8 Twin Turbo has a 3-speed automatic gearbox, and so technically speaking this should be able to stay in the power band for very, very long indeed. So should this be drivable, this should be quite quick. Mid-engined rear-wheel drive, 769 horsepower, 1,379 kilos. It is a hefty boy for a supercar, and an awful lot of torque. So for those of you who don't know what the Weigert Vector W8 Twin Turbo is, I'll tell you after just quickly explaining. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to set the best time it possibly can. Current leader is the TVR Serba LM Edition at 28.620. The Weigert Vector unlikely to beat that. The Weigert Vector should be aiming for Chevy Camaro's Z28 30th anniversary, 29.982. And that was the car that sort of set the benchmark for cars with long gears that happen to be quite quick. If it can't beat that, the Lotus Esprit V8 GT, 30.592. That should also be doable for this. Again, like I say, that's if this, it's up on the Evo. So, yeah, like I say, this, should it be drivable, which it's proving to be at the moment, this should be quite quick. As I mentioned, no shifting out of first gear in this, because it's got a 3-speed. Okay! Yeah! Yeah! Weigert Vector! Hell yeah! Shove your Mitsubishi Evo up your trumpet. This is... yeah, alright, cool. Oh dear, this is quick. It is insanely quick, this. Admittedly, that lap was pretty much pitch perfect. What a car. What a car. I love the Weigert Vector. This thing's mental. Basically, this car is not produced by a car company. Right, if you go on the grass and get it does sort of go sideways, which doesn't help it. This car was not developed as a car. It was developed by an aeromotive brand. The idea is it's basically an F-16 fighter jet for the road, including the fact that it has all of like the dashboard equipment comes from like literal aircraft, which is awesome stuff. Yeah, I love the Vector. Unfortunately, Wiegert is not with us anymore. The man who made the car and created the company, sadly, is no longer with us. But his spirit lives on in the Hot Lap Classic, apparently. And yeah, I mean, they were planning in 2007 to launch a 2,000 horsepower supercar that was going to do 300 miles an hour. And have a 10-litre, I think it was a 10-litre V8 was the plan for that car. Yeah, Jerry Weigert, that was the guy, he was absolutely mental. And so is this car. It is undrivable. The more I'm trying to push more lap time out of it, it's just not happening. Yeah, you can see there, if it gets sideways on the grass, that's it, you're dead. But a bit like that TVR Sober LM Edition, if you can keep it under control for a lap, it'll do the business, and it's done the business. It has done the business. 29.021. This is apparently the series where American cars just do insanely well. I mean, I'm happy with that. I'm ecstatic about that. I'm assuming that, yeah, that lap was pretty much perfect. I don't think you can get this into the 28s. You'd have a hard time doing that, but yeah. And also, like I said, I didn't even have to shift out of first gear, because by the time you're at the end of that straight, you're at the top end of first gear. So yeah, really impressive stuff. 29.021 will put it into 4th place. It is our quickest non-race modded car. It is quicker than an Evo 4, Impreza WRX STI sedan, Escort rally car, Calsonic GTR. It's almost a second quicker than that Camaro. Yeah, this is this is absolutely mighty. It does have to be said, and maybe it bodes well for the other Vectors in this game coming around this track, because they all, I'd imagine the gearboxes in them are all relatively similar. So, well, they're not 3-speed automatics, they're Lamborghini units, but that should still be long gearing. So, but we'll wait and see on that one. Yeah, what a car. The 1991 Mazda AutoZam AZ1. We've gone from a car that is an actual supercar to a car that looks like a supercar if it was shrunk in the dryer. This is fun. I love the AZ1. It's a fantastic looking thing. It's utterly bonkers. I'd kind of like to have a go in one in real life, and considering I'm not massively tall, I'd fit in it as well. Yeah, it'd be a cool car to traipse around in real life. This one especially, mid-engine rear-wheel drive, 180 horsepower, and it only weighs 662 kilos. It is like half the weight of the Vector that we had last time, more than half the weight of the Vector. Unfortunately though, this won't be massively quick, but we'll find out how quick it is, because it will get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land tracks that best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the TVL Server LM Edition, 28.620. The AutoZam is not beating that. The AutoZam, so key cars we've had go round. I believe the quickest key car we've had thus far is the Daihatsu Terios Kid Aerodown, 32.174. So I guess somewhere around there. Suzuki Wagon R, 32.876. It can't be any slower than the Mitsubishi Minica, 34.132, because this actually has a lot more power than the Minica, and I won't bring up the Daihatsu Opti Club Sport. Another thing this car will do is absolutely destroy the Honda Beat, which has gone round before as well. That's set a 35.783, and it's already quicker than that anyway. So, admittedly, unlike this AZ1, which is running turbo tuning, because in real life it was turbocharged, the beat was naturally aspirated and no race mod, so there will be quicker beats, but AZ1... Actually no, there's the A-Spec version in this game, which I don't actually think is any more powerful or better in any way, shape or form, so yeah, there's that as well. Someone's telling me this isn't going to be as quick as that Daihatsu Terios. Ooh, because it doesn't drive as nice as the Terios. I've managed to spin out a 180 horsepower car. I managed to keep the Vector W8 twin turbo under control, but apparently I cannot keep a weenie little key car under control. Brilliant. I do really like driving these things just because they're so diddy on the camera. Like, there's no way, or like you're not going to hit a wall in this thing because it's like physically impossible with how tiny it is. Like, even with this game's weird clipping, you're still not going to cause yourself too many problems. The only problem is when you do hit something, as I just demonstrated there, it will slow you down quite a lot. Alright, come on AZ1. You've got to beat the Suzuki Wagon R. Actually, the Wagon R was all-wheel drive, and in fairness, the Daihatsu Terios Kid was as well, so... Bollocks. Why did I have to say anything about hitting walls? Because now I'm going to hit walls in the AZ1. Brilliant. Now I'm going to have to cut that out because I don't want to get demonetized on any of these. Good day. Right, let's do this. Final lap, let's go. Can the AZ1 break the land speed record? That was a better line through that corner. Considering it only weighs 663 kilos, it does not drive like something that only weighs 663 kilos. It actually drives like it weighs significantly more than that, which is a little bit of a problem. There we go, that was good. To the line, 33.340. That's, to be honest with you, I think I was being a bit too optimistic about going on about the Suzuki Wagon R and stuff, because I did actually forget the Suzuki Wagon R is all-wheel drive and this is mid-engine rear-wheel drive. I think a 33.340 is about all you can hope for from that. Yeah, that last lap was perfect as well, wasn't it? Well, I wouldn't say perfect, but it was definitely better than the terrible laps I was doing before. Yeah. At least we managed to get a good representative lap time out of it, and it's not all bad news. 33.340 means it is not going to the bottom of the leaderboard. It is quicker than the Mitsubishi Legnum ST, because that car was terrible. Mitsubishi Minica, the D-Right Mazda Roadster. It's well up on the Honda Beat, so yeah, definitely stuff to be excited about there. Does lose out to Suzuki Wagon R, and the Daihatsu Terios Kit Aero Down will continue to be the quickest key car, although I don't even know if that is a key car thinking about it. I don't know. The 1998 Alfa Romeo 166 2.5 V6 24 valve Sportronic. This is one of 3 Alfa 166s in the game, so if this one doesn't do particularly well, there's 2 others to go after this that should do well. I hope it does well, because I really like the 166. It's a very... I admit, as time goes on, this design for me originally was quite weird, but it really is growing on me. I'm still not sure if I quite like the really puny front lights, but it is a good bit of design. It's definitely unique. It's definitely far more interesting than your standard run-of-the-mill BMW 5 Series, E-classes, stuff like that. So, pretty interesting. It's also interesting because it's front-wheel drive, which means, in theory, this probably will end up being quicker than a lot of those cars around this track. Front engine, front-wheel drive, 390 horsepower, 1,326 kilos. It is quite heavy, which is going to work against it. But front-wheel drive, that amount of power, we'll see how it gets along. It's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the TVR Sabre LM Edition, 28.620. This is unlikely to beat that. One thing I really like about the 166 is, as much as there is 3 of them, which means we do have to sort of run the same car over and over again, one cool thing is they come in a variety of fantastic colours. I think this colour on this one is Aurora or something, which is awesome. It's like this sort of minty lime green. I quite like it, so that's fun. Handling wise, you definitely feel the weight. It is a weighty boy, but it is also quite nice to drive. I think this is, what was this, 370 or 390 horsepower, I can't remember. This is one of the more powerful front wheel drive cars in the game. It's not quite the most powerful. The most powerful, to my knowledge, is the Ford. Is it the Ford? I think it's the Mercury Cougars, the Ford Cougar and the Mercury Cougar. They're both about 500 horsepower fully upgraded. So they should be a lot of fun, but of course they're very heavy to go along with it. Stuck on the grass, that's not where I want it to be. Yeah, so they're interesting, to say the least. I think they're about 500 horsepower. I think the Dodge Intrepid as well, the one with the dragster mod. Naturally, that obviously needed to be quite powerful. I think that runs about 500 horsepower, but this is more powerful than a lot of other saloons in the game, sort of the touring car-esque saloons. This should be, well, this is a lot more powerful than all of them. Admittedly though, driving around here, it does feel like the weight is a problem. The weight is definitely a problem in this. And unlike something like the Mitsubishi Eclipse, which was turbocharged, and even though that was heavy, that also had the race mod on it, this doesn't have that luxury, so it is just sort of big and bargy. I didn't even say what this should compare itself, because it is quicker than a BMW 323 Ci currently though, so that is good. We'll see if we can get any quicker on the final lap, but I think, how many gears do I have? 5, okay. They're just really long gears, and because this is naturally aspirated, you can see there's just not a lot of power being made in second gear. By the end of second gear, you get a fair bit of power out of it, but it's just that sort of low-end power. There's not really that much torque there, because it's naturally aspirated. So, that's a problem for it. And like I say, the weight on this thing is... It is a bit bargy. It does have to be said. Then again, I mean, you look at it and you know it's hardly going to be like the epitome of performance driving, do you? Alright, coming out of there, 31.238. Do you know what? That's not bad. That really is quite good. For something this heavy, certainly. Again, like I say, it's just... The reason I'm having to take that line is because it's just the understeer out of that corner. You just cannot get it turned in. It's... Yeah, I mean, it looks even more beautiful on track, actually. I really like the way it looks on track. Yeah. Back when Alphas had really, really weird designs. Admittedly, I'll be honest, I don't think you could get much more out of that. I think that is about the limit of what this car would do. But still very impressive. 31.238 will put it in to 28th place. It is slightly slower than the Vauxhall Vectra, which does hurt my soul saying that. Marginally quicker than the Primera. Yes, by 7,000th of a second, it is quicker than the Primera. Quicker than the Corona, Accord. Yeah, it's pretty good. Quicker than Dodge Avenger. That's actually quite a comparable one as well. It's not a bad time. That's certainly not a bad time. But I don't think it could go much quicker. We'll have to see how the 3-litre V6 and, crucially as well, the Twin Spark, which might be able to be turbocharged. It'll be interesting to see how all the sort of different engine configurations pit against each other on this one. But the 1999 Volkswagen Golf Mark IV 2.3 V5. Probably the most interesting Golf in this game because it has Volkswagen's incredibly weird experimental V5 engine in it. As much as I don't particularly like Volkswagens, I will admit the one thing I will give them credit for is when it comes to engines, they are incredibly experimental V5s, V10s, VR6, all of that, which is quite cool. This one should be interesting. Front engine, front wheel drive, 354 horsepower, which for a hatchback, that's quite good. 1,142 kilos, so it doesn't even weigh all that much. Yeah, interesting to see how this gets along. There are 4 Golfs in this game, 5 if you count the rally car added with the Plus mod. So there's a lot of Golfs to go around here. This one does not have the racing modification because they're going to be using it instead, because I've worked them out to be either quicker or lighter or a mixture of all of it. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track at the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the TVR Turbo LM Edition, 28.620. The Volkswagen Golf, unlikely to beat that. The Golf, Honda Civic, 30.779. Fiat Barchetta, 31.076. I don't really know if they're comparable because this has a lot more power than them. Yeah, I don't really know where this could go. Oh, Acura Integra, 30.722. That was a sort of similar amount of power to the Golf, although that was admittedly quite slidey. This sort of is as well, though, so... I think the Integra might have even weighed more than this, because the Integra is not a particularly light car, and there goes the Integra. I do think... as we go along in this series, Golfs are going to be quite quick, because they are, like I mentioned before, they are quite powerful front-wheel drive cars, and for the most part they're turbocharged as well, which does help, apart from the base model GTI, which is terrible, but we'll get to that. Another cool thing with the Plus mod, I'll address this when we do the actual video on it, but one thing that is cool, in the base game, the V6 Golf in this game, for whatever reason, they fucked the stats up, and it basically, they made it so that the Golf VR6 shares its engine and drivetrain with the V5, which is not the way it should be. So, thanks to Plus Mod, they've made it so the V6 Golf is actually as it should be, i.e. all-wheel drive, 2.8 litre V6. And I'll tell you from looking at that, that makes an awful lot of power. That it really does. So that should be quite quick. Probably the quickest Mark IV Golf you'll ever see, because these things in real life are a little bit pathetic, to be honest with you. I've said it before, I'll say it again, I'm not a Mark IV person. It is by far and away my least favourite of all the Golfs. It's just very... meh. It was the Golf where it felt like Volkswagen sort of sat there and went, oh well, Golf's become a by name for hatchback, so we know what we're talking about, we're going to do it our way, we're going to make it as cheap as possible, and they certainly did that. I feel like that second lap time, don't get me wrong, that was quick. It does feel like there's more lap time in this, but it feels like when it does not like to be hurried. It sort of does its thing. You can see it, yeah. There's definitely more lap time in there. Like I say though, there are far more Golfs to go around this track. But, yeah, it wasn't brilliant. It has to be said. I definitely could have driven that a little bit better. There's definitely 0.2. In there, but mind you, I suppose that first sector wasn't as bad as I thought it was. Yeah, it just doesn't like to be hurried, apparently, which is a little bit strange, but there you go. 30.703 will put this into 19th place. It beats out fractionally the Acura Integra Type R, Honda Civic SIR, Roof CR4, Fiat Barchetta. You couldn't really go that much quicker than that, to be honest with you. If it did have sort of an extra 0.2 in it, maybe it could be challenging the Clio Sport, but I don't think it'd be getting quite close to that Eclipse, which has been at the top of the front-wheel drive ladder for a very long time now. Yeah, not bad, but it's just very Golf, isn't it? You know, it's not bad, it's not brilliant, it's Golf. The 1999 Nissan Sylvia Zenavi Arta GT. This is our first GT300 car to take on the track, so it should be interesting to see how quick this one can get around. GT300, interesting in this game. A lot of these cars have ridiculously inflated stats, and this one's no exception. 419 horsepower, it should be more in the ballpark of about 300. Front engine rear wheel drive, 980 kilos. Could be interesting. We've had a GT500 car go around the track before, the Nissan Calisonic GTR, and that wasn't massively quick, but it also wasn't particularly bad, so it'll be interesting to see how this gets along. Anyways, it's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land tracks at the best time it possibly can. Current leader is the TVL Sabre LM Edition, 28.620. The Sanavi Sylvia is unlikely to beat that, and also, if I'm mispronouncing that, I don't care. It's... who cares? Yeah, it's a Sylvia. It's a JGTC Sylvia. And it's not the Daishin one. The Daishin one has a really horrible livery on it. Oh wow, this might actually be quite quick. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Daishin one. This one is my preferred one, but even still, not massively interesting. Is this the one that... I can't remember what won in 1999. I know the RSR Sylvia won in like 97, and that has a really cool livery on it. I swear this one might have done something or won something. I don't know if it's this year or like a couple of years after this. Well, we're under the 30s. Holy crap, this is actually quite quick. Yeah. Interesting. Alright, I was not expecting the Zanavi Sylvia to be as quick as it is. Watch this one be popular. For whatever reason, currently at the time of recording, this is admittedly far in the future this episode's going to come out. But at the time I record this, the most popular episode of the Hot Lap Classic is the episode where I covered the Sylvia S14 for whatever reason. So if this one takes off, I'm a little bit scared because, yeah, people are just going to be like, you're saying Sinavi wrong, I can't trust anything you say. Like, ignore, like, everything else. Like, you pronounce the word wrong, you are doomed. I wouldn't mind if it was like an English word, but it's literally Zanavi, which God knows what that's supposed to be. Japanese one would have matched, and I won't be so ignorant. Unless it isn't, in which case I'm sorry. Just stop talking, should I? And just focus on the driving. This is quicker than the Calisonic Skyline, which I'm not massively surprised about, because this does definitely drive a lot nicer than but this is awesome to drive, actually, to be fair to it. This is a really quite nice, controllable, easy car to just sort of hootle around in. Oop. Bollocks. Sent it into the wall there. I think that this might have the potential to the sort of 29.2s maybe, but 29.328, certainly nothing to be ashamed of. That was nice, actually. All joking apart, I'm not the biggest Sylvia button basher, but this one, yeah, this one just drives nice. This really is a very, very nice, just an easy car to drive, to be fair. Like, for a rear-wheel drive car around this course, especially a race car, which, you know, definitely there is room for it to have issues with sort of the bumps and dips of this track. That did phenomenally well. Really impressed. Yeah. Maybe there's 0.2 in there, but I mean, it's still, even speed trap, I mean, 145 kilometers an hour. It's only 10 kilometers off that Weegate Vector we had go round. So, yeah. Actually, you can see the lap times all over the place. Yeah, there's probably 0.2 in there. 29.328. We'll put this in to 5th place. Beats out the Evo 4 GSR Impreza Escort Rally car. It beats the Calisonic GTR by about 0.3 of a second. Really impressive stuff. As I've mentioned before in this series, you know, a car with 700 horsepower like that GTR, there is potential for it to lose to the GT300s because they have less power, and as we saw with the Sylvia, it's a hell of a lot more controllable than that Calisonic Skyline is. So, yeah, it's interesting, to say the least. Really good car, though. Honestly, I'm very impressed with the driving characteristics of this. And hopefully the upcoming GT300 cars that are more interesting than this one can also put up a really good fight. The 1998 Toyota GT1 race car, a proper Le Mans machine. And could we have a more ill-fitting course for such a car? I'm curious on this one. This is either going to be very, very quick or very disappointing, and I can't quite tell which side of the fence it's going to sit on. It is powerful, mid-engine rear-wheel drive, 682 horsepower, 900 kilos. On any other track in the game, this could very well take the fight to that TVR Cerberus LM Edition and beat it. Here, mid-engine rear-wheel drive, we'll see. It's going to get 6 laps off the Motorsports Land track to set the best time it possibly can. Currently it is the TVR Cerberus LM Edition, a 28.620. Can the GT1 get close to that? The TVR Cerberus LM Edition was very, very hard to drive, but surprisingly quick. This, I feel, is going to be much of the same. The TVR, advantage for the TVR is it was lighter. Power to weight ratio was better. This car is going to have a lot more downforce, which is advantage GT1, but it has got a turbocharger, which does mean it will try to kick me in the teeth quite a few times. So we will see if it can be responsible with the power. Yeah, it should be quite quick, but we shall see. Really does depend on it. This is one of 2 GT1 race cars in the game. There's this one and the 99 model. I've decided to use the 98 because I prefer the livery on this one, basically. This 98 livery with its sort of weird tribal design almost. It's definitely my preference over the later, more muted livery for 99. Although, admittedly, while it was a more muted livery in 99, the car performed a lot better at Le Mans in 99. But it still didn't win. Still did not take that win, and it took Toyota several years of trying. Do you know, the fun thing with Toyota, really, when you think about it, is they spent years trying to win Le Mans, and it was a true sort of, weirdly for Toyota, which I don't think Toyota normally has this, it was a bit of an underdog story. But now, like thinking about that several years after years of like Toyota literally dominating the series to the point where they've had to change the rule book to get someone else to try. Yeah, it's quite interesting, isn't it, to think that at one point in history Toyota was not the Le Mans winning force it is now. You know, it's cool. Alright, here we go, last lap for the GT1. It just does not quite have the turning grip. It is understeering. That is the problem with this car, is it's understeering. It's not bad though. It's certainly not bad. It's hugely quick. It's just, I don't know. I think this might be able to beat that LM Edition Cerberus. Admittedly, that Cerberus LM Edition had, I think it was a bit harder to drive than this was, and that Cerberus got one hell of a lap in. But yeah, I think this could potentially beat that. It certainly has the, you know, speed to do so, definitely. But it's just a little bit too understeery. It's, you know, obviously, I mean, you can see by the size of it, it's very painfully not made for this track, but it still put up a very valiant effort, and it's still a very, very quick car indeed. A 28.823. That will put it into second place. It is marginally quicker than the Impreza Coupe, Mitsubishi GTO, the Weegert Vector. Yeah, really impressive time. Unfortunately, not quite as, you know, it didn't quite have that standout lap that the Cerberus LM Edition had, but it's still mighty impressive, and considering how far out of its comfort zone it's been taken, yeah, that's really good. We'll have to see how these Le Mans cars get along. We've obviously got this one, we've got the R390, and I think there's another one as well that's skipping my brain right now. Yeah, they're definitely going to be quick, but this is like one of the worst environments you can bring such a car to. The 1997 Honda Civic Type R, the EK generation of Civic, my personal favourite generation of all the Civics, because I love the way it looks, the statistics, everything about this I'm very much a fan of. Yeah, this should be interesting. The last Civic we had was, well, the first car that ever went around the track, the 93 Civic SIR, the EG, and that's still one of the quickest front-wheel drive cars that we've had round. So, can the later generation beat that one? Well, it's not running racing modification, but that's because the 98 one will be. Statistically, front-engine front-wheel drive, 311 horsepower, 966 kilos. Makes no torque though, so be interesting to see how this gets along. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to set the best time it possibly can. Currently it is the TVR Cerbera LM Edition 28.620. The Civic is unlikely to beat that. The Civic is likely to be quick though. This one is running a turbocharger as well, which should help it a little bit. I was going to run this originally naturally aspirated, but then I realised if you do that, the statistics are incredibly similar to the Spoon Civic, which is in the game. So I've decided against running that, and instead we'll run the turbocharger and see how we get along. So yeah, cool car this. I love the EK Civic. I desperately want one of these, although the prices have gone ridiculous on this. I say I want one of these. I think in real life I'd probably get the coupe. I can't remember what I think that actually has a different name, like chassis code, the coupe. But I'd probably get the coupe just for the underground vibes. But although I wouldn't do underground things to it, I should stress that just because it's a cool looking car, not because I want to stick a big body kit on it. But no, I love these cars. I really wanted one, but the values, literally as I started, like when I was first buying my first car, these were cheap, and then by the time I wanted my second car, I was looking at these and the values like shot up for anything that wasn't like a 1.4, which you don't want. You know, I wanted like the 1.6 or something like that, which has like 120 horsepower, I think. But yeah, the values for those absolutely went through the roof. I remember like overnight, like Jordan models went from being like $5 cars to over 10 grand, and now I think they're like 15,000 pounds for those things. Yeah, people have even in the UK, which is weird because the Honda Civic was never that popular here and still isn't really. It amazes me how much the prices have like gone up. I guess it's because people, I don't know actually, maybe because like the Japanese want their cars back, so people are jacking the prices up or something. But yeah, the prices have certainly shot up when it comes to Civics, which is a shame because I really want one. Well, I want one of these ones. I've got a Civic, but not like an old Civic. I've got a brand new one. So, come on! I don't think this is going to be quicker than the old one. Yeah, it's just not quite as quick as that other one. You can see by the lap times it's incredibly consistent. That might be an out of bounds. It's a dubious corner cut, but we'll take it. Yeah, it's just not quite as I gave it to the Primera. I can give it to this. Yeah, it's just not. It drives, honestly, it drives terrifically, like really, really nice. But it's just not quite got the speed, which is unfortunate. But like I say, the actual like drivability of this is terrific. Like, it drives beautifully. But I mean, you can see the sort of the consistency in the in the lap time there. There is 0.2 in there, but I think that might be a case of there is 0.2 in there, but it's a 0.2 you'll be chasing all day. And considering the only front-wheel drive cars ahead of this are all much more powerful than this, I still think it's a good effort. A 30.859 will put it into 25th place. It's very slightly slower than the Roof CR4, which is a shame. Slower than the Civic EG, Acura Integra Type R, Golf V5. They're all sort of the more powerful front-wheel drive cars, and they all, apart from the EG Civic, all of those don't have race mod. But again, they're like 350, 360 horsepower, whereas this is only 311. So I think that bodes really well for the EK Civic, and of course the Mugen Civics as well, which I think can have a turbo on them. They make about 350 horsepower. They should be very quick indeed, but we'll see those when they come to the track. The 1996 Toyota Supra RZ. Is that a Supra? Yeah, that's what I just said. This could be interesting. It's our first Supra that we've ever had take on the course, and it is basically the antithesis of what I say a car needs to be quick around this course. It is front-engined rear-wheel drive, it has a ridiculous amount of power, and it's not particularly light. Front-engine rear-wheel drive, 675 horsepower, a lot of torque, 1,343 kilos. I think this is going to be a bit of a mess to drive, but we'll see. It's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to the best time it possibly can. Currently it is the TVL Cerber LM Edition, a 28.64620. This is unlikely to beat that. This Nissan Fairlady Z, 31.650. Nissan Sylvia, 31.848. What else have we got? Have we got anything that's like Turbo Nutter? I don't think so. Those cars that I've just mentioned, this has an awful lot less power than those. However, this might be a lot less drivable than those. But we will wait and see that first lap. I mean, in fairness, it can't be any worse than the Altezza, 32.648. That Altezza had the worst gearbox known to man, so in theory, this can't be any slower than that. Be interesting to see. I think this might be a case where the naturally aspirated Supras might actually be more powerful than the turbocharged Supras, but we'll see. Right now, it doesn't feel heavy. It does feel very, very prone to oversteer though. It is incredibly hard to keep going in a straight line. That much is to be said for it. Don't get me wrong, as impressive as it is to... Oh god, what was that? Second gear? Second gear, just all the wheel spin, because it makes all the power. So this is a Stage 4 turbo in this thing, and Stage 4 turbos... You know, your kid brain on this game goes, oh yeah, Stage 4 turbo, that makes everything, like, a lot quicker. And I get why you think that way, however, just because it says more power doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing. So these Stage 4 turbos, basically they make all of their power at like the top end. It's hilarious because when you think of Gran Turismo, or at least I do think of like Stage 4 turbochargers and stuff. And, you know, we all have fond memories of putting a ridiculous amount of power through something like a Supra or a 3000 GT, like that one in GT1 where you can get like 930 horsepower out of it or whatever it is. And you have fond memories of doing so. But the one thing you forget is like Gran Turismo is actively trying to teach you why just putting more power into it is not a good idea. Like they will, with the legacies in GT1, like the amount of turbo lag, I'll try and get a good roll up on this final lap. The amount of turbo lag those legacies have, like Gran Turismo is actively trying to teach you, just because this makes more power. Also, yeah, you can clip out of bounds if you're going the wrong way. It's weird. Ooh, okay, that's... I think the game might have been confused there. It's fine, okay. Yeah, the game's like actively trying to teach you, like, just because this makes more power does not mean it's like necessarily good for like drivability or stuff. But still, because you're a kid, or even me as a 26-year-old, I still look at it and go, oh, more power. More power mean better. So, and that's what this series is all about. Teaching you that upgrades can have consequences. Or can make a car ridiculously quick. 31.001. Is there a more perfect time for the Supra to get? To be fair, that is actually a lot more quicker than I was expecting it to be. I was expecting this to be very slow. That actually completely destroys the fairlady Z and stuff. There's probably 0.2 of a second in there, but it's just undrivable. But I'm still really happy with that lap time, 31.001. That's a good lap there. And it will put it into 26th place. It is one of the quickest rear-wheel drive cars we've had, other than like the Camaro. I think it's the quickest non-race modded rear-wheel drive car we've had. That's a weird niche to be in, but that's where it goes. Yeah, that's really good. Beats out the CLK, Savannah RX7, decimates the fairlady Z and the Sylvia. I thought that's sort of where this was going to be. With that amount of power, I thought this was going to be pretty shoddy, but as it turns out, no, it's really good. I think Supras, even though they're all very similar in the fact that they're all going to make the same amount of power and they're all going to be quite heavy, I think these are going to be something you see a lot of differential on with the lap times, just because trying to get them to like calm down and set a good lap is just going to be a problem. But all that to look forward to. The 1997 Dodge concept car, aka the Copperhead, which does get its correct name in the GT2 Plus mod. This is a car that was very instrumental in the first two Gran Turismos. The first ever concept car to be featured in a GT game, and of course you got this as a prize for all gold on the first license in GT1 and all gold on the second license in GT2. And this was a car a lot of people factored in when they were playing through the early part of the game, because it's actually quite quick. So we'll see how quick it is around this track. Admittedly, statistically, not massively impressive. Front engine rear-wheel drive, 358 horsepower, 901 kilos. It is very light. This is powered by a 2.7 litre V6, I believe, from like a humdrum saloon car. Think of this as like a Plymouth Prowler, except it doesn't have the 4-speed automatic, and it makes less power, but probably was better. I don't know why they didn't build this. This was sort of the idea of this car is it's supposed to be like a mini Viper. It's a little bit weird looking, but yeah, unfortunately never quite came out. And then Dodge would release some sports cars, and they were absolute dross when they're not the Viper. Anyways, let's see how it gets along with 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track. It's going to get those 6 laps at the best time it possibly can. Current leader is the TVL Sabre LM Edition, 28.620, the Copperhead or slash concept car. Unlikely to beat that. The concept car slash Copperhead, I don't really know. Fairlady 31.6, Nissan Savannah RX7 convertible 31.083. The Supra we had out last time, although that, admittedly that was far more powerful than this, 31.001. It depends how controllable this is. I will say this is, for something that only has 356 horsepower in a straight line, this is phenomenally quick. I don't know if it's the lightweight or, you know, Gran Turismo saying how much better concept cars are than actual cars, but yeah, this is phenomenally quick. Obviously, GT1 is sort of where this car had its main source of usefulness. I remember using this in my original GT1 LP. I'll say original GT1 LP just in case I do another one, so this video is never out of date. Yeah, I remember actually, I think this was the first car I ever got, the first time I ever like passed the gold license, like without even really trying. I think there was one test on Deep Forest in the CRX where I like had to really try and focus, but other than that, yeah, it was like the first gold license I've ever got, like without pushing it or trying it, apart from like GT6, but yeah, GT6 is GT6. We all know how easy that game is. So I guess I have a little bit of attachment to it, and it was useful for passing the front-engine rear-wheel drive cup. I think I used this in. Ooh. Or the lightweight car cup. I can't remember. It's used in one of those. Technically, you could use it for both, but you know me, when it comes to Let's Plays, I try to use something that's a little bit... Well, I try not to use the same car over and over again, because I think it gets a little bit boring for viewers. I think if you're doing a casual playthrough, though, definitely. I think, like, the second to last time I played through GT2, I played through GT2 twice recently. Once for, obviously, the mod in preparation for doing the Hot Lap Classic Remastered, and once just randomly on the PlayStation Classic I've got it for. And I was around with my girlfriends, and yeah, I played through GT2, and I think I used about as little cars as possible for that. It was basically a case of abuse the fact that the events just let you sort of drive anything in them. I got a kick of oversteer there, that sort of ruined that lap. But yeah, it was sort of a case of just drive whatever's there, and yeah, it was quite fun. That was a quick lap time, actually, for the concept car. I'm impressed with that. I think it may have been able to go quicker. Maybe, but I think there's like 0.2 in there. But there's a really, really nice driving car. The one thing I'm really impressed with when I'm driving that is how speedy it was. Like, through the speed traps, like 140 kilometers an hour. That's like not... That's nothing to be sniffed of. As you can see... Oh, sorry, 130. That's still really impressive for a standard sort of sports car. Lap time's a bit all over the place. Yeah, there's definitely some time. I think that last lap, if I pulled that off, that would have been quicker. But even still, that's impressive. It goes into quite a tight-knit group as well. A 30 point... Oh, God, don't do that. 30.841, was it? I completely forget. 30.841. That will put it into 24th place. It is quicker than the Toyota Supra. It now becomes the quickest front-engine rear-wheel drive car that we've had. That's not race modded, which is, again, an interesting group like it was with the Supra. Yeah, not bad. Good time. Good time. Beats the Roof CR4. There's not a lot that's like massively compared to this CLK 200. It's very quick for a naturally aspirated car. We usually find NA tuning means these cars aren't particularly quick, but no, that's very impressive indeed. So yeah, maybe you should consider the concept car for your garage. Of course, passing the license tests in GT2 is a little bit more difficult than it was in GT1, but still, definitely worth a look. The 1995 Daihatsu Move CX, our first Daihatsu Move to go around the track, and there are 5 of them in this game, because you can never have enough Daihatsu Moves. It certainly won't be moving very quick. Front engine, front wheel drive, 90 horsepower, 680 kilos. Is this going to be the car that goes towards the bottom of our leaderboard? Let's find out. It's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to set the best time it possibly can. Current leader is the TVR Cerberus LM Edition, 28.62. Yeah, it's not happening, is it? The Daihatsu Move. Well, towards the bottom of our board, we have the Honda Beat, 35.783. And very crucially, the car this should be aiming to completely destroy, in 58th place, is the Daihatsu Opti Club Sport 2-wheel drive, a 36.663. Can the Daihatsu Move go quicker than that? The Opti Club Sport did have race mod. The Move CX does not have race mod, but also the Move CX does have more power, so I think it might even be lighter as well. That Opti Club Sport really did have nothing going for it. I think that was the one downside of having that be one of the first cars to go around. There's no speculation on what's going to be the slowest car at the moment, because that exists, and that was a mighty, mighty slow vehicle. And I fear that I had to move CX might be about to beat that. It certainly seems that way. To the line, 36.725 home. It's not a dead given just yet. Of course, the one saving grace is we do know the Daihatsu Opti Club Sport will not always be the slowest car to go around this track. because there is the Daihatsu Opti Club Sport 4-wheel drive, which is probably going to end up being slower, one would imagine, because the 4-wheel drive system is only really going to add weight in that case. We've gone from driving the Dodge concept car, and I mean, you can see at the top corner, same session where I've driven the GT1 race car, and now I'm driving the truly delicious Daihatsu Move CX. One thing to note about the Daihatsu Move CX, as you can see, like with the Daihatsu Terios Kid, we do have triple downforce. We have roof bars and we have a rear wing. And in fact, it's a rear wing with an element. It has a strengthening beam in the middle to stop the absolutely blistering performance of the Daihatsu Move CX become too... You know, you don't want your Daihatsu Move CX to lift off the ground with its immense pace. You know, you gotta chain that power to the road. And Daihatsu knew that. Daihatsu knew this 5-speed would be lifted up. It has just gone quicker than the Opti Club Sport, so that's something to note. God, this thing has a triple clutch in it and it's slow to change gears. That's incredible. How do you... Maybe this is a car I'm going to have to check and just make sure I've got all the upgrades on, because I don't think I've ever seen that in a car. A car with the triple plate clutch upgrade still shifts slower than a slow thing on slow day. It did get saved by quite a nice corner cut in that last sector, the Daihatsu Move. If it wasn't for that, then this would definitely be slower than its stable mate, I fear. And the Honda Beat should be breathing a sigh of relief as well at the fact that something is slower than it. Because that car was definitely not great either. That last lap was quicker. 36.376 for the Daihatsu Move CX. What a majestic vehicle. What a truly of our time vehicle the Daihatsu Move CX is. Impeccable. 36.376, maybe there's 0.2 of a second in there. Look at the sector 1 times. I'm quicker by 1,000th of a second. Tells you how much time you really get in these small cars. 36.376 will put it into 58th place. It beats the Daihatsu Opti Club Sport, and also means now that Daihatsu has 2 cars at the bottom of the leaderboard, although I can't say I'm particularly expecting anything else. It's slower than the Honda Beat. The Honda Beat should be very grateful it's slower than that. As far as more direct comparisons, Mitsubishi Minica. Admittedly, this is the slowest move in the game, so the rest of the moves should move up the leaderboard. I'm going to stop saying Daihatsu Move. The 1997 Nissan Skyline GTR All-Tech version 40th anniversary. The 4-door Skyline. The only 4-door Skyline in this game other than the Nismo tuned version of this car. And you might notice this has a racing modification. Thanks to Gran Turismo 2 Plus, it has restored the cut racing modification. No idea why it was cut during development, but it was, so here it is on the car now. I am worried about this one. This one could be incredibly quick. 727 horsepower, one of the most powerful cars we've ever had go around here, and it is 4-wheel drive. But it weighs 1,332 kilos and it's got a stage 4 turbo in it, so how controllable it's going to be, who knows. It's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land tracks at the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the TVR Server LM Edition, a 28.620. The Skyline 4-door, probably unlikely to beat that. It will be very quick though. This should go into the under 30 club. In terms of Skylines, we have had an R32 go around. It set a time of 29.612 and it wasn't particularly good, so we'll see how the 4-door one gets along. And it's already getting off to a pretty stellar start because that is quite a good time. Got slightly clipped by that by the tyre barrier at the end there, which is unfortunate. Yeah, this is this could be very quick. It is driving quite nice. It's very heavy. It also has a bit of rear bias by the looks of it when it comes to distributing the power. Like getting rear end slides in a 4-door saloon car, or a 4-wheel drive 4-door saloon car at that, isn't ideal to going particularly quick around here, but hopefully we can get things all nicely gathered up just long enough to let this have a good lap. I don't think it's going to be breaking the 29-second barrier somehow, but we'll wait and see. It just doesn't seem like it's quite quick enough to do that, although 29.136, that is a mighty time there. That is our quickest 4-door car to ever take on the track, so that is... I wasn't quite expecting it to get that far up, so anything beyond this is a bonus. Can it beat the Uyghur Vector? Let's have a look. It beats the Synavi Sylvia already, so that's interesting. Alright. Try and get a nice run up here. It is blisteringly quick. I think the actual times through the speed traps are about what we got out of that Vector. And the Vector, like I say, is the most powerful car we've had around here. It's also one of the quickest cars we've had go around this track. So, if a 4-wheel drive Skyline can't beat that with about the same amount of power, then that's interesting. And also just shows you how blisteringly quick that Vector was. On to the final lap then. I'm going to have to pussy out slightly on the braking zone. And smack the wall. Bollocks. Yeah, there's definitely room for this to get into the underneath that. Certainly is room, but it shall not be. This is a lot better to drive than that R32 that I drove around here was. I remember that R32 having numerous handling issues, whereas this is pretty good, pretty consistent. There's definitely 0.2 in there. That definitely could go under the 28 club, but nevertheless, that is unfortunately what does occur sometimes. But on the whole, yeah, I'm super impressed for a for a 4-door saloon car that weighs as much as it does. That is a heavily impressive time. Yeah, like I say, I think there's 0.2 in there. It definitely could slip under 28, but it will not do. 29.068 will put it in to 6th place. It loses out marginally to the Uyghur Vector W8 twin turbo, but it beats the Evo 4 Impreza sedan, although there are quicker versions of Evos and Imprezas to come. I'm sure we'll topple this, but on the whole, considering the weight of this thing, that's mighty impressive. Yeah, really good car to drive, really quick. Just a little bit too hefty. I think if it was 1,100 kilos, it might be a little bit more undrivable, but there'll definitely be room for it to go right to the top of the board. But nevertheless, that's where it goes for today. The 1990 Lotus Elan 1.6. The 90s Elan, the front-wheel drive one, the one everyone loves to hate, and I love this car. I really like this generation of Elan. I'll be honest, the old Elan doesn't appeal to me. This one does. There's just something about the way it looks, sort of the wedginess, and it's just interesting. And obviously you've got that Isuzu engine, which should mean it should be reliable. And eventually this even got turned into a Kia. I don't know why the Kia Elan isn't in this game. Maybe that can be something for the Project A spec guys to look at. Anyways, this is front engine, front wheel drive, 237 horsepower, 917 kilos. It's light, it's not very powerful. Let's see how quick it is. It's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the TVL Server LM Edition Lotus Elan. Unlikely to beat that. Either one of the Lotus Elans, to be honest with you. This, I don't really know. We have had something comparable to this, and it was the Fiat Barchetta, which was blisteringly quick. 31.076 the Barchetta, one of the fastest front-wheel drive cars we've had. And that is very similar to this in the sense that it's a front-wheel drive roadster. The key difference is, though, that had about 30 more horsepower on this and was just about as light as this is, so I don't think it's quite going to be going into that ballpark. I think this will do well to smash into the 31s. I think as long as it can smash into the 31s, anything beyond that is good. Obviously, front wheel drive, one of my favourite drivetrains for this circuit. Not like there's many to pick from. It's a little bit slidey on the way out of corners. A little bit of, as we've seen before, a little bit of oversteer in your front wheel drive car. Yeah, there you go. It will get its rear end out if it's provoked. 32.611, that's not quite into the 31s like one was hoping. But we'll see how much time there is in this. Fortunately, unlike that Skyline we had last time, this is one of those cars that's quite slow, so you can usually drive it a lot better, a lot more closer to what would be its actual pace ceiling. Although, of course, the issue with that is if you do make a mistake on a lap, there's no way to go ahead and get that time back. 32.149. That's pretty good. Where is that? 32. No, that's not good at all. That's terrible, actually. Okay, I've just realised. If this can't break into the 31s, Mazda MX5 32.088. Can the Lotus Elan get the last lap on the MX5s? Although, admittedly, there's going to be turbocharged MX5s to come around this course, so maybe it's not so much a last laugh as a first blow to the mighty MX5s, but we'll see. If you've got to pull something out of the bag, Lotus, it's now, though, because there's not any more of your front-wheel drive kin to go around this track. I don't know why they didn't put the turbo version in this game, in all honesty. The turbo version is mentioned in the description, so it's evidently something they could have done. They've just decided, for whatever reason, not to. Run to the line. Ah, come on, get under 31. You know you want to, Lotus. Mighty front-wheel drive Lotus. How all Lotuses should be. Except you don't listen to that because the Esprit's been round here and it's over a second and a half quicker than this is. That was not a particularly amazing first sector, or second sector, but it's going to be enough. 31.534. We pulled it out of the bag at the end of that. Yeah, that was a challenge to extract that much lap time out of this. It's just not got enough power. I think that's the big issue here. 211 horsepower. It isn't really all that much around here. Ideally, you want to have at least 300 to have a shot of putting in a respectable time. Yeah, that sector 2 was slow. There might be 0.2 in there, as there usually is, but yeah, nevertheless. 31.534 will slap it right in the middle of the Mugen Accord SIRT and the Mazda Demio. It does beat the Unos Roadster by quite a ways, beats the Dodge Avenger, Peugeot 306, so it's sort of right around that hot hatch territory. It does get slightly beaten by an Opel Corsa, which actually, if that Corsa's got the 1.6 in it, that's probably not too dissimilar to the 1.6 in this, but shut up, we'll ignore that. Yeah, it's just not... It hasn't got the power. If it had the power, I have no doubt that could be going a lot quicker, i.e. we've seen that with the Fiat Barchetta, but nevertheless, still not very bad. The 1994 Mitsubishi FTO GPX. Mitsubishi's other coupe offering in this time. One of three. FTO, Eclipse, and the GTO. And the FTO is my second favourite. I quite like these. Quite good looking cars, my sort of performance, you know, front wheel drive, hot hatches level of power, really, really cool cars, and unfortunately they get ruined every year by modified people. Last time I saw one of these, the two last times I've seen one of these, one of them had a ridiculous exhaust on, which just, I don't understand, and then the other guy, like, tried to make it look like a Tiger with, like, a Velside kit. It was terrible. This one, fortunately, is not front-engine, front-wheel drive, 333 horsepower, 1,043 kilos. Those are very good figures for going around this track, but we'll see how it does. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land tracks at the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the TVL Server LM Edition with a 28.620. The FTO is unlikely to beat that, obviously. The FTO... Acura Integra 30.722, Honda Civic 30.779. Somewhere in that ballpark, if not, Fiat Barchetta 31.076. Or maybe not. What on earth is in this Mitsubishi Eclipse? FTO. Is this going to beat the Eclipse? Is this... The one thing that could beat the Eclipse is actually the FTO. That would be interesting. Why is this so quick? I have no words for what just... Did I just like really nail a lap without thinking about it, or what? I don't know what just happened. That was actually mighty incredible, and hopefully I can string another lap together in this thing to make it seem like that wasn't just some sort of fluke. Yeah, okay. Maybe the FTO's got some pace. I don't know how much more pace is in it, unfortunately, but hopefully enough to upset that Eclipse. I've been getting a bit bored of that Eclipse at the top of our leaderboard as of late. 30.253 for a front-wheel drive car. That's the quickest one we've ever had. So, can the FTO be the one to beat that? We shall see. I'm quite surprised as well, because usually I preach how turbocharged cars are going to be quick around here because they make a lot more torque in the mid-range, which is sort of what you want, but no, something like this has just come along and completely proven that's a pack of lies. Now, I'm not saying I get personal in these, however, I really want the FTO to knock the Eclipse off the top spot. That would be delicious. If it can't, though, 30.352 is damn respectable. This is ridiculous. If you're gonna buy a front-wheel drive car in GT2, if you're looking for something for the FF Challenge, if you're just completely unable to beat the AI for some reason, maybe you should be looking at the Mitsubishi FTO, because my god, this thing's quick, apparently. And again, I don't even really know how, because it doesn't feel all that super special to me coming around here. I don't think that's quite going to be good enough. No, it's not. Damn. Why? I don't understand what just happened. The best bit is there's quicker FTOs to come here as well. We've got the GP version R to come around this track eventually. I have no idea why that was so quick. I have no idea why that first lap was apparently so good either. I did the best first sector. That's crazy. That's mental. Yeah. Could it beat the Eclipse? Looking at those splits, maybe not, come to think of it. I don't know if it could quite be that quick, but take a bow. Take an absolute bow, because that is mighty impressive. A 30.352. We'll put that in to 20th place. As I said, it's only just off of the Mitsubishi Eclipse, quicker than a Renault Clio Sport V6, Esprit V8, the Golf. Quicker than that. Quicker than the Integra. Blows the Civic out the water. Yeah. FTOs. Mighty impressive. This is definitely something to keep an eye on as this series progresses, because, you know, there's only one Eclipse, but there's several FTOs that can all come for that crown, so stay tuned for that. The Daihatsu Storia Rally Car, aka the Sirion. You know why this is here. I know why this is here. Let's go and have some fun. Four-wheel drive, 433 horsepower, 800 kilos. It is the lightest rally car in the game. I believe it's got the best power to weight ratio of all the rally cars in this game. Not necessarily the quickest, because it does have some not ideal handling, unlike the Imprezas and the Evos, thanks to probably its short wheelbase, but let's see how it goes on. We have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track. It's going to get those 6 laps to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the TVR Cerberus LM Edition, 828.620. That's what the story is aiming at. Yep, that's why it's here. It's here to try and knock off that TVR. Because, you know, I think there's something truly poetic in potentially having Daihatsus at both the bottom of the board. We've got two of them now, I think, right at the bottom, and one right at the top as well. And let's be honest, this is Daihatsu's best and probably only chance to do this until we get something sort of far more quicker than this Storia to come along. To be fair, I adore this Daihatsu Storia in this game. It looks absolutely mental. This looks like what I would like design a rally car to look like in Need for Speed. That is close. With its like ridiculous, it's got two roof scoops, it's got the spoiler on it, mud flaps, the rally lights. This for me is the best looking rally car in the game, and also like one of my favourites personally. Unfortunately, like I say, it is let down by the fact that because it is so light and because it has so much power, and that power to weight ratio, get a run up there, the power to weight ratio is insane in this thing. It does sort of mean it is a little bit awkward to drive, especially with the tiny wheelbase, but for a track like this one, it should be alright. But we will wait and see with bated breath. Can this beat that pesky LM Edition TVR? There's definitely time in this. There's definitely time in this. I think no matter what time this gets, I'm going to be unhappy because I know this can go quicker. Judging by at the moment. But we'll see. Come on, little Daihatsu. Little Daihatsu, mighty Daihatsu. Go for the big jump, why not? It's a rally car, it can handle it. It's got the typical sort of rally car float going on with it that you would expect, where the suspension is a little bit sort of benign in this thing, but it's still a very good handler. 28.410. The legacy, the British Empire, has been diminished by the mighty Daihatsu. The mighty Daihatsu that definitely could go quicker. I have no doubt the Daihatsu could go quicker. I think, could it get into the 27s? I think you'd be pushing it to get it that far up. But, fortunately, it does get a nice round number as well, which means it's easy to remember. But, yeah, there you go. Daihatsus officially own the leaderboard, as they should do, quite frankly. Because why have a Daihatsu all the way at the bottom when you can have a Daihatsu all the way at the top as well? Fantastic. The laps were all over the place. Yeah, there's usual 0.2 I'll give myself there, but mighty impressive feat. 28.410. That will put it into first place. A Daihatsu is the quickest car we have ever had go around this course. That is incredible. Knocks off the Subaru LM Edition. Admittedly, that Subaru did do really, really well. And its achievement should not be diminished by this, because it's still 0.2 on a car that has such a ridiculous power to weight ratio as this, and four-wheel drive, and all the advantages you get from being a rally car. Mighty, mighty impressive stuff. Beats a Toyota GT1 race car as well. Truly the king of Japan, Daihatsu. And it shall reign supreme at the top of our board until something comes along and demolishes it. The 1999 BMW 740i. We had a car last time out that was incredibly lightweight and had a great power to weight ratio. So let's balance it out and stick a barge on our track. What you are looking at is the heaviest car in GT2. This thing's stock weighs over 2,100 kilos. As it stands today, it is front engine rear wheel drive, 427 horsepower, 1,828 kilos. This might be painful. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Daihatsu Storia rally car, a 28.410. That is going to feel weird to say for a little while. Yeah, that's the car that came out last time to utterly destroy the leaderboard. The 740i is unlikely to take the crown for the heavyweight Wales. As far as where this car's gonna go, I genuinely could not tell you. That first gear does extend out for a while. Alright, so this is a car we're gonna have to use first gear in, which I'd never like to do. In terms of where this is gonna go, I could not tell you. Do you know what? I want to see it beat the Mazda Unos Roadster. What was that? A 32.088, I think. If this can beat that, then I'll class that as a win. Because I do not expect this to be particularly quick. It also doesn't have as much power as you expect. I think it's actually... I mean, saying that, it is one of the most powerful BMWs in the entire game. But BMWs are not particularly powerful in this game. For you see... there are no M cars in GT2. There's none of that nonsense. This was back in the day when we had to make do with like the most powerful version of the 5 Series being the 528i, which is weird considering the M5 definitely did exist in 1999. But nevertheless, it's not here. Do you know what else existed in 1999? Probably V12 powered 7 Series is. But no 750i or even a 760li, which would have been really fancy. Nope, in this game you get the 740i V8. I'm assuming it's because they couldn't be asked to code like another BMW engine. Like they just by this point were just like, yeah, whatever, or just use the same engine that's in the 840. Although actually, come to think of it, the 8 Series also had a V12, the 850. I have no idea. There is probably some polyphony reason why these cars are the V8s and not the V12s. Maybe... I mean, they're obviously European market cars because they've got European plates on them, so I don't really... Maybe they just like didn't read a book and didn't realise there's a V12. Like, to be honest with you, some of these cars, it would not surprise me if it was a case of polyphony like literally sent someone to a BMW dealership to just go and look at the model range, and like they went to like the used forecourts and yeah, you really should use first gear. Okay, that's good to know. Unfortunately, it's a bad time to find out right on this last lap. But yeah, it would not surprise me if that they'd sent them off and they went to the actual like used car things, and to get like any form of idea on like what to put in the game and stuff, they just sort of went and read through brochures and looked at used lots and saw what was on them. That's probably what happened here. If we didn't have a cut BMW in this game, I'd assume BMW was like a very, very late acquisition for the team, but obviously it wasn't. Should have changed up there, could have changed up there, didn't. 32.767. We've only had 2 BMWs so far, and they've both been very disappointing. This one, the gear ratios are just not quite right for this track. If that second gear was a little bit lower down, or if this made a little bit more torque, or if that first gear was a bit longer, we could have used that, but that first gear was just on the cusp of being useful. But it wasn't. My best lap wasn't even the one with the best sectors in it. Yeah, there's definitely 0.2 in there, isn't there? Definitely is 0.2 in there, but it just doesn't drive well at all. It drives terribly, to be honest. It's just not a good car, which is a shame because I love this 7 Series. I love this model of 7 Series, but with the weight in it and the size of it, you know, you're just never going to quite be quite there. Anyways, this BMW 740i will put itself into, let me just check this, 32.767. We'll put it into 56th place. It is beaten out by the Toyota Altetsa, which had a terrible gearbox. This is really just, this part of the leaderboard here is just the sign of excuses. You know, the Altetsa was about leaderboard, the Cuda was one of the first things we've driven, and it's so far the only American muscle car that's gone round. It gets beaten by a Terios kid. In fairness to it, it is a second slower than the 323 Ci, which at least means the 323 Ci can have some reprieve there, but yeah, it is not a great car, unfortunately. The 1997 Honda Life. yeah, I decided, you know, I'm dedicated to the Honda life, so I really needed to bring a Honda life to the track. You might notice this one has its racing modification, which for whatever reason got deleted out of the files. I guess because they sort of looked at the life and was like, no. But it's here, it's brilliant. Here's the Honda life. This is the better looking of the two. There's two Honda lives in this game as well, just, you know, if you really wanted two, there's two. And this one has green wheels, which is fantastic. Anyways, this one is front engine, front wheel drive, 121 horsepower, 704 kilos. It's light, it's not very powerful, it is the exact opposite of that 7 Series barge we drove around last time, and if this beats that 7 Series barge we drove around last time, then that would be really funny. It's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track at the best time it possibly can. Current leader is 4-speed, nice. Current leader is the Daihatsu Storia rally car at 28.410. It will look good to try and ever compete with those. Fortunately, there are more Daihatsus that are closer to reach for it. The closest thing we've had to this car around this track recently is the Daihatsu Move CX at 36.376, which, again, this should be quicker than that. If this isn't quicker than that, then we've got bigger problems to worry about. My god. It drives nice, it's just looking at it, the green, the incessant use of Honda badging, I love it. This truly is Honda life, in a nutshell, you know. This is what we dream about. Don't dream about Type Rs or, you know, more efficient hybrids. I dream of the Honda life. The mighty Honda life. Why did this never appear in any more Gran Turismo game? I will never know. I guess because it technically got replaced by its older compatriot, the Honda Life Step van. You know, back when it was uncool enough to be a van, now it's cool. It's a passenger car. It's horrendously slow. It is quicker than the Daihatsu Move though, which means Daihatsu can still rest easy knowing that it owns the top of the leaderboard and the bottom of the leaderboard. Mostly because there's dross like this in this game as well. This has got 120 horsepower and it's even slower than I was expecting it to be. I was expecting this to be actually somewhat quick, like not quick, that's the wrong word I'm operating with there. I was expecting this to be like alright, to be fair, but it just isn't. You know how, like, in the 7 Series I said about, like, the gears, and the gears aren't quite long enough in that car, and how I often complain about gearboxes on this show, because that's the one of the few things on these cars that's kept stock is the gearbox. Yeah. This car just needs more gears, basically. That's the chief operating issue with this one, is it desperately needs more gears, so it's got more... can have more attempts to try and put the power down, because as it stands it is not quick. As it stands it is not quick. Not very good, but oh well, you know, Honda life can't all be positive. Sometimes there has to be negatives in Honda life, yeah. That's how things happen. I was sort of hoping this was going to be a competitor for the Mitsubishi Minica, but considering the Minica is currently well over 2 seconds ahead of this. See, that's like the funny thing is, like at the top of the leaderboard, it's all very fine margins between like what is and what isn't competitive. Up here, or down here, below the surface, this is like where gaps are just formed. Like the gap between a good car and a bad car down here is like well over 3 seconds. I'm actually going to have a look. I'll see if I can like do the mental maths on it after we finish driving this. Let's see if we can get a good final lap. 35.776. That means it beats something else. And, well, wait until you hear what else it beats. But, yeah, I'm going to do some math on the difference between this and that Minica. Let's do it now. There's 1.6 seconds separating that Minica to that, and there is 1.6 seconds separating the Daihatsu Sirion rally car and the Subaru Legacy Touring Sport from 1st to 17th. So that's your idea. That was... Oh no, the sector was very slightly quicker in that other lap. That just... It wasn't going to happen, was it? 35.776. It fractionally, and I mean fractionally, beats the Honda Beat. This is quicker than Honda's sports car. Now, again, the caveat is the Beat wasn't running a turbocharger or racing mod, which they can do, and there's several other Beats in this game that are going to be equipped like that, but that's still not great. Even in natural aspiration form, the Beat is beaten by Honda Life. It's a life beater. The 1998 Fiat Punto GT, a car that I surely hope does well because I love the Punto. This generation, all of the generations of Puntos, they've all just been fantastic looking, no-nonsense super minis, and that's what I like about them, especially this first generation, which was an absolute pioneer, with the high tail lights, the sleek bodywork. It was just, this is a masterpiece, basically. And this Punto GT, a very rare car now, unfortunately, but I dearly love one of these. I think it's a 1.4 litre turbocharged unit. It only makes about 130 horsepower, but for a hot super mini, that is pretty good. Statistically, fully upgraded, not massively impressive. Front engine, front wheel drive, 217 horsepower, 892 kilos of weight. But we did have another Fiat go around, the Barchetta, and that did surprisingly well. So we'll see how the Punto gets along. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track at the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Daihatsu Storia rally car, a 28.410. The Punto, unlikely to beat that. The Punto should be aiming directly at 40th place, the Opel Corsa, which, to my knowledge, is the only sort of super mini we've had go around so far. That was a 31.407, which was actually quite an impressive time from that car. So it'll be interesting to see how well the Punto gets along. That's already quicker on its first lap, and we're not even on a proper flying lap yet. That is very, very quick indeed. Okay, I may have underestimated the Punto a little bit here. Punto might be good. It doesn't, to be fair to it, for a 217 horsepower car, this does not feel like a 217 horsepower car. It feels significantly quicker than 217 horsepower. 30.429. That's quicker than the Renault Clio V6. The 500 horsepower Renault Clio, yeah, this is quicker. Wow, okay, that is mighty, mighty impressive. I don't know how much more time's in this. If this can, like, I mean, in my dreams of dreams, this beats the Mitsubishi Eclipse, but I don't quite think it's going to have that much speed. I think the Eclipse is just too powerful for this to really compete with that, but still, that is phenomenally quick. That bodes really well as well for other super minis. We haven't really, like I say, we haven't seen a lot of these. But they're definitely in the game. We've got stuff like the Yaris, which I think actually makes more power than this. So that'll be interesting to see. Or it could just be a Fiat thing. Fiats might just be really, really quick in this game, which I'm definitely not going to be complaining about. Because, you know me, I'm a Honda fanboy in reality, but in my heart I'm a Fiat fanboy. Because I love these things. As many people know, my first car was a Panda. And, well, my first car was a Panda, and my dad's first car was an Uno, and so, from a young age, I have been brainwashed to absolutely love these things, and I certainly do, so. I think that's too much of a cut. Yeah, that's, alright, we will start the last lap properly. That was a little bit too ambitious. The speed drop times on this thing aren't even that bad, to be fair. It does feel, for a car that's, what was it, 217 horsepower, I think? It doesn't feel like a car making 217 horsepower. It feels like it makes significantly more than that. That was a little bit... Alright, yeah, that was a bit too much. Although, that being said, there's definitely still time in this, definitely. Not much, but there is still something in this. 30.325. That is mighty impressive. I honestly think maybe that could have had the Eclipse. I think it would have been like, that would have been the absolute limit of what you can get out of this, would be beating that Eclipse. But that is a phenomenally good car, the Punto. Not only does it look good, it performs exceptionally. It's a little bit oversteery, which I don't really like too much on the front wheel drive cars, but it's no way near as bad as something like the Integras and the Peugeot 306 and stuff like that. That is phenomenally quick. Yeah, there's 0.2 in there as well, potentially. Yeah, 30.325 will put it into 21st place. It beats the Mitsubishi FTO, which was incredibly impressive last time out. As I mentioned, Clio Sport, Golf, Acura Integra, Honda Civic. That is... The only front-wheel drive car quicker than this is that Eclipse, and like I said, that Eclipse had like 400 horsepower, so for this to... if this had a little bit more power, it could be close, but yeah. That fills me full of confidence for the Fiat Coupe when that eventually goes around, because that makes like Eclipse power, and if it's as nice to drive as this is, that Eclipse is in trouble. The 1991 Honda Prelude SI VTEC, as you can see by this very fancy font. These cars actually were quite fancy, I guess. They're sort of Honda's more luxurious coupe to the more ragtag Integra. I don't think this was actually specifically based on any form of existing Honda hatchback, even the Accord. These weren't really Accord based, they were sort of their own little thing. Now, Preludes were indeed fancy. You could get TV screens in these things as optional extras in Japan, which is interesting. This one does not have a TV screen. In fact, it's had all the weight ripped out of it. It is front engine, front wheel drive, 307 horsepower, 1,102 kilos. Not massively impressive stats, but we will see how it gets along with 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track. It's gone off those 6 laps the best time it possibly can. Current leader is the Daihatsu Storia rally car, a 28.410. The Prelude, unlikely to beat that. The Prelude, I don't really know, to be honest with you. If I was going to be a betting man, we've got the Integra 30.722, and we've got the conventional Accord of 31.103. Maybe somewhere in that region, I think, is sort of where this is going to go. I'm not 100% sure though. It could really go anywhere. Oop, we've done that thing. So that's what happens if you invalidate a lap. You sort of go through the scenery, which is interesting. So this lap obviously is not going to count. Actually, that didn't invalidate it. I could abuse that for future laps, but I'm not going to, because that is very cheesy. You know me, I don't really care too much about the track limits here, because ultimately the whole point is the car is here to set the quickest time it possibly can, and trying to keep within the track limits in these cars is just not a viable thing. So I don't really do that, but of course I am going to stay on the side of not getting too greedy. These corners here don't really matter. I do like the Prelude, actually. I prefer the later Preludes, if I'm being honest, sort of the late 90s ones as opposed to these early 90s ones, but they do have a nice rear end design and they're reasonably quick. I think this isn't a bad... If you want a first car in this game, these Preludes ain't bad. Although you've got to make sure you're buying the right Prelude, which can be a little bit tricky in the regionalization, or when this game's using its regionalization, because these cars actually have different names. I think in the base PAL version, it's like the 2 litre and the 2.2 VTEC, and the 2 litres the quicker of the two, I think is the way that works. I'm not actually 100% sure. But obviously, if you're using the Japanese version of the game, or you're indeed using the GT2 Plus mod like I am, then it's the Prelude SI and the Prelude SI VTEC, basically. I can't seem to string a good lap together with this thing. It's but it's operating at about where I think it should. It is a little bit understeer. You can feel the weight in this. It's, what was it, 1,102 kilos, something like that. So it's not a particularly light car. It's not bad, though. Also naturally aspirated, which, as we've discussed before, is a little bit of a curse when it comes to this track. You want sort of turbochargers for the torque, which is one thing Hondas do really suffer with. Try and get it around that last corner, blast it to the line, 31.122. Very slightly slower than the Accord with a race mod. Admittedly, I think the Accord was a little bit more powerful and potentially even lighter. But that's not, like, terrible, I wouldn't say. Comparing it to some other stuff, sort of front-wheel drive, coupe-based cars, they haven't been massively competitive around here. The lap times are close. Yeah, I don't know if you could get too much more out of that, but anyways, a 31.122 will put it into 36th place. It is quicker than a Chrysler Phaeton, Vauxhall Vectra, Alfa Romeo 166, Mugen Accord, that's the one without the race mod. It is quicker than the Dodge Avenger, which I guess is a relatively close parallel front-wheel drive coupe-based vehicle. Yeah, loses out to the Integra by about half a second, but it's not bad. I think later models of this car, where they have a little bit more power, should help to offset the weight a little bit, but as it stands, this one's just a little bit too weighty to be efficient, but it's still a good car. Very easy to drive. If you're sort of starting out in GT2, this is something I would recommend, just because of the ease of use of driving it. The 1998 Mazda Roadster 1.8 VS, aka the MX5 NB. We have had one of these go around the track before, however it was the D-Rights version, which was non-upgradable apart from the tyres. So I figured we'd bring another MB to the track just so it can have a little bit more of a representative lap time. But this is the luxurious VS model, which comes with this fantastic beige roof that I do quite like. It is a front-engined rear-wheel drive, 274 horsepower, 947 kilos, not particularly heavy, even though it's the luxury model. Should be fun. I do like the MB. Hopefully it does well, and we will see how it gets along with 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track. It's going to get those 6 laps at best and it possibly can. Our current leader is the Daihatsu Storia Rally car of 28.410. This car unlikely to beat that. This car should be aiming at the Mazda Unos Roadster. Don't worry about this first lap, by the way, it doesn't count. 32.088, and that is sort of where I'm hoping this goes. I was actually looking, the torque stat and the horsepower stat on this are relatively similar, so I thought this was turbocharged, but no, it's actually naturally aspirated, which is interesting, and that means it actually produces quite a healthy amount of torque for a naturally aspirated engine, so hopefully it does well. Unfortunately, MX-5s are always destined to struggle a little bit with this track, just because they are rear-wheel drive, which isn't ideal. They're also more prone to sliding in the same sort of way that you're not expecting the Toyota Sprinters or anything like that to be massively quick around here. These do suffer from that. 31.817, it has beaten the NA MX-5 that we had go around. Admittedly, that NA was quite down on power compared to this, although I think it was significantly lighter, because like I said, this is the VS model, which as you can tell is not running racing modification. I think the other two NBs are going to run racing mod, because the 1.6 is obviously lighter, and the 1.8 RS is the most powerful of all of them, or the most powerful and the lightest weight. This obviously tied in power with this NB here. I am surprised it's not turbocharged, because obviously MX-5s and turbochargers is something that's quite common in the real world. Although I say that, I think Matt Watson from Carwell's got a supercharged one, which is definitely more my style. Or you can just, you know, go full mental and stick the Jag V6 in it. I remember I always wanted a, that's really quick actually, I always wanted an MX5 when I was sort of searching for my second car. Unfortunately, I sort of came to the conclusion I kind of needed back seats in a car, and ever since then I don't think I've ever, no I haven't, I've never had a car with less than 5 doors. No, tell a lie, I had the Accord, which is technically a 4-door because it's a saloon. But yeah. So I decided I sort of needed back seats, so I never, we'll go for a bit of a run up here. I never did get my MX5, but I really wanted the California edition in bright yellow. Which in fairness, considering I had long hair back then, maybe that was a good thing I didn't get into a bright yellow MX5. I think I would have, I think at the time I was sort of pricing up how much a hardtop was going to cost for it. Unfortunately I was in the wrong gear there, which on a car like this really does hurt it for these naturally aspirated cars. So 31.127 is going to be the time, but that is impressive. That's actually really impressive from the MX5. I was just saying how I don't think these things are going to be particularly quick, and yeah, as it turns out, today's just full of surprises. Everything I've driven today, apart from maybe that Prelude, has been a surprise. I've driven so far today the Punto and the Prelude in this, so that's sort of the order we've been going on. A 31, to be fair, that lap was pretty good. A 31.127 will put this car into 37th place. It goes basically where the Prelude did last time. It is only marginally slower than that. It is quicker than the Vectra, Alpha 166. Anything comparable to this? It beats the Lotus Elan. I was not expecting that. I thought the Elan might do better. It is beaten by the Fiat Barchetta, which is sort of a similar type of vehicle, but admittedly that Barchetta was, I think that had a slightly less power than this, and also weighed slightly more, but the front wheel drive is always going to come out on this course. Yeah, very good from the VS, and I'm excited to see how the other two NB MX-5s are going to get along, and hopefully the NB NX5s can beat the NA MX5s, because I'm more an NB person than an NA person. The legendary 1997 Toyota Prius, the car that very well could become the slowest thing we ever have round here. This car has been requested by Daniel Plantpot, because of course it has. Yeah, let's see how this does. Front engine, front wheel drive, 64 horsepower, 1,105 kilos of weight. However, unlike last time where the Prius was very easily the slowest thing we'd have ever had round the previous Hot Lap Classic, this time around, thanks to the GT2 Plus mod, it has its restored racing modification, which for whatever reason was removed from the game before it shipped. I don't know why, because I think this Prius looks absolutely fantastic. So I guess we're going to see if that helps it at all. You might be wondering why it makes so little power, and the simple answer to that is it has no upgrades. Literally none. If it wasn't for this racing mod and the weight reduction, it would have nothing. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land at tracks at the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is, let's not even bother talking about that. There is only one place the Prius should be looking, and that is directly at the bottom of our leaderboard. The Daihatsu Opti Club Sport 2-wheel drive, 36.663. Can the Prius go quicker than the Daihatsu Opti Club Sport? We shall see. The first thing to note is this is a leany car through the corners. My god, it leans. It is not quick. It is not... yeah. It's a shame, really, because I actually really like the first gen Prius, but I guess Polyphony didn't like this, which is weird, because in the description for this car they bang on about how innovative and interesting it was, and indeed for this time it was incredibly innovative and interesting, but I guess, like I say, I don't know, maybe they thought this was gonna, you know, turn all cars into spluttering hybrids before we knew hybrids could be fun and interesting. 37.005. Definitely could go quicker. That Daihatsu is not safe. The Daihatsu is definitely not safe. That's interesting. It leans through the corners. It also does not have a properly functioning CVT like it should do, which is lovely. I don't even know why I'm braking for the corners. Do you even need to in this? I have no idea. Come on. 36.707. It's close. The Prius is close. The problem is, it's just like trying to get it... You'd think a car with like 64 horsepower, getting it like stopped and turned for that first corner would be quite easy. But the problem is, it just sort of... You can see the body roll coming off this thing. I don't think I've driven anything with this much body roll since I drove that Plymouth Fury in the Gran Turismo 2 Project A spec mod. Yeah, my god, it leans. You kind of feel the torque in it, though. I'll give it that. It does feel quite torquey, and it does have a fair amount of torque. I think that's the one statistic this car has over that Daihatsu, is the torque figure in it is actually pretty good. But, yeah, other than that, it does not have a lot going for it. Bless it, really. I do like the first gen Prius. I don't know if I've mentioned that. It's really weird looking, which I quite like about it. I definitely prefer this to the facelift. Oh! It has done it. It has beaten the Daihatsu Opti Club Sport. No wonder that car's got a long face. I'd have a long face too if I was beaten by the Toyota Prius. And it can still go quicker. Sounds like a milk float. Come on, Prius. Mighty, mighty Prius. The race mod has made all the difference. It could go even quicker. 36.265. It's beaten 2 cars. Haha! Prius! Yeah! Oh dear. You all thought this was going to be the slowest thing we ever have. I thought it was going to be the slowest thing we ever have. But it turns out the Prius is ready and willing to fight. I have a sneaking suspicion if it wasn't for the weight reduction and the racing modification, yeah, this would be the car at the bottom of the leaderboard. But it isn't. A 36.265 means it goes into 67th place. It beats the Daihatsu Move CX and the Daihatsu Opti Club Sport. And that really does put into perspective how slow those Daihatsus are. They were beaten by a car which, let's be honest, has literally no modifications whatsoever. It's all in that wing. I mean, you can see the downforce generated by that massive Mazda 323F style wing. Escort Cosworth, eat your heart out. Yeah, that's that's really depressing for Daihatsu. But, you know, the silver lining to this cloud is at least Daihatsu still owns both the top spot of our leaderboard with the Storia rally car and the bottom part of our leaderboard with the Opti Club Sport 2-wheel drive. Which, bear in mind, that Opti Club Sport 2-wheel drive, the 4-wheel drive version might even be slower than that. But we'll get to that when we get to it. The 1995 Honda NSX-R LM GT2, our first NSX to take on the track. And like a lot of NSXs in this game, it is a racing vehicle. This one has been added with the Gran Turismo 2 Plus mod. It was in Gran Turismo 1. I believe this is Honda's special model on the PAL region. And the GT1 Turbo, which is also here, thanks to the mod, is the Japanese special model. I think that's the way this works. This car went to Le Mans and didn't do very well. The Teen Kunimitsu, I think it is. I love this livery, though. This is an absolutely exquisite livery. It reminds me a lot of the Honda NSX-R prototype race car from the later GT games, and I really like that car. Mid-engined rear-wheel drive, 543 horsepower, 1,050 kilos. This, on paper, is very good. However, how is it going to get along with 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track? It's going to get those 6 laps to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Daihatsu Storia Rally car, a 28.410, The NSX-R GT2 is unlikely to beat that. Where is this going to end up? I have literally no idea. I don't think we've had a mid-engined rear-wheel drive race car to the point where actually the quickest mid-engined rear-wheel drive car we've had is the Weegert Vector, which currently sits in 6th place with a 29.021. So that was massive. Oh, we've had the GT1 race car. Sorry. I'm not expecting this to beat the GT1 race car. But then again, we had that TVR LM edition, and that was massively quick. So maybe this will be quick too. In case you're wondering, because obviously this car is not in the original GT2, this car apparently has its physics data adapted from GT1. So that's sort of how this is able to appear here. Again, like I say, one of the fantastic cars brought to the game thanks to the GT2 Plus mod, which I highly recommend and is always in the description if you wish to download it and use it on your own copy of GT2. And it even works on legitimate copies of GT2 apparently. Like you can actually I don't know how you do it. I guess you write it to a disc or something, but you can actually play this in your PlayStation and have all the new features and stuff, which is cool. Unfortunately, I lost control there. So far, so predictable, I guess it would be for this. It's not doing terrible. It's also not lighting the world on fire. It doesn't quite have the downforce I'd expect it to. Sort of coming around here, I'm having to brake, which, admittedly, it is, you know, massively... Oop, I'm gonna spin it out. Nice. It is massively quick in a straight line, but it is not, you know, it hasn't quite got the amount of downforce you might expect from a race car. I wonder if the GT1 Turbo is going to be any better in that regard. But I don't know, we'll try that one out when we get to it. And of course we've got the NSX JGTC cars, which are notoriously hard to handle, so... I will say, compared to some of the horror stories I've heard about NSX race cars, this is... I'll take the colossal amounts of understeer over heroic amounts of oversteer, which this very easily could have. A little trepidatious on the throttle there. Just blast it to the line. What are we going to get? A 29.226. Not bad. Definitely not bad. I think there is some time in there. That last lap wasn't perfect, but ultimately the car doesn't handle that perfect. It's a little bit... Well, you can see there, it's a bit all over the place on how this handles. It's sort of understeery, but it makes also a lot of power. It's one of those race cars where you've really got to be careful over the bumps, because it sort of unsettles it quite a lot. Yeah, there's probably 0.2 in there, but it usually is. 29.226 will put it into 8th place. It is actually quicker than the Zanavi GT300 car we had go round, which is interesting. Quicker than the Calsonic GTR, trying to think of anything else comparable to this. Slower than the Weegert Vector, but the Weegert Vector had a hell of a lot more power and, dare I say, was actually slightly more drivable. It's not that far off the GT1 race car, to be honest with you, only about 0.5 in it. Yeah, it's not bad. It's just not brilliant. You're never expecting the NSXs to be particularly good around this course, because obviously mid-engine cars and Gran Turismo don't usually mix, and on top of that, it's a very sort of twisty, low-speed course. As I usually preface this, I'll say if this car was on any other racetrack in the game, it would be definitely towards the top of our leaderboard, but it is not any other racetrack. This is a unique challenge, and that's why we do it. The 1996 Mitsubishi Galant VR4, our first Galant to take on the course. We've had the Legnum, now we have the Galant, the proper one. Let's see how this does. This should be quite quick. Four-wheel drive, 409 horsepower, 1,264 kilos, a lot of torque. So far, the only downside I can see is this race mod is horrendous. The colours on this, as soon as I saw the yellow and red, I was like, yes. I do remember Galant's having a race mod this bad, but I thought that was sort of restricted to the naturally aspirated ones, but nevertheless, we'll see how it gets on. It will get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Daihatsu Storia Rally Car at 28.410. The Galant unlikely to beat that. The Galant Subaru Legacy is the sort of comparable car we've had to this. In the same way Evos and Imprezas go at each other, Galants and Legacies are designed to go at each other. And the only Legacy we've had ended up in currently 18th place with a 30.037. It actually, very briefly at the start of this series, led the times, but obviously, eventually, it did not. I think it got beaten by an Impreza, then the Escort rally car, and then that TVR that sat at the top of our course for so long until it was beaten by the mighty Daihatsu. So far, this is driving not brilliant, I do have to say. It does feel a bit sluggish round the corners. Doesn't stop it getting a 29.950 though, which is quite a quick time. Does break it into the under 30 club. It's just very understeery. It's very heavy. I swear I read the statistics for how heavy this was. I don't think it was like massively heavy, but it definitely feels it. Fortunately for it though, it has an awful lot of torque, which is helping it go round. Yeah, I'm not going to be surprised if it's sort of a little bit sort of quicker than the Legacy, but not by much. I think the Legacy was lighter and more powerful, but obviously the Legacy was one of the first cars to go around, and there are other Legacies to take on the track, but then again there's other Galants to go around the track as well, and Legnums, so there's something to look forward to. It's quite quick through there. Ooh, this is going to be quick. 29.598. That's remarkably good, actually. Yeah, we're seeing this with Mitsubishis in general. They are... I'm not surprised. They are very, very quick, to be fair. Although, of course, this is from back when Mitsubishi could somewhat build cars. Obviously, nowadays, they build absolute crap. And I don't know why anyone buys Mitsubishis anymore, but... I guess some people do. No, wait, they don't in this country because Mitsubishi pulled out. I was incredibly happy when I saw that. Even happier when I saw our Mitsubishi dealership actually got replaced by a Subaru dealership, just to really hammer the point home. Yeah, we're not going to go any quicker, but that's, it is quick. Mighty respectable, definitely. Smash straight into the arm cover. Yeah, this colour scheme, this Ronald McDonald car, evidently is better than we expected. But the lap times are quite consistent as well out of it, to be fair. It is a quick car, definitely. That lap, I don't think you could really improve too much upon the quickest lap we got with this. Because, yeah, it is heavy, understeery, but you can't deny it's got pace. It's one of those cars where it doesn't drive particularly well, but with the speed in it, yeah, lap was pretty much perfect. 29.598 will put it into 13th place. It is quicker than the GTR Vspec R32, quicker than the Impreza Wagon version 2, Legacy Touring Sports, Toyota Celica Evo 2. Yeah, it's quick. Obviously loses out to a couple of other Imprezas and Evos that we've had that have gone quicker, but on the whole, yeah, a pretty good car, pretty good time. I'm excited to see what Galants do. I do like Galants, and I'm excited to drive a Galant that doesn't quite look like this one eventually. The 1997 Mazda RX7 Type RSR, our first FD RX7 to take on the track, and our first mega powerful RX7 to take on the track, because the statistics on this one are very good indeed. Front-engined rear-wheel drive, 532 horsepower, 1,139 kilos. Despite that though, I'm not expecting this to be massively quick, but we'll see how it does. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Daihatsu Storia Rally car, a 28.410. The RX7 unlikely to beat that. The RX7, Toyota Super RZ 31.001. RX7 Cabriolet, the FC, that was a 31.083. So I guess sort of low 31s. Ooh, drifty. Alright, we've got drifting, boys. Not ideal for going quick around here. My god, yeah, this is drifty. I hope this does well, because I really like the FD RX7, especially this one. As soon as I saw this one in yellow, I was like, yeah, I have to get that one. In case you're wondering, there are many RX7s in this game, and that will be the opportunity for this to run race mod. I haven't, at the time of recording this, I still don't think I've fully... Actually, no, I have, tell a lie. No, I haven't. Actually, tell a lie again. I haven't fully worked out how RX7s are going to work with race mod. Just because there's so many of these things. That is a quick time. There's so many of these things that it's really hard to keep track on which ones are and which ones aren't. In case you're wondering how I determine what's running a race mod and what isn't, I will start by looking at a very handy resource that this series would not exist without, and that is an actual full-on data clump someone made in the early 2000s, which has both the access to the PAL car list, Japanese car list, and American car list. So I will go on that, and it will tell you what the sort of stock power is, and what the maximum upgradable horsepower is, maximum, well, technically minimum weight, and actually give you a power to weight ratio for all the cars in the game, which is an incredibly useful resource. So I'll use that, and like for the RX-7s, I will pull all the RX-7s together. Wow. That's quick. Yeah, I'll pull all of the RX-7s together, have a quick sort of look through that, see what's the most powerful, which ones are the lightest, stuff like that. I also account how unique the race mods are. So, for example, 97 to 98 RX-7s all have exactly the same 2 racing modifications, same colours, everything. I think the only difference is wheels, and so there's only 2, so for the sake of variety, I will basically pull like the 2 quickest ones, whatever they may be, and they'll have the race mod, and sort of the 96 onwards cars have, or 96 backwards, have unique race mods as well. So I'll take a look at the race mods, see which one's the most unique, and again, use sort of the power to weight ratios and stuff to figure out, you know, usually it'll be whatever the most powerful one is and whatever the lightest one is. They're the ones that will run racing modification. That was very fast. I was not expecting. That was actually, to be fair, the Supra and all that have like the ridiculous turbos on them. I don't think this is a stage 4 turbo. I think this might be stage 3 turbo. And as a result, this is actually quite nice to drive. Again, it's drifty, but it's unlike something like the Supra, which sort of smacks power straight at you and throws you off the course. In this, it actually feels quite controlled, the drifting. So, yeah, really nice car to drive, that, actually. I don't think you could have really gone much quicker, to be honest with you, which is always the sign of a good car. If you can't physically see yourself going much quicker, that's the sign of a good car. A 30.244 will put it into 22nd place. It is marginally quicker than... Wait, hold on. What was the time? 30.244. 30.244. Yeah, that will put it into 22nd place. It is marginally quicker than the Mitsubishi Eclipse GST, fractionally slower than the Evo 2. Does get beaten out by the Toyota Celica, but that's not really surprising because that's four-wheel drive. Quicker than a Punto, not saying much. Clio Sport V6, Esprit V8, it's a lot quicker, over a second, well, almost 0.7 of a second, I think it's quicker than the Supra by a lot quicker than the RX7 Cabriolet we had. Yeah, that's a nice car to drive, actually, a really nice car to drive. I'm quite surprised by that, and it makes me excited to drive some more of the RX-7s around this course. Anyways, that's it for this. Oh, apart from one RX-7, but we will get to that one. The 1997 Subaru Impreza WRX wagon. We've had STIs take on the course, but we have not had yet a base model WRX, for lack of a better term, and that's what this one is. So don't expect a blistering lap time out of this one, but it should still be pretty good. Four-wheel drive, 357 horsepower, 1,148 kilos. Not terrible statistics. I went for this one purely because it's blue, and I like a WRX wagon, so yeah, we'll see how it does. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to the best time it possibly can. Currently it is the Daihatsu Storia Rally car at 28.410. This is unlikely to beat that. This is probably destined to go into the low 30s, if I had to guess. I don't really know what this can aim for, to be honest with you. We haven't had too many sort of more basic four-wheel drive cars. Toyota Celica, maybe? Even that, I mean, that made a lot more power than this does, so... If I had to guess, it's going to be slightly slower than the previous Impreza wagon we've had go round, which was the version 2 STI. That was a 29.751, so low 30s, I think. I should mention, and thanks to GT2 Plus, this apparently has an issue fixed with its torque curve being offset, which caused it to make more power and less torque. So now it makes more torque and less power than it does in the base game. I think that's the way that's worded. Like, it's actually the correct way round it's supposed to be, so that's cool. Hopefully it doesn't make this thing too much slower. Fortunately, it is an Impreza, so it does still drive nice, as you'd expect. And also, we've got quadruple downforce on this, which helps it, you know. We've got a rear wing, we've got a deck wing, we've got roof bars. We have quadruple downforce on this car, which should hopefully make it a little bit quicker. 30.556, not bad. Definitely could get a little bit more out of this. Bit more understeery than your typical Impreza, I will say that for it. Of course, Impreza's Evos, they're all going to be understeery. I'd say this drives better than most of the Evos I've driven, if it's not as quick. But yeah, it's not quite handling perfection, but it's not terrible. 2 more laps, see how it does. Quite a consistent car to drive. It's nice, you know. I like Imprezas because they're always dependable in racing games. I always say in racing games you can never go wrong with a Subaru Impreza ever, really, because you've got plenty of upgrade potential. That was a bit of a cheeky corner cut there. Yeah, you've got plenty of... Ooh, God, don't squeeze that in. Can I have my hood back, please? Right, we'll have a run up on this final corner. Yeah, you can never go wrong with an Impreza. They're always going to be sort of reliable, pretty cheap, lots of upgrade potential. Just all in all, good cars, as they usually are. Alright, here we go. Let's see how we get along on this final lap in the mighty Impreza WRX wagon. Okay, coming off the throttle sort of helps the understeer quite a bit. Cue another person in the comments trying to educate me on how cars work. I know how cars work. You don't have to educate me, I assure you. There we go, run to the line. This is actually going to be quite quick. 29.936. Fractionally better than I was expecting. To be fair, that last lap was pretty bang on. What was it? 29.936. Yeah, that's quick. That's good. That is better than I was expecting, but again, like I say, that lap was pretty much bang on, to be fair. Just really nice overall. But the Impreza allows you to do that because it's a nice car to drive. Yeah, that was... There's no more time in that, I don't think. But that was quick. I love that sector 3 on lap 5. That's great. Yeah, nice, consistent to drive. A little bit understeery, but then again, you could always race mod it and fix that. I didn't, because we've got the way WRXs and race mods are going to work. Anyways, 29.936 will place it into 18th place. It is quicker than the Evo 2, although that was one of the very first cars to go around. Legacy quicker than a Toyota Celica, and to be fair, it does handle a lot better. About 0.2 off the version 2 STI. Yeah, that's about where you'd expect it to go, really. Good car, as they usually are. And we've got plenty of other Imprezas to come along, so if you want an Impreza to go quicker, then don't worry, because there are many more of these things in the game. The 1996 Toyota Starlet Galanza V, the EP91. Yes, this has an interesting race mod, doesn't it? This purple and yellow. I actually quite like it. It's a bit art car-y. This should be interesting. Front engine, front wheel drive, 240 horsepower, 820 kilos. It is incredibly light, quite 240 horsepower for an 820 kilo car. That's not bad. And we have seen these small sort of super mini sized cars can be rather quick. So let's get on the track and see what it can do. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land at track state best time it possibly can. Current leader is the Daihatsu Storia Rally car at 28.410. This is unlikely to beat that. We'll see. This could be ridiculously quick, because we've had cars like the Opel Corsa, which surprised me when it did a 31.407. But what surprised me even more is when we had the Fiat Punto GT, which is a similar size, actually weighed a little bit more and had less power, and that was a 30.325, putting it within 0.1 of a second of the quickest front-wheel drive car we've ever had. So, provided this is nice to drive, this could be quick, or it could be a disappointment. I do not like the Toyota Starlet. I will gladly say that at first. Don't get me wrong, before this car didn't offend me, but I've been in several Discord groups over the years with people who want these as first cars because it's JDM. But no, like, why? Why would you want one of these? The Toyota Yaris is obviously superior to the Starlet. Now, this Galanza, I didn't have a problem with these until one day while I was driving home from getting some food, one of these went into the other lane because it was street racing something. I think it was like an Audi, which was obviously going to destroy this. And yeah, ever since then I've had a hatred for these fucking things as well. I'll have to believe that, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I've had a hatred for these Galants, which is Galanzas, which is a shame because, you know, on the surface they're quite funky cars. I don't hate the old style, it's just this one, just this specific model. Yeah, everyone thinks it's JDM, even though for me this is quite literally a less interesting Nissan Micra, or like a less good Nissan Micra. Not the I should preface, not the Galanza. The Galanza is the sport one, which obviously would destroy a Micra. But yeah, this just people who want to buy the Starlets that were like the base models that were just owned purely by old people. And again, they think they're JDM and cool, and it's like you're just not. Everyone just thinks you're driving a Nissan Micra. Anyways, this is not driving as nicely as I'd expect. I don't think it, for the weight of it and the power of it, it does not feel anywhere as sort of speedy as that Punto did. It doesn't drive nowhere near as nice as that Punto did. And it doesn't feel like it's got the speed the Corsa did. It's not bad. Like, you know, the times it's setting are about in line with what I would expect from a Super Mini. But we've seen Super Minis go around this track so much quicker. It's quite a shock to see this is not going to set the world on fire with its 31.597. Like I said, that is in line with the time I would expect a car like this to get, but we have seen the Super Minis go a lot quicker than this, so Maybe it's like a European Super Mini thing. Maybe. We'll see. Maybe Kaz thought those cars were so much better. There's maybe 0.2 in it, but it's not going to go that much quicker. 31.597 will place it into 52nd place. It is marginally slower than the Peugeot 306 rally car, which to be fair is a pretty good effort. Slower than the Mazda Demio, which not so much of a good effort. It's quicker than a Nissan Sylvia, which is hilarious, and the Sprinter Trueno, NA MX5. It's quite a ways up on the Volkswagen Polo, but again, the Polo was one of the first cars to go around, and also it's a Polo. Yeah, it's... I genuinely was expecting this to go like right towards the top of our leaderboard, just because I've had these Super Minis do really well, but maybe that Punto is just ridiculously good. I don't know. We'll find out in the coming months, though. The 1997 Nissan Skyline GTR, an absolute Gran Turismo certified classic, and of course it's in midnight purple. As soon as I saw this in the dealership, I knew I had to get this one because midnight purple is an iconic colour. It's an iconic car. Will it do any good? Well, the statistics are certainly interesting. Four-wheel drive, 685 horsepower, awful lot of power, 1,361 kilos. I guess it depends on how well that power is delivered, and also how much the weight's going to affect it. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to set the best on it possibly can. Our current leader is the Daihatsu Storia Rally car, a 28.410. The Skyline is incredibly loud, so we'll see how it gets along. We have had a couple of Skylines take the course on before. We've had the R32, which was 29.612. We've also had a 4-door R33 go around, so 29.068. I guess the car this should be aiming towards beating is the Mitsubishi GTO, which sets a phenomenally quick lap time of 28.869. Admittedly, that was racing modified, which is going to give it an advantage, and it also drove ridiculously nice. There are going to be race modded R33s, obviously, to go around this course. This one just isn't race modified because I think it's something to do with the power in these things, or it's because the 95... Let me have a quick... Yeah, the 95 is going to run race mod, sorry. That's how this is going to work. Also, GT2 Plus does fix something on this car, apparently. There is a weird spike in the torque curve, which has been fixed, so I guess that makes it more drivable. 29.609, it's already quicker than the R32. Admittedly, the R32 makes fractionally less power, and did go around a long time before this did, so I guess that's a potential reasoning right there. It is not driving how I want it to drive, but it certainly isn't like bad. You can tell it's got a stage 4 turbo on it, because it's definitely peaking power rather uncontrollably, and you can feel the weight. It isn't quite as chuckable as the GTO was, and that's why the GTO was as quick as it was. It also isn't as nice to drive as that 4-door Skyline was as well. I think the 4-door Skyline was a little bit more composed than this one. Again, that one had racing mod, so I don't know if that's anything to do with the downforce. That actually made more power than this as well. That made well over 700 horsepower. So, yeah, quite surprising in that regard. Obviously, R34s make more power than this as well, which is worth bearing in mind. Alright, final lap in the R33. Again, it's not a particularly nice car to drive, this one. Oh, and there we go, that's the end of that. It's just as soon as you slip on the grass there, it tries to make all the power at once, and it just sort of throws you in a direction. It isn't very nice to drive. It is not... Again, that 4-door Skyline, for whatever reason, that just drove nicer than this does. This just doesn't handle as nicely. I don't know if that's down to racing modification or what, but yeah. Still not a bad time though, 29.609. That puts it into the under 30 club. It puts it quite far up the leaderboard, but I think when the racing modified versions of these come to the track, that's when you're going to see quicker times out of them. But, I mean, God, the quickest lap time had none of the best sectors in it, which tells you how sort of uncontrollable it is. There's definitely 0.2 in there, but I don't think it'd have been anywhere near as quick as that four-door Skyline was, ultimately. But, yeah, there you go. 29.609 will place it into 14th place. It is fractionally slower than the, fractionally quicker than the R32 that we've had go around. It's quicker than the JGTC R34, quicker than the Impreza wagon, Audi TT coupe. It's quicker than a lot of the sort of contemporary four-wheel drive cars that have about 400 horsepower, but, you know, compared to stuff like the Evo 4, that four-door Skyline, as I keep mentioning, the GTO as well, which was a really lovely car to drive. It just doesn't have a patch on that, so be interesting to see once we get more Skylines go around how well they're going to perform. But unfortunately for this one, it's just not quite as quick as it really has the potential to be. The 1996 Toyota MR2 G Limited, our first MR2 to take on the course, and I'm not particularly confident in the Toyota MR2s doing well. Mid-engined rear-wheel drive cars are a bit of an issue when it comes to this course, and indeed controlling in Gran Turismo in general, so not expecting an awful lot out of this, but I could be surprised. Mid-engined rear-wheel drive, 304 horsepower, 1,103 kilos, and a rather nice fetching shade of purple. Let's see how it gets along. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Daihatsu Storia rally car, a 28.410. The MR2 is not likely to beat that. As a naturally aspirated MR2, I don't really know. Mazda Roadster, 31.127, NA MX5 was like a 32.088, Lotus Elan, 31.534, they're sort of the other fun, sporty coupes that didn't make a lot of power, so I guess somewhere in that ballpark. Hopefully it's closer to NB MX5 than it is to NA MX5, but we will see. This is an SW20 MR2. We do have all 3 stages of MR2 in this game, and this one, out of the 3, is probably my least favourite, but I still quite like these cars. They're quite good looking, fun, certainly. But if it was me buying an MR2, I'd want an AW11, but I'd buy a ZZW30, because I do like the way the ZZW30 looks. Although, as has been discovered, it definitely have to be a second car. I don't think you can operate a ZZW30 as your main car, because they have 0 cargo space whatsoever. I guess if you're like I would dream to be, where you just don't interact with any other human in your life, it would be an ideal car, but beyond that, probably not. 32.174. There's definitely more time in this, but I don't quite know how much more time. Again, naturally aspirated MR2, it actually weighs a fair bit more than I would expect, so I'm not expecting the world out of this. There are going to be other MR2s to take on the course. In fact, there's a lot more MR2s to take on the course. All of them are going to have a racing mod, I think. This is the only non-racing mod MR2 that we're going to have around. Well, that and the MR Spider, but the MR Spider is a strange one, which we will get to, because that is a fascinating looking thing, really. The good old MR Spider. I need to hope I find one of those in the... if I want one of those, I think I'm going to wait until there's a nice orange one in the dealership, because I think the orange is the best colour for that one. I wanted the purple for this one. Either the purple or the yellow, but it turned out to be the purple for this car. Or what is this? This bluish purple. What is it? Purplish blue. I think the actual colour for this one is bluish purplish mica or something like that. Like I say, interesting colour. That's about the most interesting thing I have to say about this, because it it's the most average car I've ever driven around here. It's not actually causing too many issues, it's just not particularly fast or great. It's just sort of, it's okay. I guess the time sort of reflects that. Although, admittedly, before, when I used to do this, that would put it sort of mid-pack, but in the case of this sort of new series, it hasn't. It's actually slower than the NA MX5, which, oh dear. Yeah, there's 0.2 in there, but there's definitely 0.2 in there, but not by much. It also poses an interesting problem. 32.174 puts it into 62nd place. It is actually our first tie of this entire series, along with the Daihatsu Terios Kid. For the sake of simplicity and my own sanity, the way ties are going to work in this series is they are going to... basically, whatever scored the time first is getting the leaderboard position. But I'll try and find a way to sort of make a note of the fact that they got exactly the same time. Yeah, I knew it was going to happen eventually. So, it finally happened. I don't know. One of the weirdest ties I think we could have as our first tie, though, the Daihatsu Terios Kid and the MR2. But, yeah, like I said, that MR2, they're just not well suited for this course. There's going to be turbocharged ones to go around that make about 500 horsepower. Those ones terrify me. So, I guess we'll wait and see on those ones. But, yeah, as it stands, there you go. The 1997 Toyota Corolla Rally Car. Yeah, there's 2 Corolla Rally cars in this game. Did you know? No one did, apparently, in the last GT6 session I did. Yeah, this is the older one of the 2 and the least statistically impressive of the 2. 4-wheel drive, 403 horsepower, 1200 kilos. This is a lot like the Escort, sort of very overweight, and compared to some of the other rally cars in this game, not particularly powerful, but it should still be quick. I hope it is, because I really love the bug-eye Corolla. Although it does make me happy that there is going to be another one of these cars to take on the track eventually, if this one doesn't do too well. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Daihatsu Storia Rally Car, a 28.410. The Corolla is unlikely to beat that. The Corolla should be aiming for the Ford Escort Rally Car, a 29.569. It should be quicker than that because this weighs less than that did. Although I think maybe that made like 470 horsepower actually, come to think of it. So I think this is going to be one of the slower rally cars we have, so hopefully it breaks into the under 30 club, because it would be a shame if this one didn't, because like I say, I do like the Corolla rally car an awful lot. I have to check the statistics on the 98. I think the 98 might be more powerful than this one, and hopefully lighter, because I don't know why this is supposedly weighing 1200 kilos. That seems to me like the weight of the actual... That's more than the weight of the actual road car. Anyways, we're going to get into the under 30 club at least, so that's good. Anything beyond this is a bonus for the Corolla. I quite like this sort of the simplified look. The 98 one in this game obviously is the more famous one, the movie star Corolla, but by movie star I mean that's the actual sponsor, not the Corolla was in an actual movie. I don't think it was anyway. Could be wrong on that. Anyways, yeah, this 97 Corolla with its simplified livery, quite cool. I don't know if the Corolla was... if this was a real car or if this is a test livery or something. I'm trying to think. Obviously the Celica GT4 got found out as cheating in 95. I think Toyota took 96 off. Maybe they did return to rally in 97. I don't quite remember. If they did, they weren't like massively successful. Then again, I mean, 97 rallying, what do we really know? Tommy Mäkinen won his other title, and I don't think really much else happened. Of course, everyone starts remembering around the 98 season, because that's the season Colin McRae Rally is based off. Okay, so we are... right, we'll go for a bit of a run-up. We are currently ahead of the Escort Rally Car. Can the Corolla do anything more than that? As I said, there is a second Corolla, so if this one is not particularly quick, then we've got that. It does feel a bit more sort of softly sprung than most other rally cars do, to be honest, which is both a blessing and a curse when it comes to this track. It is meaning through the tarmac sections this isn't as quick as it could be. I think there's definitely some time in this, but it's just not, unlike most other rally cars, it's just not really quick enough to do a lot. You can even see like the speed trap times on this, it's just not massively quick. Through like the sort of middle section, I'd imagine this car is like one of the quickest we've had. It's just sort of through the first and final sections, the run to the line and stuff, it just doesn't have the straight line speed that the other cars do. Yeah, there's definitely 0.2 in there, but there's 0.2 in everything. 29.463 will put it into 12th place. It is quicker than the Ford Escort rally car by about 0.1 of a second, which is good. It's got nothing on the Daihatsu Storia rally car, but then again, that's 400 kilos lighter than this is. It is beaten by the Impreza sedan, which is a little bit of a shock, because I think that is actually probably more powerful, but slightly heavier. Slower than an Evo 4 without race mod. It's just, it's one of those rally cars in this game that's just not very quick. There's a sort of a number of these that aren't great, and this is just one of them, unfortunately. The infamous 1998 HKS 180 SX drag car. Yep, you know these cars. I know these cars. These are infamous in the world of GT2 for not being, well, not having any handling whatsoever. So I guess we'll see how this goes. 1026 horsepower, front engine, rear wheel drive, 980 kilos. It is going to get 6 horrendous laps of the Motorsports Land tracks at the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Daihatsu Storia rally car, 28.410. This is obviously not likely to beat that. This is one of 2 drag cars in the game, and as you can see, we're already having the key issue with this car, which is, of course, if you just look at it for more than a second, you'll know exactly what the problem is. The front end does not turn in. Yeah, this is one of 2 of these. There's the R33 as well. That one is 4-wheel drive, and I honestly believe that one might actually stand a chance around this course. This one is less likely to, but we shall see. In terms of where this should aim, no idea. Literally couldn't tell you. It's, I don't know, 32 maybe, like a high 32 might be possible for this, but I'm not 100% sure. It actually, to be fair to it, it doesn't handle like horrendously. It's just the problem is if you make a mistake, you're like going off into the shadow realm, and there's not really much you can do about it. In terms of straight line speed, obviously, it's terrifically fast, even with the fact this is rear wheel drive, which should mean it has an issue with putting the power down. It's still, you know, speed trap wise, it's quicker than the quickest car we've had in this session, which I think was that NSX, the GT2 NSX. So yeah, it's not bad. Ooh, there we go. Get it nice and turned for the last corner. 32.222. Okay, that's not bad. It isn't dead last. I think some people would assume this would go right to the bottom, and it can't because it's got it's got super soft tires. So as much as it like doesn't handle normally, it is at least going to have a semblance of handling. And actually, I've driven, you know, rear-wheel drive cars that have had far more issues than this one with getting the power down. Like, that's actually, it actually is very controllable with getting its power down. I mean, it's got giant rear tyres, which, I mean, that should help it in theory, but it's just not going to get turned for that, is it? You may as well just fully commit to going over the hill with it there. I don't even know if there is more time in this or not. I don't, like I say, I genuinely just don't know where a car like this is going to end up. We'll try and get a good run up on the final lap. see if we can guide this thing towards doing better. Judging by that, probably not. Being in second gear is terrifying with the amount of power this is making. On the plus side, at least it looks cool. Ah, bollocks, hit the wall. Yeah, like I say, on the plus side, at least it looks cool, and sometimes that's half the battle. It's a shame we don't have the Celica drag car that was supposed to be in the game, because I think that could have been something very interesting. Because I think that probably actually would have done quite well, being front-wheel drive. Yeah, as this stands, it was never going to be that quick. It's still not, like, terrible or anything, though. Which, again, I mean, looking at it, you'd think it would be. I do think there's more time in there as well. But how much more time? I don't know. It's one of those weird cars where, just like you see there with the second sector in lap 4, yeah, it could have been that quick, but also bear in mind, like, that might have messed up sector 3 or sector 1, so yeah, is what it is. 32.222 will put it into 64th place. It is quicker than the Polo, Cuda, which is quite remarkable, really. Toyota Altezza, BMW 740i. It is 0.4 slower than the S14 Sylvia that we've had go round. Sort of similar gap to the Sprinter Trueno 323ci. It's not really comparable to normal cars, to be honest, but actually, for considering how ridiculous this is, that's not a bad time for it. So, yeah, well done to the HKS drag car, and the R33, in theory, should be very quick. So we'll see. The 1991 Honda CRX SIR, probably one of the least powerful Hondas in the entire game. It is front-engine, front-wheel drive, 208 horsepower, 879 kilos of weight. Very light, very low power. Let's see how this gets on. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Daihatsu Storia Rally car, a 28.410. The CRX is unlikely to beat that. The CRX, while judging it right now, it makes no power. It makes quite literally no power. I think the wing on the back of it might be hurting it more than it's helping, but you never know. These sort of small, lightweight cars have surprised us in the past. In terms of what this should be going after, I've got no idea. Starlet Galanza, 31.597. That they'd have more power than this, though. If it could get past that, Lotus Elan, 31.534. Mazda Demio, somewhere around there, maybe. Mid-31s, if it's lucky. If it's not, it's sort of more NA MX5 territory, but we'll see on that one. I do like the CRX, actually. This is quite a cool car. I think it's a little bit... It's not quite like my sort of thing. I'd still rather have like a Civic with a proper hatchback and some space and more power, a bit like an EK Civic or something like that. But these things are quite cool. I think they're definitely better than the later Del Sols. Even the Del Sols with the fantastic electric roof, I think this is still better than those. I like the race mod on this as well. This has got a bit of a recolor in it because this is the GT2 Plus mod, so technically this colour isn't available in the base game. It's either red or blue, but I think even the red or blue are cool. Although maybe not quite as cool as this Aqua. In case you're wondering how I've... if you've got the GT2 Plus mod and you're wondering how I've got the colour like this, I'm using the prize car version of this that you get from the Civic race, I think it is. Complete the Civic race, you'll get a special coloured version of the CRX like the one you found in GT1. And then if you race modify that, you get this colour. So that's how this colour's come about. That's how If you ever see a colour that you don't recognise from the base game, it's probably that. It's a GT2 Plus edition, sort of harkening back to the GT1 price cars. I think the Sprinter Trueno that we had ages ago, that was one of these sort of cars, because that had the pink race mod on it. Alright. The problem with this is there's definitely more time in this. It handles exceptionally well. Like, it handles, let's use the cliche journalist term, it handles like a go-kart, because it weighs nothing and just has no power. But unfortunately, that does mean it's not particularly quick. It does mean this is like the perfect car for this course though. Like, if you want to learn this track, this is the car to do it in. Not going to be any quicker, unfortunately. 32.178. Do you know, for something with like 200 horsepower, that's not like the worst. He definitely could have done worse, but it's just no power. There is absolutely no power. I didn't look at the torque figures on this, but I don't imagine they're particularly high. It's just not got the power, which isn't really all that surprising. I don't really think you could have pushed it that much quicker. 32.178. We'll put it into 64th place. It goes where the drag car we had last time was. Beaten out by the MR2, which admittedly that had a lot more power. Terios Kid, NA MX5. Does beat the Volkswagen Polo, a Plymouth Cuda, Toyota Altezza. Take that what you will. It's quicker than the Legnum ST, which is good, because if it was slower than that, there'd be a worry. But it's not quick, but it is good handling, it looks good, and like I say, it's like the perfect car for this course, to be fair. The 1999 Nissan Sylvia Spec R Aero D-Rites. This is another one of the D-Rites cars from the license test. We've had the Mazda Roadster version go around already, and it wasn't particularly impressive because, if you didn't know, the D-Rites cars are essentially the normal cars, except you can't upgrade them in any other way other than tyres, similar to that Toyota Prius we had a while ago. So yeah, this is essentially a stock Sylvia Spec R ready to take on the track with racing super soft tyres. Front engine rear wheel drive, 248 horsepower, 1,240 kilos. Interesting thing to note is apparently this uses the Spec S wheels for whatever reason. Anyways, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track at the best time it possibly can. Current leader is the Daihatsu Storia Rally Car, a 28.410. The Spec R D-Rite Sylvia, obviously, unlikely to beat that. I think this will be about a second quicker than the Mazda Roadster D-Rites, which was a 34.923, sort of hanging on in about 5th place, if that. So yeah, sorry, 5th place, 5th from the bottom, I should say, I believe, currently. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. I mean, it's already quicker, so that's a good start. The one thing you definitely notice when you're driving these sort of stock cars, but with the racing super softs, is just how much suspension lean is actually in these cars. You don't... Gran Turismo 2 is not really a game I associate particularly with like suspension lean and that sort of almost advanced car handling, but when you drive something like this, you definitely realise A, it's in the game, and B, it's actually quite impressive with how it works, because it does feel quite sort of realistic how the car bobs and weaves under braking and stuff like that. All very impressive stuff for 1999. It is a bit of a shame these cars are not upgradable in terms of engine or drivetrain or anything, because I think that could make these sort of like a fun alternative to the racing mod vehicles, which was my original plan for them, until I found out they were virtually just not upgradable, again, like I mentioned, like with the Toyota Prius. So yeah, it kind of does ruin these a little bit. This is definitely the trickier of the two to drive. Obviously the Mazda Roadster, what is it, 138 horsepower, I think, stock. So that one isn't too bad to drive, whereas this one, 245, it is a little bit trickier. Sylvias naturally are sort of more rearward biased, if you will. They're designed to be driftier. I really want a quicker time because I don't want my quickest time to be me crashing into that tyre wall though. Fortunately we got through that first sector pretty unscathed. It's not bad though. I mean, we've, you know, compared to some of the cars we've driven around here that are fully upgraded, the Sylvia is definitely not bad, to say the least. I don't think it's beaten any like legitimately normal cars yet. A 33.249 might though. That is starting to sort of creep into the realm of... Actually, no, it's not. It's almost creeping into the realm of like actual cars that we've upgraded, but it isn't going to do so. Unfortunately, hit the wall there as well. It's obviously straight line speed is lacking. It's also one of the more heavier vehicles, simply because you can't do any weight reduction to it. So, but I think for a car that is entirely stock, 33.249, that's a pretty acceptable time, really, considering the vehicle. I did not think it was going to be quite as quick as that. In all honesty, I had it about a second on the MX5, and that's well more than a second on the MX5. Yeah, maybe there's a little bit in there, but I don't think it'd be by much, to be honest with you. 33.249 will put this in to 71st place. It is right around the sort of K cars and the joke cars, if you will, but it's certainly getting towards... It's only about half a second off the BMW 740i, which I guess is the first serious upgraded car that we've had, and the Altezza and the Cuda. So, yeah, actually quite quick as it is, and I think out of the two D-Right cars, this is definitely the better of the two between this and the MX5, although of course this one is actually harder to earn in the GT2 Plus mod as a prize car. The 1999 Mercury Cougar. This car was suggested by Loveman 1997, and if that's your date of birth, then me and you were born in the same year. How nice is that? Speaking of nice, Mercury Cougar. I think this is the most powerful front-wheel drive car in the entire game. 520 horsepower. That's an awful lot to put through the front wheels, and I think we're getting to the point now where at 520 horsepower, I don't think this is going to drive particularly well, but we'll see how it does. As I mentioned, front wheel drive, 520 horsepower, 1,237 kilos. It's only 3 kilos lighter than that Sylvia we had last time, and this has full weight reduction. Then again, this is supposed to be some sort of personal luxury vehicle, isn't it, based off the Ford Mondeo. Anyways, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land tracks at the best time it possibly can. Current leader is the Daihatsu Storia rally car, a 28.410. The Cougar is unlikely to beat that. The Cougar, I don't really know if it drives well. It could challenge the Mitsubishi Eclipse as the fastest front-wheel drive car we've had. If it doesn't, I mean, it will... I don't know. I'm going to say, as a tentative time for this, the Dodge Avenger is a 31.699. Sort of similar front-wheel drive car with distinctively not American underpinnings underneath it. Yeah, we'll go there. This car does have a sister car in the game as well, the Ford Cougar, which actually, when I was building this set of cars up for this, I was originally going to use the Ford Cougar, was actually going to appear here, and then I got Larvaman's comments about the Mercury Cougar, and so I was like, okay then, I guess we'll just swap the Ford one out for the Mercury one, and the Ford can come later. In case you're wondering what came first, the Mercury Cougar or the Ford Cougar, the Mercury Cougar is actually the dominant car. All Cougars were built in America with sort of American ideologies, if you will, and they were brought back over to Europe. I think the reason this sort of came over here is because the Ford Puma was in Europe, and that was actually quite a successful car for Ford. So Ford said, okay, we'll bring the Kuga here and try to market it as sort of the bigger version of it. And time's sort of forgotten the Ford Kuga, and probably the Mercury Kuga by extension as well. But these cars, when they were first coming out, you know, they reviewed quite well. The Mondeo is quite a capable platform, really, for a sort of sporty coupe, and these with the 2.5 litre V6s, which is a very good engine. Yeah, they must have been quite interesting. I used to see these, they were actually quite popular. I used to see these quite often. You don't anymore. All of them have rotted away now. I'd imagine the only sort of Ford Cougars left are Mercury Cougars, just because they come from better climates. That is going to be a massive corner cut, which is not going to help this car. And we'll see if this last lap is any better, but I think that is far too wide already into that first corner. It is not great to drive. I'll be honest on this one. It's, you can see there, it's just smoke pouring off all the wheels. It actually, take this as a compliment or a curse, I can't really tell which way around it is. This drives an awful lot like a really bad four-wheel drive car. Like, you can look at that. You can four-wheel drive drift it, basically, into the corners, but obviously you can't get the traction on the way out because it's not a proper four-wheel drive car. It's very weird to drive, incredibly strange to drive. Almost as incredibly strange as the whole point of the Mercury Cougar in the first place, I guess. But yeah, interesting car, interesting driving characteristics. Yeah, interesting. In terms of where it goes on the leaderboard, that's also a little bit weird. It is a 30.915. This is another one of those cars where the more you try to hurry it, the worse it becomes. 30.915 will put it into 37th place. It is actually one of the quicker front-wheel drive cars. Loses out slightly to the Type R Honda Civic. It's quicker than Supra, which is funny. Quicker than the RX7 Cabriolet. MX5 Mazda Roadster. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a little bit quicker than the front-wheel drive saloon cars that we've had. So I think that's a pretty good place for it, and it crushes the Dodge Avenger as well. Well, we sort of knew that was going to happen. Yeah, it was alright. I mean, it drives terribly, but with 520 horsepower, it definitely gets along. It's one of the quickest in a straight line front-wheel drive cars we've had, at least. I don't know if it quite feels like it's got 520 horsepower, but it's certainly not bad. So, there you go. The 1998 Lotus Elise Sport 135. This is our first Lotus Elise to go around the track. One of 5 Elises in the game. 6 if you count the GT one, which isn't really an Elise. And this one is statistically the worst one, I believe. It's actually, in fairness to this, they're all quite sort of tight in terms of their maximum power output and how light they can be. But I think this one is actually the second weakest on power and the heaviest of all of them. Which is weird because there's less powerful ones and more powerful ones, and this is the mid-range model, but technically it's the worst one. So that's what you get for buying mid-range, I guess, and that's why it doesn't have a race mod. Not just because, of course, this has awesome side decals that are incredibly 90s. I don't know how many Elise Sport 135s are left. It gets overshadowed by the Sport 190 and the 111S, which was a nameplate that returned for the Elise, but here it is. Anyways, we shall see how it gets along. It is a mid-engine rear-wheel drive, 247 horsepower, 708 kilos. Despite being one of the heaviest Elises, it is one of the lightest. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track at the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Daihatsu Storia Rally car, a 28.410. The Elise Sport 135 is unlikely to beat that. I need to try and remember this is the Sport 135 because I'm so used to saying Sport 190. Because Sport 135 is never usually in any game, really. And I've gone with silver because vanishing point, basically. Those of you who know what vanishing point is, you know, you're the true OGs. not of this channel, just in general, you know, your PS1 racing games. So, this Elise, how is this going to get along? I have no idea. We've had 2 Lotuses already, actually. I think this is one of our more prevalent manufacturers, ironically enough. We've had the 90s Elan, which was pretty quick, 31.534, and we've had the Esprit V8, which was about 30.5, I think. So if this gets a 31 dead, then it can go right in the middle of those. Unfortunately, these low-powered mid-engine cars have not been doing well, or rather, the specific bearer of bad omens for this one is the Toyota MR2, which was... as I understeer into the wall while I'm trying to look at the leaderboard. The MR2 was a particular disappointment. That tied with the Daihatsu Terios Kid with a 32.174, and that had more power than this, so I'm not holding out hope. The problem with these mid-engined rear-drive cars is Gran Turismo has never been able to handle mid-engine cars particularly well. Case in point, they sort of just drive like death traps, and it's just not suited for this course, really. It's sort of, because it's so light, it's going to get battered around by the bumps. It's powerful and light, which means it's very, very sort of nervous to drive. And again, Gran Turismo has never been able to handle mid-engine rear-wheel drive cars particularly well. That being said, we can definitely do better than the current lap time on the board, even if we do get snaps of oversteer as we're coming off the grass. This might be a car where I have to sort of decelerate a little bit in order to get it turned. Another thing with this is it's surprisingly understeery. I was not expecting understeer out of all things in the Elise, but that's what we're dealing with. That's not great. I mean, if the front wheel drive Elan beats this, I'm going to be quite happy, but obviously I'm going to try and beat that. I'm not going to, you know, I'm never going to purposely drive something worse just to subpoena it to a particular part of the board for my own amusement. That would be non-scientific of me. As we all know, the Hot Black Classic Remastered is, of course, remarked upon in scientific studies. 31.811. There we go. I knew there was a little bit more time in here. It's not great, though. In a weird way, that reminds me quite a lot of the BMW 323 Ci, when it's not necessarily like a bad car to drive or anything, as much as that footage there doesn't prove that. It just feels incredibly ill-fitting for this course. I think around a wider racetrack, the understeer wouldn't be so much of an issue. Around a track where you don't cut as many corners, the traction would be less of an issue. But having a track where it has to do all of that, it just doesn't like it. 31.811. Interesting we mentioned the 323 Ci. It goes fractionally quicker. It's quicker than the 323 Ci, Sylvia S14, Mazda NA. So it's not bad. It does get beaten out by Dodge Avenger, Starlet Galanza. I'm trying to think of anything else more comparable to this. Just off the top of the leaderboard, you might be able to see it, you might not. The Lotus Elan, 31.534. The front-wheel drive Elan is quicker. Although, as I mentioned, considering this is the heaviest and one of the least powerful Elises in the game, the Elises should get better from here on out. But we'll see. That's interesting, though, certainly. The 1998 Dodge Neon RT. And it's definitely looking very neon-y in its current racing modification. I quite like the Neon's racing mod because it's a bit mental. Comes in all sorts of different colours. I've gone with this one because it's one of the easier ones on the eye. The Neon could be quick around here, and don't laugh because I know the Neons are a little bit of a joke. But the statistics on this one aren't bad, and we've seen before, these front-wheel drive cars that don't really share a lot of resemblance to much else in the game, they can be pretty quick. So we'll see how this one gets along. Front engine, front wheel drive, 287 horsepower, 1003 kilos of weight. I should mention this Neon's running the race mod because the other one isn't, because there's two Neons in this game, because you can never have enough Neons. The Neon ACR will run its standard 4-door self. Thanks to GT2 Plus, it does fix one of my biggest complaints about the original Gran Turismo 2, and that's that if you race modded the ACR Neon, which is a 4-door, it would turn into a 2-door, almost like they only intended the RT to originally have the race mod. But GT2 Plus fixes that, which quite frankly is one of the biggest fixes in the entire mod, if you ask me. So we'll see. I actually quite like the Neon in a way, this Neon anyway. The Neon that came after this, the second gen, was an atrocious trash pile of a car. Well, this sort of first gen Neon, I get it became a bit of a joke later on, but it was nice to see Dodge sort of trying a little bit. At the end of the day, it was just sort of cheap, no nonsense, you know, kick it car, and these did do quite well. They stood up to abuse pretty well, despite the shoddy build quality and the fact that the one person who I know who has owned one of these in real life, he said his caught fire, which isn't ideal really, but yeah, I quite like the little faces as well. They're interesting little cars, these. And of course they're in Need for Speed Underground, which adds to the cool factor of the first gen Neon. And I think this game and Underground 1 are the only games I can think that do feature first gen Neons. Everything else just sort of goes towards the SRT4 ACR, which, okay, the SRT4 ACR Neon is a bit mental, but to me this Neon is cooler. The RT as well. Unfortunately I can't show you the RT with the racing stripes thanks to this race mod. Which is a shame, because the racing stripes really make this thing. But yeah, unfortunately, everything else goes for the ACR Neon, which, you know, it's mental, it's cool, I get it, it's the fast one, but also, I mean, if you're going to include a Dodge SRT4, I have always been a huge proponent of including the Dodge SRT4 Caliber instead, because while the Neon was, you know, 240 horsepower of turbocharged goodness and it's a Neon, the Caliber, which is a Caliber, which is even more sort of... The Caliber was this car, but kind of looking like an SUV and complete trash. That had a 290 horsepower SRT4 version, which I think would be fantastic to drive in a racing game. By fantastic, I mean it'd be an utter car crash, but what a car crash to be involved in. Neon driving. Anyways, yeah, I haven't been talking about the Neon. I haven't been talking about it because it's actually really nice to drive. There's not really an awful lot to say about the way this thing drives. It's just very predictable. The lap times are relatively consistent on this thing. Yeah, that's a good car to drive, that. Not quick or particularly impressive. I can see where it's going to go on the leaderboard, and there is a big gaggle of cars in that area, but it's not bad. It's not bad. It's definitely not bad. That is the way to describe it. And I think in terms of getting the optimum lap time out of it, maybe that third sector could have been marginally quicker, but I don't think there's much more to give out of it. 31.164 will put that in to 46th place. It is marginally quicker than a lot of the front-wheel drive saloon cars we've had, which that's on this relatively comparable, so that's quite good. Beaten out very slightly by the Chrysler Phaeton, which, considering this was the runt of the litter of the Chrysler pack, and that was supposed to be the big flagship saloon, I guess that's about right. Yeah, it's not bad. There's a big sort of grouping of cars that are repairing there, as you can see, and everything's sort of fractionally quicker than the other. So, you know, that's not a bad place to be, certainly. About where you'd expect an average front-wheel drive car to be, and this is certainly an average front-wheel drive car. Hopefully I've remembered to edit this in because I forgot to add all the cars that I've just done to the leaderboard, and I read the position out wrong because I'm silly. The 1999 Opel Astra SRI 2-litre 16 valve. Sorry Mueller, this isn't silver. I saw this colour in the dealership and I thought it absolutely has to be this rancid shade of green. It is atrocious. You know that neon we had last time? This is kind of its European equivalent. It's sort of not particularly well made box for undesirables to drive around in, I guess. Yeah, I don't have much positive to say about the Astra. It's one of the better Astra generations, and it isn't the Vauxhall Astra, admittedly, although by this point the Opel and the Vauxhall are basically the same, aside from a few colours. Anyways, front wheel drive, 310 horsepower, 1,106 kilos, and my god, they are average front wheel drive statistics. To find out how averagely front wheel drive this is, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to the best on it possibly can. Our current leader is the Daihatsu Story Rally Car, a 28.410. The Opel Astra is unlikely to get towards where this Astra is going to go. I mean, for me, it should be basically where the neon is, but as we've seen in this series, anything regarding logic with front-wheel drive hatchbacks is kind of gone out the window a little bit. You know, we're living in a world where Fiat Puntos are ridiculously much quicker than Honda Accords and stuff like that, so really this could go anywhere. Interestingly, the Vectra that we had go around here, the one that was added with GT2 Plus, was a 31.227, and that was actually a Vectra with the same engine as this, so in theory this should be quicker than that Vectra, I guess, is sort of the way that needs to be looked at, but we'll see. Don't worry, Astra fans, all 5 of you, who all left the video as soon as I said undesirables drive Astras. The Vauxhall versions are going to run the racing modifications for these, just because why not? Really. The Opels come in far more weird colours, I find, than the Vauxhall versions, so, you know, the Opel versions are at the very least coming in shades of green like this, which is a terrible colour, as opposed to the Vauxhall versions that sort of all come in silver or that horrible paley pink they used to come in, that like all Astras that you see nowadays, because the Mark IV's kind of, you know, not as easy to find as say the Mark V now, so every Mark IV you see is owned by like an elderly person who's had it from new, and it's like their final car before they die, and they're just sort of trundling along in a pale pink Astra Saloon, or, you know, one of the awful DTI Isuzu diesel ones or something like that. You know, something like that. That's how most Astras are these days. This version wasn't bad though. I think this is the one that had the multi-link rear suspension in it. A bit like a 306, and a lot like a 306. This doesn't handle great like the 306. There's a bit of sort of oversteer on exit and stuff. It ain't half bad though, to be fair. It's actually got a fair turn of speed in it. I think this is another one, because it's a 2-door, I think it's a little bit more manoeuvrable than the 4-door would be. And I'm going to say that's what gives it a little bit more speed. And it is basically going to go exactly where I thought it was going to. It is slightly quicker than the Vectra, which is, like I say, pretty much where I expected this may or may not end up. I'm going to have to be really careful doing the thumbnail for this one, because that colour really blends into the scenery, doesn't it? Camouflage Astra. It's camouflage so no one can see you driving it. Sector 3 on that lap was stonkingly quick, so I guess maybe there's 0.2 in there, but 0.2 in everything. 30.928 will put it in to 38th place. It is slightly down on the Mercury Cougar we had a couple of cars ago. It's up on the Neon we had before. It is up in position. It's over 10 positions higher than that Vectra. But then again, as I mentioned last time out, this sort of chunk of the board here, this sort of 30.9s to about 31.5, there is 15 spaces there. So it's crazy sort of how compact all the cars are in that part of the board. So it ends up in that part of the board where anything realistically could be quicker than the other thing. Another thing to note is it is 0.6 up on the Opel Corsa, so they are sort of predictable on where they are falling into line. The 1999 Mainz Lancer Evolution 5. This is one of our first cars to come from a tuner. The other one we've had is the Mugen Accord, and while that one was essentially just a normal Accord but a little bit slower with some aero parts, this is sort of pre-built to be a bit of a monster. And interestingly enough, this car has about half the parts of it are upgradable and half of them aren't. So for example, you can't upgrade the clutch in this or the LSD or anything like that, but you can put more power into it. So you can put a stage 1 turbo in it, and that might make this thing a little bit sort of potent, because those stage 1 turbos are basically wherever in the rev range you've got turbo boost. So this could be interesting. 4-wheel drive, 526 horsepower, 993 kilos. It is a very light car, this. The one disadvantage this car has normally in career mode is it only has 5 gears, and the top speed on it is terrible. It's like 120. But here, that won't really matter. So we'll see how this gets along with 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track. Our current leader is the Daihatsu Storia Rally car, a 28.410. The Mainz Evo, if it plays its cards right, definitely could sort of be a contender towards the top of the board. I don't really know where this could go. Ideally for me, this wants to be under 29 seconds. With those statistics, if it drives nice, it definitely should be able to get there, and judging by that, it certainly will be able to get there. I should also mention, don't worry, this isn't actually the quickest Evo in the game. There are other Evos that are quicker than this, i.e. the normal Evo 5 and 6, because they have more things you can upgrade. As I mentioned, this, I think the only upgrades you can really do to it are suspension and stage 1 turbo. So for the other Evos and stuff, they have far more power potential. I don't think they can weigh quite as little as this. This is, again, a very light car weighing under a ton, which could play against it. 28.613. If the TVL Cerberus was still at the top of our board, this would have just beaten that. So all to play for, definitely. It feels quick. It feels nice to drive as well. It is a little bit trying to get your brain to get used to driving something like this, though. As you can see, as I'm 4-wheel drifting it everywhere, that's quite fun. Not particularly quick, but good fun. Although it doesn't really matter because that time is invalidated. Although, despite having to drive through most of the second sector again, it was still quicker, or was still almost as quick as that Daihatsu Opti Club Sport. Maybe that's the real challenge here, is try and get it so the when a car invalidates its lap, try to get it to beat the Daihatsu Opti Club Sport. We're getting close to beating that other Daihatsu, the main Daihatsu, not the Opti Club Sport. Oh, God. It's terrifying to drive something this quick after driving that Astra. Driving the Astra sends you to sleep. Driving this really does wake you up, and there it is. It's quicker. The Evo-pocalypse has begun, and in fairness, that wasn't even that good of a lap. it's so lightweight, it just bounces all over the track. I think this might be quicker, although that is an incredibly unconventional lap. So I don't really know. What I do know is it is now the quickest car we've ever had. So, sorry Daihatsu, it was good seeing a Daihatsu right at the top of our leaderboard, but you have been superseded by the mighty Minds Evolution. And the times are all over the place. Yeah. I don't know how much you can read into that Sector 2 on that fork flap, because, again, it's all weird on how it all works out. It's a mental thing to drive. It's so lightweight, it just sort of bounces its way across the track. It's a bit mental. I wouldn't say I'm driving at my best there, but don't really matter. It's got the jobs done, hasn't it? A 28.209 will plonk this into first place. It was fun knowing you, Daihatsu Storia. It was fun knowing the Wiegert Vector as the quickest non-race modded car. But none of that's true anymore, because the Minds Evo is at the top of our leaderboard. The ultimate A86. The 1999 Toyota Trueno BP Apex Craft GT. One of the most legendary GT300 cars of all time. It wasn't successful, but the team who ran it ran a 86 and people really liked it. And I think eventually this thing caught fire. So that was the end of it. And then the team moved on to an MRS and did a lot better. Anyways, front-engined rear-wheel drive, 364 horsepower, 925 kilos. This is going to be a lot quicker than any other E86 we ever have. And quite frankly, I don't ever really want to drive another E86 after this, but there we go. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Minds Lancer Evolution 5. That's what caught the pole time last time out. A 28.209 knocks off the Daihatsu Storia. The BP Craft Trueno, unlikely to beat that, but it is likely to go pretty far up, maybe, if it's drivable. We've seen one other GT300 car, which is the Nissan Sylvia Zanavi, and that's currently sitting pretty in 10th place with a 29.329. So a spot in the under 30 club, definitely doable in this car. Definitely doable. If it drives nice, and I've got to say it drives not great. I think Polyphony evidently didn't decide to sugarcoat the A86. In terms of the GT300 cars, this is one of them that's the least powerful. It is one of the lightest though, which on a track like this isn't always what you want, because lightweight does mean the car gets bullied around quite a bit. It is also, as you can see, quite oversteery. I think what they may have done is used the handling data from an existing Trueno for this, because we know the Truenos are a little bit sort of haphazard, if you will, when it comes to their driving characteristics, as we saw the last time we had a Trueno. I think that was a 31.849, so this is definitely quicker. I mean, currently it's over 2 seconds quicker, and it does get into the under 30 club, but not by a great amount. We will see if we can improve its standing. The Sylvia was a really, really nice car to drive, but again, the Sylvia was nicer to drive than this, and also had a lot more power than this does. I think that weighed about 1,000 kilos, or just over 1,000, like 1,050, whereas this is 950 something, so yeah, in terms of weight, this is definitely heavier. I will try and get a bit of a run up here, because that first sector wasn't exactly spot on. Even on like the laps where you're throwing away the sector though, it's certainly not bad. There we go, that's a little bit better. think this is one of the highest revving turbo cars we've had so far. It does rev quite high. Unfortunately, the rear end just steps out on this at the most inopportune times, and that does mean it goes slower than it easily could do. If you could keep the rear end under control, I have no doubt you could be sort of 29.5s, but as you can see there, it just sort of it slides around. It's a trueno, and it definitely drives like a trueno. There's 0.2 in there, 0.2 in everything, but I think that's one of the most obvious 0.2s we've had in quite a while. 29.854 will put it into 21st place. It is a little bit slower than an Audi TT Coupe. As I mentioned, it is about 0.5 down on the Sylvia's Navi, but for a trueno, that's a very, very good time indeed. Beats the Camaro Z28 30th anniversary, Celica GT4. Yeah, it's a good time. It is a good time. It's just like I say, that unfortunately the rear end catching me out is going to hurt this car a little bit, but there you go. That is the trueno. The 1997 Subaru Vivio RXR. Yeah, it's not just imprezas and legacies Subaru makes, they also make tosh like this. It is Subaru's key car, and it's ready to take on the Hot Lap Classic. It is four-wheel drive, 177 horsepower, 678 kilos. As usual, very, very light, about 180 horsepower. It's a typical four-wheel drive key car. Let's see how it gets on. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land tracks at the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mainz Lancer Evo 5, which had a 28.209, and this is unlikely to beat that. What a surprise, it's a K car. In terms of where this could go, I think the quickest K car we have had is the Suzuki Wagon R Aero RS, 32.876. There's the Terios Kid, but yeah, I don't... The Terios Kid, I really need to research that Terios Kid. I'm sure YouTube comments have been screaming at me for about 60 odd episodes that the Terios Kid is either a key car or not a key car. Either way, it was quite quick, so yeah, I guess if this can beat that. This has an incredibly pathetic exhaust now, I have just realised that. Oop. A lot of the key cars we've had have actually been the key sports cars, stuff like the Autozam and the Honda Beat. And the Daihatsu Move and the Honda Life. Yeah, I know, okay, maybe I should stop talking. The Vivio does actually have one interesting claim to fame. Colin McRae drove one of these at the Kenya rally in 1993, I think it was. I strongly implore you to look up the pictures of it, because it looks ridiculous. Like, it looks fantastically ridiculous. So, yeah, maybe that's something for you to do while you're watching the Subaru Vivio be a Vivio, be a key car. This is going to be one of the quickest key cars we ever have round, but again, it is still a key car, and that does mean that it's not quick. As much as it wants to say STI on the back of it, it certainly is not an STI. I'm actually a bit confused with Vivios as well, because there's this RX and there's the RXRA, but I seem to recall that the RXRA is actually slower than the RXR for some reason. I don't know if there's anything to that, if I'm misremembering, but that might be the one where this on the PAL version is called a Vivio RXR, but the RXRA is actually just called the Vivio on the PAL version, which I think is meant to signify it's the worst one. I'm not too sure. There was a lot of weird trim levels back in the 90s, which often confused stuff. One of my personal favourites being the Alfa Romeo 145 Junior, which was essentially supposed to be like cloverleaf suspension, but you had the base engine in it. That was sort of just what the 90s were. It was a glorious time for cars, and a time I'm very, very heartbroken has passed, and now we, instead of getting cars like the Subaru Vivio, we have to live with stuff like the Subaru Crosstrek. and other such cars that aren't as cool as this. 32.703 though, that's oh my god. That beats something. I'll keep my mouth shut on that for now, but you know, that is... Do you know what that was? It was certainly a four-wheel drive key car. It drives like all the other four-wheel drive key cars in this game, which is to say, controllable, nice, but slow. 32.703 will put it into 75th place. It beats the BMW 740i, Subaru Vivio, BMW 740i. Hot Lab Classic for you. Suzuki Wagon Aero RS, Autozam AZ1. Yeah, that's actually going to be one of the quicker key cars, I think. So we'll see if anything can compete with it. But for now, it can bask in the glory of beating the BMW 740i. Incredible. The 1988 Nissan Sylvia Q's 1800cc. This is our second normal Sylvia to take on the course. The other two are the D-Rights one, which can't really be comparable because that didn't have any upgrades, and a GT300 car, which is going to do a lot better. It's our first S13 to take on the course, and I do have to say I do prefer the S13 to the S14. Not by much, I still think this is a bit of a box on wheels, but it comes in two-tone, so I can't dislike it too much. Front-engined, rear-wheel drive, 231 horsepower, 1,002 kilos of weight. I'm not expecting this to be quick. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mainz Lancer Evolution 5, a 28.209. This is not going to get anywhere near that. This car does have a rival we have already taken around. The Toyota Sprinter Trueno, a 31.849. Admittedly, that was race modded and did have a bit more power than this. Nissan Sylvia K's S14, 31.848. Sort of around there, I think, would be good for the S13, a good little sort of introduction card. It should, in theory, it should be a little bit off those, but not by much, but we'll see. If it does beat those, then the bigger engine Sylvias might do better. But then again, as a rear-wheel drive car, I often complain about how sort of uncontrollable rear-wheel drive cars can be around here when you stick more power into them. So maybe the lower-powered Sylvias are better. Yeah, apparently so. That's a pretty good time so far. This is lovely to drive. I was not expecting to say that. I was expecting this to be a little bit leery, but no. This is actually... I suppose it doesn't really have enough power to be leery and sideways. I guess that's what the Sylvia K's are for, and of course the later Sylvia Q's S13, which is in this game, that has the 2 litre. This is, like I said, merely the 1.8. But still, I mean, this one comes in... I can't remember what this colour combination is. I think it's lime green two-tone or something like that. It is a really exquisite looking colour. You can get it in this, and I think warm white is also another one where it's like a two-tone sort of white on beige affair, which is quite cool. Very 80s. Very, very 80s. I will admit, I quite like the North American version of this car, the 200SX. Oh, sorry, yeah, no. The 240 SX, but like the North American 240 SX, sorry. The one that has the sort of normal, I guess you could say, how would you describe it? Like the flat nose with the pop-up headlights, but also the rear end from the S13 Sylvia, because I'm not a huge fan of this sort of front light bar affair. I guess they were sort of cutting edge back then, really. They did predict design traits that would be used several years later to varying degrees of success by Volkswagen and so on. Light bars are very much the current trend in the car world, better or for worse. Can't say anything, my Civic's got a rear light bar. Not a front light bar though, and that's what this did have, which is quite cool. Didn't take that rear corner particularly well, but that's a nice car to drive. You can see from the lap times as well, it's sort of pretty consistent in what it can do as well. I think maybe there is a little bit more time in there. I think if I took that last sector a little bit better, we could be looking at something that could potentially beat the S14 and stuff, but I don't think that's anything to be ashamed of, really. Wow, the times are all over the place. I wasn't expecting that. Maybe this could have been quicker then. I usually say 0.2, but looking at that, there could have even been like 0.4 in there. Jeez. Anyways, 31.979 will put it in to 67th place, which is actually about where I expected it to end up. It is directly between the Toyota Sprinter Trueno and the NA MX5. So, yeah, that's pretty much where I expected it. These sort of older Sylvia Qs with the sort of no turbocharger, a little bit less power, these could be a bit sleeper on the old S14s. I don't think the sort of Sylvia Invite is particularly said and done, because just because, like, you see it there with the S14, just because that S14 has more power than this, that doesn't necessarily mean it's more drivable. Interesting stuff. The 1990 Honda NSX, our first NSX to take on the course, and, well, one of the very first NSXs to exist, and I will admit I am a bit worried about this one. We've seen the performance of mid-engine rear drive road cars on this series have been pretty lackluster, and this is sort of the daddy of the mid-engine rear drive car in this game. And this one isn't helped because it is NA tuned and it has a 4-speed auto. Yeah, I'm not expecting much out of this. Mid-engined rear-wheel drive, 420 horsepower, 1,201 kilos. It does look very pretty. I think that's probably going to be its best defense soon. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track, so the best way it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mines Lancer Evolution 5 with a 28.209. The NSX is unlikely to beat that because... oh god, this is the worst sort of 4-speed auto. So I've mentioned before on this series, I don't actually mind having longer gears too much. Usually when I'm talking about cars with lots of torque or turbochargers, for which this is lacking both of them. The problem I'm noticing here is first gear is just long enough to be useful, and that means I can't just second gear this everywhere. And that means I've really got my work cut out for me in trying to make this one quick, because as we know, first gear in this game is a death trap. As you can see, it really does make it spin its wheels, and you've got to remember to constantly be changing the gears. Okay, that's not great. First flying lap though, 32.158. That's actually better than I expected, to be fair. I'm not expecting this, to be honest with you, that MR2, 32.174. I'm not expecting this to be much quicker than that. Now, fortunately, much like with the MR2, there are quicker NSXs to come, and there's a lot of these things in this game as well. There's also the Acura versions of them, so even if the Honda ones don't do well, the Acura ones, which are basically the same cars with a different badge, they could also come along and do quite well. One thing to note with the GT2 Plus mod, apparently it fixes the tyre sizes on this. They were originally from the 97, so there you go. Another thing it also corrects, although I'll mention this again when that car comes around, the 1990 Acura NSX in the base game does not have the 4-speed auto. For whatever reason, it's only the Honda version, while as the GT2 Plus mod corrects that, so both of them can share the pain of this 4-speed auto. As I mentioned, do not worry too much if this one doesn't do well. There are lots of NSXs to come. Although, as I have mentioned before, do not expect any of these mid-engined road cars to do particularly well. Unless they're European, apparently. We've seen the Esprit do well. But this is not European. Technically, it was designed to take on the Europeans, and he did that very well in real life. Although not usually with the 4-speed automatic. Although when you think about it, yeah, I suppose that was one of the big selling points of the NSX, because there wasn't a lot of automatic, like this is before Ferrari came up with the F1 gearbox and all the problems that brought, and Lamborghini, I mean, obviously they were all manuals as well, so maybe the NSX, we hear the NSX a lot in the supercar world, but inventing the 4-speed auto probably isn't something we would like to remember. I will say that went a hell of a lot better than I was expecting it to. That really did. I honestly thought we were going to be looking at like a 32 there, but that's surprised me a lot. 31.030. That's actually going to put it into 42nd place. It is marginally quicker than a CLK 200 Sport. Is not that far off the Toyota Supra RZ, which leads me to believe if this had a proper gearbox, this would probably be very quick. It's also slower than an Opel Astra, but I ignore that part. Yeah, I'm surprised on that. I am. It's also slower than a Civic, which Honda probably wouldn't like mentioning, but that's the way it goes. Yeah, that's actually better than I expected, so maybe these things won't be too bad after all. Who knows? The 1996 Toyota Chaser LM Edition, a Gran Turismo 1 certified classic, bought into Gran Turismo 2 thanks to the GT2 Plus mod. This is a car that everyone will fondly remember if you played the first GT game long enough to start getting into the race cars. I think this was the first race car I got in my playthrough, and yeah, it carried me through sometimes. Admittedly, I'm not a massive fan of the way this looks with the white arches, and it's a pretty simple livery, but it's still quite cool, and the statistics are mental. Front engine rear-wheel drive, 649 horsepower. I think this is one of the most powerful LM editions in the entire game. 1,260 kilos, it's one of the heaviest LM editions in the game, and it's probably got a massive turbo on it, so I'm not expecting this to be drivable, but we'll see. It'll get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land tracks at the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mainz Lancer Evolution 5, a 28.209. I think this has got the power to compete with that car. I don't know whether it's going to be drivable enough to do that. Straight away I am noticing the suspension on this is interesting. This is a car that is obviously from GT1, and thanks to the GT2 Plus mod, they've brought it in. They say they've adapted the physics and model for GT2. The physics feel very weird, so I don't know quite how much testing they did on this car. I don't want to disparage the great work of PS2K and all the guys on the GT2 Plus mod, because I love this mod, but yeah, this car definitely drives interesting. I'm curious. I think this is one of those where how quick this goes depends on how much it's going to behave. I think if this behaves well, it'll do well. You can feel it on the brakes when you're braking and the rear end just sort of wants to step out on this thing. It's definitely reminding me of GT1, and I'll be honest, I hate the handling in GT1. Yeah, I wonder if that wing's really putting much downforce in. This sort of looks like a car that like a 6-year-old, like if you ask a 6-year-old what his dad drives, he'll probably say oh, it's an M5 Beta with 1,000,000 horsepower, and he draws something like this, and then his dad shows up and it's actually just like a regular Chaser. Not disparaging the Chaser, you know, oh, it's a 4-door Cooper. But, be honest, even you Chaser fans have to admit the Chaser is a rather generic looking thing. It's sort of definitely the thing a child could draw. Who am I kidding? If you ask a child to draw a car these days, his dad would drive a RAV4 or a Hyundai Tucson if he's really unlucky. Yeah, my god, the turbo on this thing. The turbo is mental. The speed is unreal. It's just not a quick car, really. I mean, I think this can fall into the category of, if it was on a normal racetrack, this might be quick. Unfortunately, this is not a normal racetrack it's on. It's in the Hot Lap Classic, and as a result, it drives not great, would be the operative term I think I'll go with. Please keep yourself under control with your giant turbocharger. Long enough to see the checkered flag, please. 28.991. It just sneaks into the under 29s, which is good. I think. I don't think I could do much more than that. It's a cool car. It's just far too powerful. I was going to say I'd like to see what this thing would be like if it was lighter, but to be honest with you, I don't want to think about that. I think it'd be terrible if it was lighter. 28.991 will put it in to 7th place. It's actually better than I expected. It's one of the quicker two-wheel drive cars we've had. Obviously, it loses out to the Subaru LM edition because that was at least drivable to an extent. It's quicker than the NSX LM GT2s and Navi Sylvia. It beats some pretty sane cars. I'd say that's, out of all the cars that are in that sort of top 7, it's the hardest one of them all to drive. Easily. But you can't deny the pace. And it's good fun. You know, it's good fun to drive something that's a bit, you know, mental like this from time to time. The 1987 Lancia Delta HF Integrale, our first Lancia ready to take on the course, and we start with the most basic Delta in the game, but for me, one of the coolest because I like a base model Delta. Despite being one of the more base models, this is still a pretty impressive car. 4-wheel drive, 330 horsepower, 1,170 kilos. Not bad stats, and it's got an awful lot of torque as well, so this could be quite the sleeper. We'll see. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in an effort to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mainz Lancer Evolution 5 with a 28.209. The Lancia Delta HF Integrale is unlikely to beat that. The HF Integrale, I think a low 30 for this would be seriously impressive. A low 30 would put it around Evo 2, Celica GT4. I don't think it's quite got the power for that, but judging by the way this is already driving, it may have the drivability to do that. This is an incredibly nice car to drive. Although, then again, I have just come off driving that nutcase of a Chaser LM, so maybe this is just me being, you know, I'm just not used to driving something nice anymore. But so far, this is driving very, very well. Low 30s, we're already sort of there. See how much we can improve from there. I do like the fact this is one of the few cars in GT2 that has an actual proper number plate on it, which is quite cool. I don't know, it looks like a Swiss plate to me, but I don't want to like speak out of turn. In case you're wondering, this is the first of the Lancia Delta HF Integrales. This is, I've called it an 87 because I did actually have to do some fair old research on this car because I couldn't figure out what year this is from. So I've had to go off the in-game statistics and what the description says, and I think this is a Delta 8 valve, basically. So, well, I sort of know it's the 8 valve, and the 8 valve ran from 87 to 89, and then it got replaced by the 16 valve. Fortunately, the other Deltas in this game are not as confusing as this one to sort of pinpoint their years. They're actually an odd collection, because obviously you've got the Evolutiony, which is the one you can race mod, but there's also the Collezione, which is actually a Japanese special edition that ran for 94, so interesting collection of cars. And then obviously you've got the Lancia Delta S4 rally car in this game, the only Group B car in the game, and that one's interesting as well. Unfortunately, I have seen a couple of people mention that one, saying that one could be quite quick. Unfortunately, that actually is probably not the case. I think it's going to be one of the slowest rally cars in the game, because it has, well, the power is under 400 horsepower, which for a rally car in this game is quite surprising, and also the weight on it. It is quite heavy, boy. 30.167, that's quick. That's actually puts it in between the GT4 and the Evo 2, which I love that. That, to be fair, the reason that time was, I don't think I could recreate what happened there ever again, to be honest. Yeah, maybe there's 0.2 in this. Maybe this could have gone in the under 30 club. I don't think it could, but then again, I mean, it's speed through the traps. It's only 17 k's up on the Evo 5, which is mental. And in fairness, that Evo 5 is all through the first sector, isn't it? That's sort of where it's quicker. Anyways, yeah, 30.167 will slot it into 27th place. As mentioned, it is right around where the other non-race mod older rally cars have gone. The GT4 RC and the Evo 2, it slots in between those two, which is interesting. A little bit down on a WRX wagon, just a regular WRX wagon, a bit off the Legacy Touring Sport, but considering the statistics of this, that's very impressive. It must be all that torque. Yeah, interesting. I'm excited to see how the other Lancia Deltas do. That is for certain. The 1998 TVR Chimera 4-litre. This is the first road-going TVR that we've had take on the course. Of course, we had the Cerbera LM edition before, and that was a very, very quick car indeed. So how are these road car TVRs going to get along? That's what we're here to find out today. Fortunately, I love a TVR. I think they look exquisite, and of course they come in the best factory colours, so I'm hoping it does well. We'll see. Statistically, it could go either way. Front engine to rear wheel drive, 446 horsepower, 975 kilos. It is very light, quite powerful, naturally aspirated. So a lot of this will come down to how good the gearbox is, but we'll see how well it does. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mainz Lancer Evolution 5 with a 28.209, the TVR Chimera 4-litre, unlikely to beat that. So the Chimeras in this game are, there's 3 of them, so if this one doesn't do too well, then don't worry, because there's 2 more to come, and both of them are technically more powerful. I need to actually look into the upgrade data, but I think this is one of the few cars in the game that actually, like, the upgrades sort of make sense. So the 4-litre will always be the least powerful, the 5-litre will be the most powerful, and we've got a hell of a lot of TVRs to come as well in this series, which is good by me, because you can never have enough TVRs on a YouTube series for me. I adore these things. The 90s TVRs were when they were at their most beautiful, at their most absolutely mental. You had speed 6s and 4-litres and 5-litres, and it was an incredible time for British sports cars, if you will, at least in the TVR sense. I mean, everywhere else. Actually, no, what I'm talking about, it was a great year for British sports cars, because you had TVRs and you had the Mazda MX5, which was the best British sports car ever. So, yeah, but no, seriously, I love these TVRs. Ideally, a TVR, there's a lot of cars that I say, oh, I'd sort of I really want to own one of those. CVR is one of the cars where I actually, like a Chimera, is one of the cars where I've actually sort of looked into it before and I'm like, I really could get a TVR Chimera someday, and I think that might be my sort of midlife crisis. If any of them are left around, I'll get a Chimera. Because apparently these are quite easy to own. I dearly love a Cerberus, but apparently the Cerberus are a little bit... Well, they're the death-dealing ones. The Chimeras are a little bit more relaxed. I know Chimeras and Cerberus all look the same, but they're not the same. The Chimera actually takes its chassis from an older TVR, whereas the Cerberus was sort of more of an evolution of the Griffith. So that's how that works. So as much as Cerberus, I always thought as a kid, and you always thought, even to probably to now, the Chimera was just a convertible Cerberus. That's not true. They are actually completely different chassis and stuff like that. So interesting stuff. I also dearly want a pre-facelift, because the post-facelift for these cars, not good. You can already see the weird rear lights on these, but the front end got some very strange treatment in the early 2000s. I think they tried to make it look like a Tuscan and it just didn't work. Anyways, we're not going to go any quicker on this lap, but to be honest with you, that's actually a really nice driving car. Very drivable, surprisingly. It doesn't really feel like it has 446 horsepower. It's a bit like that Camaro we had, where this just sort of... It doesn't really go out of line, this car. It drives incredibly well. And, yeah, that's really, really good, actually. I'm proud of that. Maybe there's even 0.2 in there, potentially. I don't think it would go that much quicker, in all honesty. But as I said, we've got plenty more Chimeras to come. So if they want to be any quicker, then they can be. A 30.303 will place it into 32nd place. It beats a Lotus Esprit V8. That's about the only comparable car to it I can see in that area, because this is more front-wheel drive. So loses out slightly to the RX7 Type RSR. I think the RSR was a little bit more predictable to drive. This is a little bit nicer when it's all working well. So also that RX7 had way more power than this. So yeah, pretty good result for the Chimera, the 1995 Honda Integra SIRG, the second in command when it comes to the Integra range. Of course, the Type R sits at the top of the pile, and then there's these ones, the SIRGs, that I can't remember the statistics for, but basically, it's... If you wanted the sporty Integra, but not the Type R, this is what you got, at least when it came to the Honda ones. This is our first Honda Integra. We've had an Acura Integra go around with the weird front lights. This one is the Japanese spec one, which has the normal bar lights. It also comes in one of the best colours I've seen in this game so far. This is Deep Currant Pearl, I think it is. Looks absolutely exquisite on this car, so I knew, as soon as I saw this colour, I bought it, because I knew it was going to have to be this colour that went on the series. There is a racing modification available for this. The SIRGs are not running racing modification, the Type Rs are going to. Also, this one is naturally aspirated tune. So front engine, front wheel drive, 251 horsepower, which isn't a lot really. 1,030 kilos. We'll see how it gets along. I'm not expecting fireworks here. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mainz Lancer Evolution 5, a 28.209. The Integra unlikely to beat that. The Integra, with its power output, I'm not too sure, to be honest. I think it would do well to get into the gaggle of sort of performance saloons that we've got. Stuff like the Accords, the Vectras. I said performance, but you know what I mean. Alfa Romeo 166 Twin Spark. In that direction, it'll do well to get into. If not, maybe it can look further down. Low 32s could be possible from this, depending on how it handles. Obviously, we've seen low-powered front-wheel drive cars do great in the past. Stuff like the Fiat Punto GT is some of the fastest front-wheel drive cars we've had. But for whatever reason, these the Japanese, or sorry, the normal-sized hatchbacks and front-wheel drive coupes need a lot more power to get that far up there. 32.232. Well, as like I mentioned, stuff like the Punto, it is just quick for no good reason. You know, there's another one as well I'm thinking of up there. I can't quite remember it. But everything else, sort of, in the 31s, low 31s, everything has about 300 horsepower, so this would be quite down on that. Maybe Peugeot 306, 31.711. That was sort of the opposite of this, where that had a lot of power, it's just a bit tricky to drive. But we'll see. Currently it's slower than the Daihatsu Terios Kid, which obviously is not a section of the leaderboard you particularly want to be in. Also, it's a section of the leaderboard that I'm really having to, I need a solution to this leaderboard. I usually have it open on another screen just so I can sort of look back and forth and eyeball where the car's going to go into, but the leaderboard's really starting to stack up now, 32.013, so it's getting a lot more difficult to see where certain cars fall into place as I'm driving them. So, for example, this Integra, if it's going into the low 32s, I can't actually see the low 32s at the moment. I can see 71st place, the Sylvia Qs, which was a 31.979, so hopefully we can beat that, because that would be nice. We'll get a bit of a run up on this final lap, see what the Integra can do. I hope it does well. Although, again, do remember there is obviously Type Rs and stuff to go around here, so if this one doesn't do well, then there's always the Type Rs, and there's always the Acura versions as well. The Acura Integra, in case you're wondering, got a 30.703, and there are sort of equivalent to SIR. In fact, there's even worse than SIRs. There's LSs and GSs when it comes to the Integra, so if this one isn't quick, then those sort of more base model Acuras really need to start worrying. 31.876. That's, to be honest with you, with the power, that's not bad, really. It's not brilliant, but it's also not bad. More of the front-wheel drive stuff we've had go around so far has been sort of in the 300 horsepower range, so for this to come along with 253, it's not an awful lot of power, really, and also, as we mentioned, it is a bigger car than something like, say, a Civic, which would do alright. Yeah, I don't even think there's that much more time in that, really. 31.876 will put it into 71st place. It is slightly quicker than the Nissan Sylvia Qs, Mazda Unos Roadster, Terios Kid. Quicker than a CRX, which, to be fair, the CRX was roughly the same power, I think. Quicker than the Polo. One of the slower front-wheel drive cars we've had, but as I mentioned, it is one of the least powerful we've had so far. Or the power-to-weight ratio on this, at the very least, is going to be a little bit down compared to those. So, there you go. The 1995 Nissan 200 SX. This is an interesting car. This one is actually from the PAL release. It's been added to all releases with the GT2 Plus mod, and what this is a 200SX that, unlike the rest of the 200SXs that you get in the PAL version, which were renamed Sylvias, this one is actually a EUDM Sylvia. This is what we got in the UK and Europe as the Sylvia. You can tell by the slightly peculiar rear bumper layout, and that's really fun that it's been added to all the different regions of the game. So there's a couple of Nissans like this, and there is also a 1998 version of this car that we'll see later on. But other than these two, every other 200SX, 240SX, 180SX, whatever it's called in your region, all of them are Sylvias, apart from these two. So there was never a 240SX, basically. There is no in-game representation of the 240SX because, of course, the 240, 200, whatever, that all corresponds to the engine displacement, and it goes out the window with all the regionalization. So there was never a 240SX in the game, sorry Americans, but there was 200SXs. And in case you're wondering, the Americans also got their own 300ZX, I believe. There's 300ZXs from the North American release that aren't in any other release, so there you go. I should also mention there's 180SXs in this game as well, which they're the sort of slant-nosed. Sylvia's the one with the pop-up headlights. They are 180SXs. Whereas in other regions they get... It's really, really confusing, and I hate the regionalisation in this game. But whatever, we've got the 200SX here. Front engine, rear-wheel drive, 386 horsepower, 1,130 kilos. In case you're wondering, yes, this car does have a race mod. I'm not using it because essentially the race mod just turns it into the normal Sylvia. This is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to take the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mainz Lancer Evolution 5, a 28.209. The 200SX isn't going to beat that. It just isn't. In terms of where this is going to go, well, we have had an S14 Sylvia K's go round before. 31.848, and that was one of the aero models, so in theory this should be slightly slower than that. In practice we'll see. I have no idea what engine was in that one. I think it's just a 2-litre turbocharged unit, which is essentially what this car has. But yeah, sorry about the whole regionalisation spiel, but honestly it's infuriating how these games were regionalised when they didn't really need to be. You know, I don't think Americans are going to get confused. Okay, it's quicker than that other S14 we've had. In fairness, this drives a lot nicer than that other S14. The other S14 was sort of sliding all over the place, whereas this is a little bit more subdued. Yeah, I don't feel it really needed to be, unless they just didn't want to cause any confusion with like Nissan dealers when people try to order 180SXs, but yeah, I don't get it, because they renamed cars known as Sylvias to 200SXs and 240SXs when stuff like the S14, this shape, I don't even think in America was even sold as a 240SX. So it's all very strange how it's very ham-fisted as well, and obviously, as we've seen with some other cars, there's also regionalisation errors in regards to just all sorts of stuff. The Vivios, remember that Subaru Vivio we had? That one is an absolute nightmare, because obviously when I used to do the Hot Lap Classic before with just a straight normal power release before we did the remastered on the emulator with the Plus mod, trying to match some of the regionalised cars up to their equivalents in the Japanese version, because for those of you who don't know, the Plus version, for the most part, it just regionalises all the cars to be the Japanese versions, because that's what they all are, basically, internally. Yeah, I remember the infuriating one to deal with was the Vivio, because the Vivio is called there's the RXR Vivio, but the RXRA Vivio in the PAL version is just called Vivio, and trying to work out whether they were the same was just it's ridiculous, trying to get all the regionalisation. But yes, in case you spun out there, in case you was wondering, all the regionalisation is terrible. All the cars are the Japanese versions, basically, unless otherwise stated in this mod. 30.887, do you know what? That's actually quite quick. Yeah, that S14 I drove, I remember that being horrible to drive. For whatever reason, this feels a little bit more easier to drive. Either that or I've somehow gotten quick around this course, which I don't think I'm going to get a full second quick around this course. This might just be genuinely nicer to drive. You can see the sort of smoke pouring off the tyres though. Yeah, maybe there's 0.2 in there, but it is what it is. 30.887 will put it into 42nd place. It's slightly quicker than Mercury Cougar, quicker than the Toyota Supra, although admittedly that thing had a crazy nutter turbo on it. Quicker than the NSX. Yeah, quite quick. Although I say that, it's only about 0.3 seconds up on a Mazda Roadster, so as I've said before, the rear-wheel drive cars, the way they work, the fact that they're all just sort of big power, big power isn't going to save you around a track like this. Drivability is going to save you. So rear-wheel drive cars are just going to be all over the place when it comes to this track. The 1995 Ford GT90. One of the ultimate what-ifs in the car world. What if Ford actually made the GT90? Admittedly, there'd have to be a lot of changes to make this thing pedestrian safe, because look at it, but yeah, the GT90, a bit of a shame this one. This was a concept car that was essentially a V12 quad turbocharged supercar that would have beat the world. Allegedly about 240 mile an hour top speed, chassis coming from an XJ220. It's truly mental. Whether it would have been any good or not, who knows? It would have been quick. The interesting thing with the GT90 is the actual concept car was drivable, although from what I can gather, a lot of the engine was turned down quite significantly just because they didn't want to blow up a V12 quad turbocharged unit. Fortunately though, in the world of Gran Turismo 2, we can abuse it as much as we want, and I'm very interested to see how well this does. Can it be a quicker mid-engined rear drive car than that Wiegert Vector? One thing to note is the game does and does not class this as a race car. Certain things do, certain things don't. If you come into arcade mode, it isn't. If you go into career mode, it is classed as a race car. So for the purposes of this show, I'm gonna say this is a road car, even though, much like a race car, you can't upgrade anything other than the tyres. So there you go. Anyways, mid-engined rear-wheel drive car, mid-engined rear-wheel drive, 727 horsepower, 1,452 kilos. It is very heavy. It has a lot of power. It has an awful lot of torque. Let's drive the GT90. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mazda Lancer Evolution 5, a 28.209. Can the GT90 beat that? Probably not, if I had to guess, but I mean, it really, if this is somehow like supremely drivable, then yeah, I guess. I love the rear brake design. You can see a lot of things on this car that just would not be carried over to the production car, would it have existed. The rear spoiler especially, can you imagine getting ran over by a GT90? It would not be a fun experience, although you would see it coming. I can't remember how much they said this was going to cost. I think it was supposed to be quite cheap as well. I don't know if it's quite the biggest what-if tragedy of the 90s. I think that might still belong to the Speed 12 and the fact that that very realistically could have been the quickest car the world has ever seen. But still, 28.600. Oh, it's serious. The GT90 be serious. It's also quite nice to drive. I think because it's so heavy, to be fair, this is one of the heavier cars we're going to have go around the track. Not the heaviest, we have had the heaviest car already. That was that BMW 7 Series I drove. But this is very nicely controllable, 28.311. Are we going to see the GT90 crawl to the top of our leaderboard? I hope so. Ooh, you do lose traction a little bit on the grass when you're coming off. I'm not too surprised on that. That's something we saw with the Wiegert Vector. The Wiegert Vector was lovely to drive, but obviously the problem with the Vector is that if it lost traction on the grass, or if you were a little bit sideways coming off the grass, it would sort of disrupt the way the car was driving. That really is your only sign this is a mid-engine car, because otherwise this drives pretty much like a four-wheel drive car, which is very strange. Right, I need to get my stuff together and try and get this final lap. Can we beat the Lancer Evolution in a Ford GT90? Come on, GT90. That's better through there. On the power. We're up on the time. 28.180. Just. That was a messy lap as well. That might have been able to go into the 27s, you know. Just. Oh man, that's good fun. It's good fun being able to drive the GT90. I'm a little bit irritated because there is a bit more time in that. There's definitely 0.2 in there. Definitely. But yeah, that was good fun. That. I also had a wheel on the grass in the first sector, which did hurt it a little bit, I think. But either way, wow. GT90 28.180 puts it into first place. I'm sorry, Lancer Evo 5, you were up there for about 10 episodes, but we've knocked you off with something that, quite frankly, deserves the crown far more. Yeah, that's quick. It's actually 0.7 quicker than the GT1 race car. Admittedly, that doesn't have the controllability of that, but it's just interesting to see. Because like I mentioned, I think the weight is helping in some of these cars' cases, and I think especially with these mid-engine rear-drive cars, which I've said before, in Gran Turismo, these things are such a chore to drive, mid-engined rear-wheel drive cars. They're always just drive incredibly strangely. I think the weight is helping in the case of something like this. So yeah, there you go. GT90, everyone, the new king of the leaderboard. The 1990 Nissan Skyline GTR Nismo, my personal favourite R32 in the game because it comes with this fantastic BP livery, this yellow and green. You know me, bright colours appeal to me because I'm apparently a toddler, and this one definitely does. Unfortunately, the Nismo, while it's literally called the Nismo, isn't the quickest R32 in the game. All the R32s are relatively similar when it comes to power. They're all just slightly heavier than each other, and the Nismo is very slightly heavier than the standard R32, if memory serves me correctly. So when we see that car go around, that will be quicker than this, or in theory it should be, but we'll see. Four-wheel drive, 646 horsepower, 1,281 kilos. It is quite heavy, it is quite powerful, and it is, well, four-wheel drive. To see how this car's going to get along, we are going to do 6 laps of the Motorsport Land track. Our current leader is the Ford GT90, as we saw last time out, with a 28.180, very slightly beating the Evo 5. Which means, once again, in the Remastered Hot Lap Classic, which I don't think ever really happened in the original Hot Lap Classic, we have a four-wheel drive car not on the top of the leaderboard. We actually have a mid-engine rear drive car, which I always say how terrible mid-engine rear drive cars are. In terms of R32s, we have actually had an R32 before. It is currently in 19th place with a 29.612. That was the Vspec 2 model. So I think this Nismo is lighter than that Vspec 2, which in theory should help it. Although, as we found out last time, and as I'm finding out this time, these Skylines aren't necessarily the most drivable because they all have stage 4 turbochargers. And if you haven't watched this series before and you're wondering what a stage 4 turbo is, let me explain it. Stage 4 turbo in this game is essentially how you make the most power, and of course we're running these cars fully upgraded aside from the gearboxes. The problem with stage 4 turbo is it makes all of its power is essentially right at the top of the rev range, and if you're not at the top of the rev range, you have massive turbo lag, as you can see when I'm at like 4,000 RPM, and then as soon as I get past about 6.5, it rockets off. That's the problem with the R32, because the gearboxes on the R32, I don't know if it's a particular bad gearbox or anything. It's just it never really seems. I usually like to drive this track in second gear. That's how most of these cars get driven. And I don't like going into first gear because first gear makes the cars incredibly sort of twitchy and horrible to drive. In a car like this, I'm having to use first gear because that's where that's how I'm having to try and make power in this thing. And that makes it a lot less of a pleasant experience for me to drive. And you can see actually trying to change gear in this thing is an absolute nightmare, to be fair. So there you go. that is the conundrum when it comes down to these R32s. I will try and get a run up on this final lap. Can we go any quicker in the Nismo? I would like to beat that Vspec 2, although I fear that Vspec 2 is probably about the peak of what an R32 can do around here, for the reasons as stated. And by the looks of it, yeah, that was a terrible lap. Terrible lap. But that's pretty much about where it should be, to be fair. I mean, that is right around where the Vspec 2 is. 29.644. I'm sorry, I couldn't... There's definitely time in there. But you'd have to master that gearbox. Maybe in one of the other R32s I'll be able to do that, but yeah, lap time's all over the place. There's definitely 0.2 in there, definitely, but we run them as they are. 29.644 will put the Nismo R32 into 20th place. It goes just below the other Nissan Skyline GTR we've had, the Vspec 2. 29.612, this was 29.644, so yeah, they're just not particularly drivable cars. That's the problem. The gearbox in the R33 is better. The R33 also makes more power, which I think means there's a little bit more sort of mid-range in there. We'll have to see how the R34s get along when they come to the track, but the 1998 Mazda Demio GLX Special. We've already had a GLX take on the track, but this one is a GLX Special. What does that get you? Not much, really. Gets you a unique race mod, though, in the case of this game, which means you can drive around in this. I really like the green, don't get me wrong, but it's a very strange shade of green, this one. Also, the Mazda Speed logo being in red on the back isn't helping it. Front engine, front wheel drive, 254 horsepower, 856 kilos. How will it get along? Let's find out. It's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Ford GT90, a 28.180 for that car. The Demio is not going to beat that. However, the Demio is going to be quicker than you think. So the GLX we had go round really surprised me at 31.553. It was one of the quicker front-wheel drive cars when it went around. Since then, it has been overshadowed by quite a lot of stuff. However, 31.5 for a Demio, which I would sort of consider to be more around where the Polo is, it's surprisingly quick. I guess because of how light it is. I'm not sure what the lightness differentiator between this and that GLX was. Of course, this has racing mod, but the GLX did have the non-painted bumpers, which of course means that it is got natural weight reduction from the factory. So, be interesting to see how a race modded Demio gets along, and of course we have quite a few more Demios to feature on this series, which is fine by me because I love a Demio. I love these things. They're just weird, aren't they? They're like the most Gran Turismo car to ever exist, because it's just a nonchalant Japanese hatchback, which no one would care about unless Gran Turismo was a thing, and yet you can always have the option to buy one in GT. It's always an option as a first car. You can tune them really well, you can get surprisingly quick lap times out of them. You know, they're just fun. They're just interesting, fun, early game cars, and that's what I quite like about them. And again, like I say, if it wasn't for this game, no one would know about the Demio, no one would care about it. I think I've legitimately seen about 3 of these in real life, and they're always owned by old people who never really know what they have, you know. They don't know the true legend of the Mazda Demio. And of course there's the Mazda Speed Demio, which in the first 2 games, unfortunately, it's never returned. I think that should be a shoo-in for GT7. If Gran Turismo 7 wants to be a good game again, we all know what it really needs is the Mazda Speed Demio to come back. But yeah, it's just ridiculous, isn't it? And of course, yeah, that Mazda Speed Demio was a first prize car for a lot of people, and it's an interesting one, the Mazda Speed Demio. We'll get to that. Anyways, this said a 31.088, which is 0.5 up on that other Demio we had. And again, that other Demio was one of the first cars we had. So, yeah, first car tax, I'm going to assume, is about half a second for most things, as I'm finding out. Which is why I sort of said we won't do any of the sort of super crazy stuff for the first few episodes, because naturally over time you're just going to get quicker at a track. It happens all the time. It happened in Top Gear laps as well, where you just naturally get quicker. Nice, beautiful, yes, give me that lap time. A 30.999. Fantastic. That is what we call a gold license pass. Yeah, I love this Demio, this race mod. Yeah, it's a unique one. You can get it in yellow as well. Unfortunately, I can't showcase the yellow now because I've used the horrific green, but still, yeah, that's amazing. And there might even be a little bit more time in it than that, but I will take a 30.999. A 30.999 will put it into 47th place. It beats the Toyota Supra RZ by 0.002 of a second. Who says the Mazda Demio isn't mighty? Beats the Honda NSX, quicker than the Fiat Barchetta, which, this is about 100 kilos lighter and has a little bit more power, so I'm not too surprised by that. Quicker than the Accord, Prelude, lose out slightly to the Mercury Cougar, which is the most powerful front-wheel drive car in the game. That's not bad. That's not bad company for the Demio. I'm impressed with that. The 1996 Mazda eFini RX7 Touring X. Now, this car is a bit of a legend amongst my recording cast because this RX7 is not what you think it is. You might think this is a standard, normal FD RX7, good-looking car, should do pretty well around here. Well, this Touring X has a 4-speed automatic gearbox. Yeah, you know rotaries that like to rev high and, yeah, 4-speed automatic. I'm sure this car was an absolute treat to drive in real life and isn't the lowest valued of all the RX-7s, but we will see how it gets along. Front engine and rear wheel drive, 474 horsepower, 1,183 kilos. In fairness, around a track like this with the turbos, maybe it'll do well. We'll see. It's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Ford GT90, a 28.180. The Touring X is unlikely to beat that. The RX-7 normal one, 30.244. That was an RSR, which admittedly has more power than this and has a better gearbox than this. So I'm not quite sure how this is going to get along. As I said, the one good thing is there's pretty much no gear changing in this because, yep, just to prove it, there you go, 4-speed automatic gearbox. Incredible. If you want a bigger laugh as well, they also offered the 4-speed automatic in the RX-8 for the first year. So for the first year, you can get an automatic 4-speed RX-8. Eventually they switched over to, I think it's like one of those semi-automatic 6-speeds that were all the rage in the early 2000s. So that's what that car has, essentially an automated manual. But yeah, there was a time before that where we had RX-7s with 4-speed automatics and it was terrible. I don't think this car ever appeared in any other Gran Turismo game. It might be in the first one. If it was in the first one, then I'm sure at least one of you has got a story of buying the Touring X in the first game because you finally had some money to buy a nice RX-7 and you accidentally bought a Touring X and it turned out it was terrible, and I feel desperately sorry for you if you did do that. Yeah. I mean, it's nice to drive, because it doesn't make any power, because it can't. Like, you can see the power band. This is a stage 3 turbo, I think, which means it's a bit more of a mid-range turbo, admittedly. But it can never get towards the peak power. It can never get towards redline, because it's just not got the gearing to do that. The actual straight line speed on this, it's actually quite quick. Like, you can see through the speed traps, it's a quick car. You know, average for a top lap speed, 135 kilometers an hour, It's only 10 kilometers off the GT90, but that's because it's only just starting to reach the top around there, and of course, because it's a rotary engine, it makes no torque, so it can't carry that power through. It's not like the Vector, where the Vector, sure, the Vector's got a free speed, but the Vector has so much torque in it that the Vector can just sort of be carried along with that. This doesn't have that. This doesn't have the level of torque that the Vector does, and so as a result, it just cannot compete. It's terrible. And again, like I say, please let me know down below if anyone has ever bought this car in a Gran Turismo game looking at the word Touring X and thinking, that'll be quick, that. And then they get this. It is 1.2 seconds off a standard RX7. And that's, again, bear in mind, this has almost 500 horsepower, you know, this shouldn't be slow. But it's obviously just not, it's not there. This isn't it. This is, you know, I like driving it because it's so ridiculous, but, yeah, there you go. The quickest lap wasn't the quickest times, apparently. That's really interesting. You might be able to go quicker. In fact, yeah, maybe. About 0.2. But it's not going to get anywhere near the normal RX-7. What was it? 31.334. 31.334 will put it into 61st place. It goes between a Nissan Primera and the Toyota Corona, all of which have significantly less power than this. Rear-wheel drive cars this is comparable to. It beats the naturally aspirated 300ZX, which was one of the very first cars we had go round. Beats the BMW 323Ci, which wasn't particularly drivable. Again, this is a nice car to drive. It's slower than the RX-7 Cabriolet, which was worse than this in every way statistically. Like I say, it's a nice car to drive. It actually drives really well, but it doesn't make any power. It can't, you know, as much as it says it has 470 odd horsepower, you can never use the 470 horsepower because it's got this transmission. And that's why I really like doing this new version of the Hot Lap Classic, where we leave the stock gearboxes in the car. Because if you upgrade this to a race gearbox, you're off to the races. You've got a normal RX-7, but as it stands, it's not very good. So there you go. The 1991 Mugen CRX Pro 2. This car was requested by R2D2, who I feel really bad for. He's been one of the most prolific commenters since the Hot Lap Classic came back, and he's requested quite a lot of cars, and I've done none of them. So hopefully he enjoys this. This is apparently the closest thing to his real-life CRX that he's got, and if he's in the comment section, check out his channel, because he's developing a game, which is far more impressive than anything I could ever do. Like, it's an actual proper Demolition Derby style thing. It's only in the concept stage, but it looks very interesting. Anyways, yeah, 1991 Mugen CRX Pro 2. Not expecting big things out of this. 208 horsepower, front engine, front wheel drive, 920 kilos. We have had the standard CRX go around already, and that wasn't great, and this makes less power than that does, so, and also is sans racing modification, but we'll see. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track. Our current leader is the Ford GT90, a 28.190. The CRX Pro 2 is unlikely to beat that. The standard CRX is 81st place, a 32.178. So, if I had to guess, if we can get this into the 32s, I'd be impressed. Like I say, ultimately, we're not making that much power. The standard car did make slightly more, and like I said, it had the racing modification to go with it, whereas this one does not. We've discussed the sort of unfortunateness of these Mugen cars, spoons, all sorts of different things before. For the most part, these pre-tuned cars in the game do get done a little bit dirty, because while from stock they are better than the standard cars, obviously, once you start to upgrade them, the standard cars usually overshadow them. Sometimes they'll have missing or incomplete tuning parts, and just in general, they often won't make the same amount of power that the normal version will. So for example, the Mugen Accord we had go round made an awful lot less power than the standard Honda Accord that we had go round. So that sort of thing. This is affected by it slightly less because the standard CRX really does not make a lot of power. 32.559. That is pretty good actually. What was it? 32.178. So, yeah, 0.4. That's probably about accurate. We'll see how it goes. Did mess up this lap slightly by trying to look at the leaderboard, but never mind. Yeah, I mean it's cool looking. I'll give it that, but yeah, obviously they also don't have racing modifications for the most part. Now, while I say that about the Mugen cars, there are some exceptions. For example, the Mugen Civic, I think it is, the Civic Type R, the 98 model, is one of the most powerful front-wheel drive cars in the game. So that one should be quite good when it comes around here. But, you know, your more normal ones, the Accord, the CRX, the Beat, I think even like the Civic Ferio, they're all in this sort of no man's land where they're not quite as good as the standard cars, fully upgraded, but they're a little bit better than the standard cars when they're not. And then, you know, it's just a bit of an unfortunate place really for these cars, and it means they do get overshadowed. Granted, the one good thing for me personally, or at least from a game sort of standpoint when you think about it, is a lot of the pre-tuned cars are prize cars that you get from certain events, and so it does mean that, like with the CRX, there is actually a reason to buy the standard road-going CRX and not just like carry this one through the game, because that will have other upgrade potential. 32.043. That was okay. 42 even. I will admit that was quite a fluky lap. Yeah, that has actually beaten the standard CRX, which throws everything I said out of the window. But like I say, I don't think that's particularly because this car is better than the standard CRX. I think we just had a really good final lap, and we did. Yeah, there's not a lot of speed in it. It handles really, really nicely, but there's just not any speed in it because it doesn't make an awful lot of power. 32.042 will place this car into 78th place. It goes slightly quicker than the Mazda Unos Roadster, which actually makes about the same amount of power and weighs about the same, so that's quite good. Quicker than Daihatsu Terios, of course. It's quicker than the standard CRX. It's quicker than the HKS drag car, so that's something. Quicker than the Polo. Yeah, it's, you know, it's not bad. It's about where it should be based on its power, but yeah, should it be beating the standard CRX? Probably not, but it has done, so there you go, there's a bonus to that car. So yeah, the 1999 Mercedes-Benz CLK rally car, perhaps the most iconic piece of cut content in any Gran Turismo game. This car has been added with the Gran Turismo Plus mod, and the story of the CLK race car is an interesting one. This isn't in the base game. It was cut just before release, and it was supposed to originally be the CLK GTR, and then they couldn't do the CLK GTR, probably due to licensing reasons, so they came up with the C-Class DTM car. And then for whatever reason, they decided they didn't want the Mercedes C-Class DTM, even though they do have DTM versions of the Alfa Romeo 155 and the Opel Calibra, so they put the statistics of the CLK, the C-Class DTM car, into a new car called the CLK race car, which we see here. And then for whatever reason they just dropped it. I don't know if there's more licensing pressure, I don't know. I mean, I can imagine Mercedes is a bit of a ball ache to work with when it comes to licensing, but yeah, it's just a bit of a weird one, the CLK race car. As I said, many different guises, but either way, it was cut just before release, and it's here with the Gran Turismo Plus mod. As I mentioned, statistics very likely coming from that C-Class DTM car, so it has four-wheel drive, 547 horsepower, 1,060 kilos. It should be quick, but will it? Let's find out. It is going to get 6 laps off the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Ford GT90 with a 28.180. Will the CLK race car beat that? Probably not. I don't really know, actually. It could. So four-wheel drive, 550 horsepower, you might think this has... This very well could beat that. The problem is this is not turbocharged. It's just a naturally aspirated engine that revs to 14,000 RPM, and as we've seen in this series, the high revving naturally aspirated cars usually not particularly quick. But we could see, I mean, it very well could be quick. I think it's going to go towards the top of the leaderboard. I think it's going to be one of the quickest cars we ever have. I think it would do well to beat that Subaru LM edition that we had. That was at the top of our leaderboard for a very long time, the 28.620. I think that's what it would do well to beat. But we shall see. I hope it does well. Because, like I say, this is another one of those cars like the Polo where you've heard about it for, 10 plus years. And you finally get to drive it, and I hope it's just as good as my brain hoped it would be. Like I say, very high revving car, as you can hear. Very interesting engine note. I think it's the same engine note as you find on the Alfa Romeo 155 touring car and the Calibra, which... they're all going to be quite interesting to bring around here as well. Although, as I mentioned, I don't think any of those cars are turbocharged. I think they're all naturally aspirated, so that isn't so much fun. Come on, CLK. Like I said, it just doesn't make much torque at the low end. And couple that to the fact that it is actually quite understeery. That is a problem this car does have, is understeer, and it really doesn't like the bumps. Really doesn't like the bumps. That slows it down quite dramatically when you go over the bumps. So, let's see how this final lap goes. I hope we can do good by this car, because it's an interesting footnote in Gran Turismo history, this car. Of course, now, it's quite funny looking back at something like this and how this was cut content and they couldn't get the licensing to the CLK GTR, because now, obviously, the CLK LM features in basically all Gran Turismo since the 4th game. So, yeah, you wouldn't hear Gran Turismo being turned down by Mercedes now for it, but obviously back then things were different. 28.628. You know what I mentioned about that Subaru LM car? It's just, and I mean minutely slightly off of the Subaru LM. Yeah, it's just not... it just doesn't have the torque. There's no mid-range torque in this. It's all towards the top end of the rev range, and I fear that is something that's going to impact the touring cars more than most, I think, because these, like I've said before, these genuinely do have the ability to be very, very quick, but I think they're just going to suffer a little bit through some of the low speed stuff, and of course over the bumps and stuff. 28.628. There could be a little bit more time in there. I think you could get past the Subaru LM edition. I don't think you'd go much further up, though. I definitely don't think you'd be challenging anything like the Daihatsu Storia or even the GT90 or anything like that. But yeah, there you go. 28.628 will put it into 5th place. It is quicker than the Toyota GT1 race car, which is something quicker than the Chaser LM edition, Wiget Vector, an NSX LM, and like I say, loses out fractionally to the TVR LM edition, Daihatsu Storia rally car. Yeah, it's for a car that's not supposed to be in this game, it's pretty bloody good, but it just suffers through. It just doesn't have the torque, unfortunately, because otherwise, this, if this had a turbocharger on it, this could be very scary when it comes to that leaderboard, but alas, it does not. Anyways, that's it for this episode. Thank you all very much for watching, and join me next time when I'll be driving something that wasn't cut from the game. So, until then, farewell.